Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on your time zone. My name is Son Ji-ae, professor of Ewha Women's University. I have the great pleasure of guiding you through the opening and the keynote sessions this morning. Welcome to the Inclusive Korea 2020 International Conference, Korean New Deal, Together Toward a Great Transformation, held on behalf of the Presidential Commission on Policy Planning, National Research Council for Economics, Humanities, and Social Sciences, and the KDI School of Public Policy and Management. I would like to thank all of our distinguished speakers, panelists, and online participants for your precious time, despite whatever time it may be in your part of the world. Before we begin, let's give some housekeeping notes. Simultaneous interpretation will be provided throughout the conference. Korean is on channel number 1 and English is on channel number 2. This conference is being live streamed through the official YouTube channel of the Presidential Commission on Policy Planning, National Research Council for Economics, Humanities, and Social Sciences, and the KDI School of Public Policy and Management. You can also find us at www.inclusivekorea.kr to watch the entire conference. Here at the physical venue, we are keeping the number of offline participants to under 50, actually a lot under 50, in accordance with government guidelines in order to prevent the possible spread of COVID-19. For everyone's safety, please keep your masks on at all times. Domestic speakers and panelists are here at the venue, while international speakers and panelists are connected online. Now, we have a day filled with insightful presentations and thought-provoking discussions, so let's get started. We begin with the opening remarks delivered by Tae-up Cho, Chairman of the Presidential Commission on Policy Planning. We'd like to welcome Chairperson Cho onto the stage. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am the chairman of the Presidential Commission on Policy Planning. The COVID-19 pandemic has shaken up our everyday lives and is also changing the global order. Now, the civilization crisis is also creating a great transition for the human civilization. The unexpected crisis is now opening up a new future with even greater uncertainties. Now, in the midst of this uncertainty, it is high time that we conduct intellectual exploration of the predictable future. In this context, the Presidential Commission on Policy Planning and the National Research Council have organized today's international conference, Inclusive Korea 2020, under the topic of the Korean New Deal, Great Transition with the People. I would like to first thank the National Research Council for Economics, Humanities, and Social Sciences for co-organizing today's conference. I would like to particularly thank Chairperson Song Kyung-young for your great partnership and collaboration. I would also like to thank Dean Yoo Jong-il of the KDI School of Public Policy and Management for your sponsorship. I would also like to thank Speaker Park Byung-seok of the National Assembly and also Your Excellency Prime Minister Chung Se-kyun for your congratulatory messages. And also Professor Jeffrey Sachs of Columbia University and also the President of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, as well as all the other professors and speakers who would be joining us in the 3 sessions and the general discussion. Thank you very much for your participation today. Now, the re-spread of COVID-19 and also the risk of prolongation have also become a reality for Korea. health crisis, economic crisis, and community crisis. Now, these three crises are upon us at the same time. We are now at the precipice of a deep and yawning valley that we must overcome. The post-COVID era can be defined as one where COVID-19 is disassembling the existing order and changing the existing order. And this post-COVID-19 era is also full of uncertainties and anxiety. And it is upon us to change this era of crisis into an era of new opportunities. Perhaps we are entering an absolute time where we must find the right order for today and open up a new future. Now, at this absolute time of civilization transition, President of Korea on July 14th announced the Korean New Deal. The Korean New Deal is a new response against the great transitional time in the post-COVID era. As the crisis upon us is deep and complex and broad, the new challenges and also our response to the new challenges must also be thorough and full-fledged. At this time of civilization transition, it is incumbent upon us to find the new paradigm of civilization. And in the post-COVID era, the Korean New Deal as the national transition strategy will be the great task and challenge upon us to create a new civilization in the future. The human history of civilization was a history of concentrated civilization where wealth and resources as well as power were polarized. And it is only after the cruel repression of the concentrated civilization that drove the humanity into unbearable suffering that the humanity finally thought of the values of shared existence and collaboration. And since then, the basic cooperation in work and labor have also led to cooperation in religion and ideology. But then, the ideology, labor, and religion have also led to another form of concentrated civilization and even institutionalized repression, control, and even hostility. Perhaps now in the post-COVID era, now it is opening up a new civilization of non-contact, and perhaps it is also opening up a distributed civilization. Distributed civilization is another expression of collaborative civilization because distributed lives can only be sustainable when there is collaboration. So then the post-COVID era, distribution and the non-contact new civilization are pointing the way toward the fourth civilization of cooperation. So then, as the cooperation in labor, religion, and ideology wane, then perhaps we will be moving on to an era of value cooperation, the fourth civilization of collaboration that is based on life values. Now, in this context, the Korean New Deal will be the key in opening up the new civilization. As we all know, the Korean New Deal is based on the Digital New Deal and the Green New Deal, and also strengthening the social safety net, as well as the community. The Korean New Deal will be a historic task for us to create new innovative order in Korea. As the American New Deal reformed the American society, so will the Korean New Deal. To recreate our land and ourselves should be the grand ambition of the Korean New Deal. The Korean New Deal and the national reform to follow must be based on just transition. The digital, green, and social safety net, as well as the regional balance, should be the goals of the Korean New Deal and the transition, and that would also lead to a just transition in our society, economy, and also geography, and also intergenerationally. And this transition should also be based on social dialogue and communication so that we can ensure just transition. In the post-COVID era, new order should be full of new standards that can open up new future for the humanity that is currently faced with uncertainties. The Korean New Deal is aspiring to turn Korea into a world-leading Korea, and which this also means a Korea that creates new standards. Leadership is also based on the global order that is different from a civilizational perspective. In the post-COVID era, we see that the growth-oriented strategy is meaningless, and also the market-based healthcare system is also meaningless. In the political order and the personalized order, we see that this has also become meaningless. In other words, we have now seen the uselessness of the developed country paradigm. In the post-COVID era, who will lead the way is not the developed countries, but the leading countries. The world leader countries will be the countries that will lead the world with new values and new paradigm, not based on economic power or military power. It will be a country that will lead the world with values of people and values of life. No matter where the country is located, no matter how remote it is, if it can present new standards and new models, then it can be called a leader of the world. Korea has created new standards with Korea's K-health, K-quarantine. With our fight against COVID-19, Korea has shown world leadership. And now, based on the achievements of the K-quarantine that the world is paying attention to, we must become a global leading country in safety, a global leading country in economy, and global leading country in citizenship. And this means that we need to make sure that the K-democracy will succeed. K-democracy will be completed only based on collaboration and cooperation. Collaboration and solidarity are also the calls of the time. As we go over the valley, the deep valley created by post-COVID-19, we must move forward and complete K-democracy. And the urgency of overcoming the current national crisis can be completed by the love of the community. The love of the community will be the strongest weapon for us to open up a new future as we wade through this current anxiety and uncertainty, because the love of the community can become the love of the human community. The Korean government, under the Moon Jae-in government, has overcome 3 rounds of national crisis, from the North Korean nuclear crisis to the Japanese trade conflict, and now COVID-19. And at the basis of overcoming these crises, there is the spirit of we are Asan and we are Daegu. In other words, the love of the community. So for the K-quarantine and K-democracy, there's also the spirit that we are Korea, we are humanity. So the love of the community has scaled into love of humanity. So again, the global society and also our future lies in scaling the love of the community. And now, today, we have to equip ourselves with even greater urgency to create a better future for humanity. We need to also change our politics, which are still mired in factionalism and power-based play. And we must make sure that the K-democracy will enliven economy and also become a more effective democracy. But still, the order of dialogue and solidarity and cooperation, which are the bedrock of community democracy, are still not strong enough. There are still enemies of reform democracy, the enemies of social dialogue, and enemies of collaborative society that are blocking Korea's march into the future. We are the citizens of a 100-year history of democratic republic. And also the Republican cooperation today is also the biggest vulnerability of K-democracy. When the world is full of uncertainty today, and also as we are at the cusp of civilizational transition, Republican cooperation would be the most important diagnosis for us to open up a new future based on the love of the community that will move us beyond the community into the human community. We must also move beyond from the Republican collaboration to the global Republican cooperation so that we can open up a new future for the humanity. The social dialogue regime and the cooperation and solidarity order are the key in opening up a new future for the global leading countries. Now, the PCPP believes that the Korean New Deal would be the utmost challenge for us to resolve as we move into a new future and new civilization. The success of the Korean New Deal would also determine the future of Korea and also indeed the future of the global community. The Korean New Deal would move beyond the blind ideology and violent beliefs and open up a new economic era based on data, network, and artificial intelligence. We will be moving toward just transition and create new standards that will lead the world. It is time for us to start the journey toward creating a new civilization that would be based on new economy and new geography and new cooperation that will be able to take us beyond the current crisis of civilization. I do hope that we will be able to have a sincere dialogue about how we can open up a new future moving beyond the current uncertainties, and I would like to thank everyone for enabling today's event. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Cho, for the very insightful thoughts on the new era that awaits and Korea's roadmap into this new era, the Korea New Deal. Next, we have Kyung-Neung Sung, Chairperson of the National Research Council for Economics, Humanities, and Social Sciences, who will deliver his welcoming remarks. Please let's welcome Chairperson Sung with a big round of applause.
네, 여러분 반갑습니다.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So half of what I was going to say was already said by the Chairman Cho, so I'm going to be brief with my remarks. So I'm going to focus my remarks on today's event. So the Inclusive Korea 2020's theme is Korean New Deal together with the Korean people for great transformation. And Korea has indeed set an example to the world with regards to its response to COVID-19. And although we are faced with a lot of challenges due to the third wave, we believe that we'll be able to weather this storm. The Korean New Deal is indeed a grand national strategy implemented to seek a structural transition and a new leap forward for the Korean economy while tackling the threats to sustainable development due to the worsening economic crisis, employment crisis, and climate change. Today, I hope we'll be able to have diverse and profound discussions joined by leading experts from Korea and abroad so that we can seek a massive technological, economic, environmental transition and produce substantial outcome that can be truly felt by everyday lives of the people. Lastly, I would like to sincerely thank President Yoo Jong-il of KDI Graduate School of International Studies and all the staffs for sparing no efforts in putting together this event. And also my thanks to the PCPP and NRC officials who have conducted a numerous open forum leading up to today's conference. So I would like to sincerely thank all the relevant staffs and personnel. Again, thank you very much for joining us for this offline as well as online live streaming of today's Inclusive Korea 2020. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your short but very warm message, Chairperson Sung. Next, we have Byung-seok Park, Speaker of the 21st National Assembly, who will deliver the congratulatory remarks. He is not able to participate today, but he sent us a video conveying his congratulations. Let's play the tape from Speaker Park.
안녕하십니까. 국회의장
Hello, I
박병석입니다.
am Park Byung-seok, Speaker of the 21st National Assembly of the Republic of Korea. I would like to convey special thanks to Cho Dae-up, Chairman of the Presidential Commission on Policy Planning, Sung Kyung-ryung, Chairperson of the National Research Council, and Yoo Jong-il, Dean of the KDS School of Public Policy and Management, for preparing today's international conference. I would also like to thank and welcome my fellow scholars and worldwide experts presenting and participating in panels at today's conference. This event will focus on challenges and new directions for innovation of our economic innovation and structure that have come to be known as the Korean New Deal. Today's event is a rare and important opportunity for us as we seek a major shift in the economic paradigm, face a post-COVID era, and together develop the necessary capabilities to overcome the global COVID pandemic. COVID-19 has had immense effects on our economic system today. The emergence of new technologies and new industries will accelerate restructuring in the labor market as more people work from home or remotely. In addition, conflicts between the US and China over technology and trade will obstruct or even put an end to network connections in the global supply system. Action to reduce these problems is needed. The world is struggling, and the need for industry-wide innovation and structural reforms to adapt to the rapidly changing economic environment has never been stronger. The US and Europe are also preparing for a post-COVID economic era with a focus on what has been called the Green New Deal. Efforts are now being made to discover new growth drivers and overcome the impact of the COVID-19 and climate change. The Korean New Deal is a blueprint for a major transformation in green economy policies. We aim to overcome climate change while accelerating our transition to a digital economy. But there are also clouds during these periods of structural economic reform. A more inclusive social safety net to help cover the underprivileged as well as unskilled workers and members of low-income households is another problem that demands to be addressed. This is a necessary step, since building a society capable of sustainable growth can only take place by achieving a more inclusive society as a whole. This requires government support, along with participation of civil society. To this end, it is necessary for us to come together in creating a new agreement. I look forward to seeing that in this conference we can actively envision a future that includes building a more innovative, inclusive country together. The Korean National Assembly will also do its part to bring about the social consensus required for success of the Korean New Deal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Se-Hyun Jung, Prime Minister of the Republic of Korea, who will deliver his welcoming remarks. As he is also not able to join the conference today, he has sent us a video conveying his congratulations. Let's play his speech.
존경하는 국민 여러분, 내외 귀빈 여러분,
Honorable fellow
반갑습니다.
citizens, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to meet you. I sincerely congratulate the opening of the Third International Conference on Inclusive Korea 2020.
이번 주제는
This year's theme is Korean New Deal, Together Toward Our Great Transformation.
우리 정부가
I believe that it is a timely topic as the Korean government is focused to bringing the Korean New Deal to a great success.
어려운 여건
I would like to sincerely thank Chairman Tae-yup Cho of the Presidential Commission on Policy Planning, Chairperson Kyung Sung of the National Research Council for Economics, Humanities, and Social Sciences, and Dean Jong-Yu of the KDI School of Public Policy and Management, and everyone for your hard work. I would also like to welcome our distinguished guest, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, as well as the experts around the world for making this event meaningful. I truly look forward to hearing to your insights. The world is faced with a great turning point of civilization. The fierce wave of the Fourth Industrial Revolution and COVID-19 have shaken our daily lives to the core. They have also changed the priorities in terms of socioeconomic policy. Now, quantitative growth cannot be the answer. We need a qualitative leap and a high level of growth centered on people. In response to such demands of the times, the Korean government has launched a new national development strategy, so-called Korean New Deal. It's about transitioning to a digital society through the Digital New Deal, to a low-carbon, eco-friendly economy through the Green New Deal, and towards a balanced development society with a balanced regional New Deal. We have indeed begun a journey and a challenge for a new Korea, and people are at the heart of all these transformations. We will renew the paradigm of growth in Korea with people-centered values that protect people and develop their capabilities. We want to become an innovative and inclusive country where we can all live well together. The most important thing is indeed the people to achieve this grand challenge. Only the policies that people can empathize with and the Korean New Deal in which the people become heroes will lead us to the path of prosperity and a new leap forward. The government, together with our people, will make the Korean New Deal successful. Congratulations once again on the opening of Inclusive Korea 2020, and I ask for you to open the way for the Korean New Deal going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And while we're at it, why don't we give both of our esteemed speakers who sent us their video a warm round of applause. Thank you very much. So while we are getting prepared for our next keynote session, little chit-chat. Usually this time of the year is the time of the year I would wish everyone happy holidays. But it's been such a difficult year that, and so many people are going through such difficult times that I don't know if happy holidays is quite the right message, but I know that everyone is looking forward to a happy new year. So happy holidays and happy new year. We are very happy to be able to end the new year looking forward to the post-coronavirus pandemic era, and our keynote session will aptly reflect our positive outlook. It is my great pleasure to introduce our keynote session. Our speaker today is Professor Jeffrey Sachs of Columbia University and president of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Networks, who will be giving us his speech online. As you know, Professor Sachs is a renowned advocate of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And to chair this special session is Jong-il Yu, Dean of the KDI School of Public Policy and Management. Dean Yu, could I welcome you onto the stage? So with this, I think I'll be handing the mic over to you, Dean Yu.
Hello, Professor Jeffrey Sachs.
How are you?
How are you? Good evening. I'm so thrilled to meet you, even if virtually, after all these years, particularly at this critical juncture in human history. Unprecedented pandemic, a deepening climate crisis, and other daunting challenges are testing the will and the wisdom of the humanity, for which you have made great contributions and you have become a symbol. Without further ado, let me invite you to share your thoughts on the enormous governance challenges of our time and how we can successfully overcome those challenges. Professor?
Thank you very much. Let me say what a great honor it is to be part of the Korea 2020 Forum. Dean Yu, it's a pleasure to be with you and an honor to be with you. And for all of the participants, I'm spending much of my time learning from Korea. So I'm very grateful because Korea is making some very, very important contributions to the whole world in how you have addressed this pandemic and in your plans for recovery from the pandemic. So I want to start by congratulations to Korea. I know the situation remains difficult, of course, everywhere. Even when the virus is brought under control, there are renewed outbreaks. And Korea is experiencing a surge of outbreaks right now. But from my understanding, there were about 750 new cases of COVID yesterday in Korea, while in the United States, there were more than 160,000 cases. So it's your success, even in this difficult phase, is remarkable. And we can learn a lot from governance from what Korea has accomplished. I'm going to share my screen, if I can, and present just a few slides to help us orient. But I want to start out with these data on what is happening around the world. So this is a map of the new cases yesterday, measured as cases per million population. In Korea, there were about 14 cases per million. In the United States, more than 500 cases per million. So an extraordinary difference between our circumstances. What is notable in this map is not only Korea, but the Asia-Pacific region. China, Korea, Japan, the countries of Southeast Asia, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, Thailand, Australia, New Zealand, all have had relative success in suppressing the pandemic. If you look at the Western Hemisphere, from Canada and the United States all the way through Latin America, down to Brazil and Argentina. It's pretty much bright red, meaning very high cases per million, hundreds of new cases per million each day. If you look at Europe, the situation is largely out of control, stretching all the way from Spain and Portugal, and then across Europe and across Russia. So, in fact, there only are two regions where the virus has been largely suppressed, and that is the Asia-Pacific region and tropical Africa. We don't know exactly whether the situation in tropical Africa is an accurate reflection. It may be that the situation is worse, but with much less testing, or it may be that Africa's tropical environment, outdoor environment, rural areas are somehow contributing to a lower level of transmission of the disease. But the first lesson of governance that I would emphasize is the success of the Asia-Pacific region. This is a governance success. You know the story in detail, of course, for Korea, that from the first moments of this pandemic, the Korean government worked effectively with the public and with the biotech companies. Korea came up with tests for COVID almost immediately, 6 companies. Korea rolled out large-scale testing. Korea rolled out large-scale tracing, contact tracing, and quarantine. Korea quickly rolled out new information technology applications. Not everything worked perfectly. There was the very large outbreak in Daegu, but soon the virus was brought under control. And I would say that this experience showed a serious government, high professionalism, and a serious public that was cooperative, that is very savvy online, well-connected, using apps with great facility. And so there was a high level of trust, at least relative to my country, in the control of the pandemic. In the United States, it's been completely the opposite. First, we had a president who was totally out of control, anti-scientific, uninterested in professionalism. We had a failure of the testing equipment for critical months, where Korea scaled up the tests. We failed in the United States terribly. The first test equipment sent by our CDC was faulty, and it was not fixed for many months. We still have a shortage of testing equipment until today. We never implemented at the national level until today a tracing and isolating system at the national level. We have some cities, some states that have some measure of contact tracing, but as a national system, we have none. We never implemented national scale information technology, and we don't even have a national registry or national system for monitoring, nor any kind of control of movement of population, even when we are reaching almost 200,000 new cases each day, and sometimes more than 200,000 new cases. So all of this is to say, congratulations, first of all. Second, the whole Asia-Pacific region is better governed than other parts of the world. And that is also a strong consideration, I think, for Korea's own strategy, because you are part of a neighborhood that works. And as I will emphasize in a few minutes, the regional cooperation within Asia, Korea, Japan, China, ASEAN, Australia, New Zealand, in my opinion, is a very strong basis for cooperation and for economic recovery and for the design of many long-term strategies. So I am a big fan of the RCEP group, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership group of 15 countries. And one of my major messages would be to use RCEP effectively. Don't let the United States divide Asia into pro-China, anti-China. Rather, Asia should become a strong partnership within Asia for the benefit of the Asia Pacific, and I would say for the benefit of the whole world, because a strong Asia Pacific is very supportive of a strong world. So let me elaborate on these points quickly. We've looked at yesterday's cases, and if we tell the same story looking at the cumulative cases during the entire pandemic, we find the same phenomenon, that the Asia-Pacific region has done very well, whereas the Americas and Europe have done quite poorly. Now is the question of building back better, and that's where the Korean New Deal comes in. So I believe that building back better should be based on two major considerations: the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Climate Agreement. Of course, the Sustainable Development Goals are the globally agreed framework for a holistic society strategy that addresses economic, social, and environmental needs. The idea of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals is to promote the economy, to ensure social inclusion, and to achieve environmental sustainability. I like this holistic approach, and I think that the 17 Sustainable Development Goals are very useful guidelines. Now, when I look at how Korea is doing on these 17 Sustainable Development Goals, of course, Korea is one of the world leaders in achieving the SDGs, but there are areas of concern. And let me mention a few of the strengths and some of the weaknesses. The great strength, I think, is Korea's educational system. And this, I would say, together with Korea's culture, has been the most important long-term source of Korea's success. Korean people are well educated, highly skilled, and therefore able to continue to innovate technologically, and that is where Korea's great economic strength comes from as well. In the most recent rankings of performance of high school students, Korea came in 6th in the world. And all of the countries but one are East Asian countries. So the rankings in this test was China, but that's just a few big cities. That is Beijing, Shanghai, and a couple of other cities. Then Singapore, then Macau, Hong Kong, then Estonia, so one country in Europe, then Japan and Korea tied. So this is the strength of the East Asian region: excellence of education with strong skills in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And of course, that propels the East Asian region as one of the centers of global technological dynamism. Korea also does very well in health scores, not only in the pandemic, but life expectancy in Korea is one of the highest in the world. It's ranked 9th in the world in WHO's data for 2018, 82.8 years of life expectancy. That's about 3 years longer than the United States. And again, it is heavily the East Asian countries that are at the top of the league. So this is another strong point. Now, here's an area where Korea does not as well. SDG 10 is about inequality. Korea is not a highly unequal country, but it is not one of the more equal countries either. It's somewhere in the middle. I'm showing you with the red arrow where Korea's Gini coefficient is compared to other OECD countries. So the more equal countries are the Northern European countries like Denmark or Norway or Sweden. The less equal countries are my own, the United States, of course, Mexico, Chile. Korea is on the higher side, not extreme inequality, but also not low inequality. So I think this is one area to work on. Another place where Korea does not do very well is gender equality, SDG 5. And one measure of gender equality is women in politics. So in the parliament, this is as of the start of 2020, the proportion of women in the Korean parliament was 17%. This is definitely not an outstanding figure. It's not the lowest in the world, but it is not very high. And so this is an area, gender equality, also wage differentials, women in the labor force, where I think Korea could be guided by the SDGs in higher performance. Now, other areas which you know well where Korea needs progress is in the environmental side. And Korea faces major environmental challenges. One, of course, is that Korea is largely a fossil fuel-based economy, coal, oil, and natural gas. And so Korea has a long way to go in reducing carbon emissions to reach the new goal of net zero by 2050. In 2018, Korea emitted 12.9 tons per person, which is, again, not the highest in the world, but on the high side, higher than Europe, lower than the United States, quite high. But that's because renewable energy has played a quite small role in Korea up until now. And another area where the whole East Asian coastline of the heavy industry suffers environmentally is in air quality. So we know that air quality in Seoul and in other cities in Korea is less good than it should be. And this is true, of course, of the whole Pacific coastline of the East Asian countries. Also, you see India, a lot of air pollution, a lot of environmental quality improvement that would come from decarbonizing the energy system. One other place where Korea does not perform as well as it can is in overall sense of well-being. I edit each year the World Happiness Report with colleagues, so I'm a co-editor, and we rank countries according to the survey undertaken by Gallup, asking people about their life satisfaction. And based on that survey, Korea comes out around 60th in the world on reported life satisfaction. Now, interpreting that is a challenge because I think in Korea's wonderful culture, as well as some of the neighboring countries, people perhaps don't want to say that they're the happiest. It may be a cultural response to the survey, but I also think that it reflects stresses of life in Korea that are quite real. There's a lot of pressure, of course, on young people. There's a lot of pressure in society. And I think that one part of sustainable development to focus on then is raising well-being as reported by people themselves, what we call subjective well-being. The countries that rate happiest in the world are the Northern European countries, Finland, Denmark, Switzerland, Iceland, Norway, Netherlands, Sweden. So the first 7 countries are all Northern European countries. And these are countries with low inequality, high quality of life, a lot of attention to the environment, and a major social welfare system to reduce the anxieties that people have. But there's another aspect to this well-being that I wanted to bring to your attention, which you know, and that is work hours. Korean people work very hard, really very, very hard compared to all of the rest of the OECD. This is a graph of work hours on average per worker during the year from all of the OECD countries. You can see the red arrow. Koreans work on average 1,987 hours per year. I think this is for 2018. In Sweden, the same year, the work hours was 1,452. So remarkably, Swedes worked 500 hours per year per worker less than in Korea. And that is more than 10 work weeks because Swedes take a lot of vacation. And probably this is part of the happiness in Northern Europe. But I would say one thing that Korea has earned is a bit more leisure time than it is taking. I don't want Koreans to become lazy because the hard work has really paid off. But I do think that Korea probably, with all of the new wealth and the productivity, has the chance to ease the work hours, increase the vacation time, increase the quality of life of Korean people. And that should also be part of the sustainable development goals because well-being is one of the principal aims. And so I would take seriously the fact that the Korean people report that they are more stressed and less happy than would be reflected by the high incomes and the economic successes. Now, Korea is embarking on a New Deal, and this is absolutely wonderful news, and it's already helping to encourage other countries to do the same. And all of the SDGs and the environmental goals should be seen in terms of the global diplomatic agenda as well. There are several important summit meetings this coming year that where Korea can play a leadership role. Of course, probably the most notable is the Paris Climate Agreement, which will be in November in Glasgow, Scotland. And that is the time when Korea will set out its new nationally determined contribution, its enhanced contribution based on the Korean Green Deal, based on reaching net zero emissions by 2050. In May, there will be an important meeting in Kunming, China on conserving biodiversity. And again, this is an area where Korea can do more to protect biodiversity, both within the Korean Peninsula, but also in the global supply chains and the oceans. There will be in September next year a World Food System Summit for sustainability of the global food system. Koreans eat healthy diets and eat well and live long lives, so you're part of food sustainability, but to ensure that the global supply chains are sustainable is an area where Korea can play an important role. And then in April this coming year in Lisbon will be the World's Ocean Summits. So I would encourage you to put the Korean New Deal in the context of the rapidly evolving global diplomacy. As you know, Korea is part now of a global movement of countries that have committed to reach net zero emissions by 2050. And this includes Europe, 27 countries of Europe, because Europe has adopted the European Green Deal. It includes the United Kingdom and Ireland. It includes China now, which is committed to net zero by 2060. It includes Japan. It includes New Zealand. And with President Biden coming to office on January 20, President Biden will commit the United States to net zero by 2050, and President Biden will rejoin the Paris Climate Agreement. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres is attempting to put together a full global consensus so that by the time countries reach the Glasgow COP26 in November, all countries of the world should be committed to reaching net zero emissions by 2050, because that's what climate safety requires. That is our only hope for keeping global warming to less than 1.5 degrees Celsius compared with the pre-industrial level. This slide explains the European Green Deal, which includes decarbonization, sustainable land use, and circular economy. So it's got several major dimensions. This slide explains the Biden plan for climate. And of course, this slide explains Korea's New Deal, which I personally think is extremely well designed from what I've seen, because it has two basic pillars, both of which are extremely correct: the digital pillar and the renewable energy or zero carbon pillar. And all of that is underpinned by a strong safety net. So to my mind, the Korean New Deal puts together the right pieces for this kind of sustainable development approach. And I also very much appreciate the detailed structure of the Korean New Deal, including infrastructure, low carbon energy, and innovation in green industry, because Korea is a leading power in innovation and in green chemistry, and also on the digital side, where Korea is certainly, if not the world's leader, one of the world's leaders of putting the new 5G into the core of governance, into the core of infrastructure. And this combination is extremely strong and also carefully budgeted. So I am impressed by the overall formulation of the Korean Green Deal. Now, what I would like to know better and like to see better is the pathway for Korea to achieve the Korean New Deal. Specifically, what is the energy mix that the government aims to achieve in order to reach net zero? How much nuclear, how much carbon capture and storage, how much renewable energy, wind and solar, will formulate Korea's primary energy sources of the future. What you're seeing here is a diagram showing a model for the US transformation that my team and I just released a few weeks ago. The idea is to design a pathway between now and 2050 to reach net zero emissions. I've not seen such pathway analysis for Korea's decarbonization strategy, but I think it's a very high priority because Korea should have a very clear view, of course, and probably you do, of what are the underlying technology transformations ahead. And this will be important for strategies on nuclear or strategies on carbon capture and storage and so on. What's clear is that we are going to zero carbon power and electric transport. This is very clear. And it's also clear that we will go to green fuels, for example, hydrogen cycle, for parts of industry, for example, in steel making, with the hydrogen produced by the zero carbon electricity. So Korea will do itself a favor and the world a favor by laying out what this pathway is. And this is just another example of a Japanese pathway analysis. Another point that I would emphasize is that regional cooperation in energy interconnection will be a big help. And so one can imagine China, Korea, Japan interconnected through submarine cable, sharing zero carbon power, and by making a larger interconnected market, lowering the overall costs of reaching net zero emissions. So I believe that regional cooperation is extremely important for this. This slide discusses the Convention on Biological Diversity for the Kunming, China meeting. It's basically about land use and ocean use. And again, all countries need a strategy for biodiversity conservation, for land use, and for the sustainability of their food supply chains globally. And this is another area where I think more research work is needed to ensure that our land use and food systems are sustainable and resilient. We will have the Food Systems Summit, as I mentioned, in September 2021. And this also defines a policy agenda, which is quite complex because it's to mix land use, nutrition, livelihoods, and resiliency in a coherent systems approach to food availability and access. And we have a lot of analytical work to do to achieve that kind of food system sustainability. Now, let me close by just a few observations about the region, and specifically the 15 countries of RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. To my mind, this new agreement signed a few weeks ago is a very exciting agreement because it links together China, Korea, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, and the 10 countries of ASEAN into a trading group. And I like it very much because, first of all, geography determines trade to a very large extent. So this is a natural group for high-level trade. It's also a very major group. It's almost 30% of world output, 30% of world trade, and 30% of the world population. I also like it because it brings cooperation with China in a way that is not merely a bilateral issue, but is a multilateral issue. And I am personally very much in favor of good cooperation with China and trying to avoid the kinds of tensions that have been rising with China during the Trump administration. I believe that China can be a good neighbor and a good trading partner and a very dynamic innovator as well, and therefore part of the East Asian innovation region, which is one of the most innovative parts of the planet and therefore one of the most competitive parts of the planet. And I would like to see this region more integrated because I think it will be very good for the people of the region and also very good for the global economy as well. In the United States, that's not the usual view. The usual view is that we're trying to oppose China and trying to keep Korea and Japan on the US side against China. But I think that that is an extremely naive point of view. And I believe in regional cooperation and regional integration much more. It's also the case that Korea is already so deeply integrated with China, the major export destination for Korea, as are the other countries of the neighborhood. And so it makes perfect sense for Korea to make a major investment in the RCEP region, not exclusively because Korea has major markets in the United States, in Europe, and so on, but RCEP is the natural major market for Korea, and therefore good close collaboration and cooperation with China, with ASEAN, with Japan, I think all makes a great deal of sense. And a special feature of that is that because this region has done so well in containing the pandemic, the RCEP region really can be and should be the first major region of the world to escape from the pandemic and to reopen trade within the region. And of course, Korea's export structure is so sophisticated and so high-tech, both in advanced engineering and also especially in digital technologies, that there's going to be an unending booming market in this new digital and renewable space. And RCEP is a huge market for this kind of change. Think of all of the transformation investment needed in China in the coming years, or think of all of the new infrastructure needed in the ASEAN region. And so I think that there's a fantastic market for Korea ahead in the regional cooperation. Let me just end by saying that, of course, business has a big role to play in this agenda. It is the key for generating the new technologies, for making the new markets, for building the new infrastructure. And each business also has a responsibility for making its own New Deal, its own Green Deal. Businesses need to report on their sustainable development performance. And I wanted to highlight in closing that there are many initiatives underway for increased reporting standards for major businesses on green investment, global reporting, carbon disclosure, new standards on financial disclosure of climate risk, and so forth. And it will be good for Korean business to become engaged in this kind of reporting. Korea has some of the leading brand names in the world, and the Korean businesses should be in the forefront of reporting and performing on sustainable development. So let me stop here just to conclude by saying that Korea has shown extraordinary governance in this pandemic, and the platform for recovery, digital and renewable, is the correct platform, and the regional base for recovery is a strong one. So I'm very optimistic. I hope I may be permitted to say. And again, I want to end by congratulating Korea on its very strong performance in a very, very difficult year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that illuminating and inspiring and somehow heartwarming lecture. I hope we can all share in with your optimism. And I would like to start with a couple of questions that we have collected from the Korean press beforehand. And because, you know, the reporters are more, you know, their time horizon is slightly shorter than us.
2050.
So this is about rather near-term economic prospects. And one of the, I thought it was courteous for me to not wear a mask when I am talking to you, but I'm just being asked to put on my mask.
Good.
I thought I was in safe distance from the audience, but
very appropriate, no problem.
So one of the consequences of the pandemic and the economic policy responses to it has been a very dramatic decoupling or divergence between financial markets and real activities. Asset prices are soaring and growth and employment are souring in South Korea as well as in many other parts of the world. As a result, the gap between the rich and poor are widening even more, and the working people are increasingly demoralized. And there are worries about the sustainability of this financial and social aspects of this decoupling. We may get some, you know, moment of financial reckoning if the recovery is delayed, or when the recovery comes, there may be inflation and associated disruptions. So given these worries, what is your view on this, and what would be your policy advice to Korean government and in fact, other governments that are facing similar problems?
I think it's a very tricky situation, of course, but trickier in the US and Europe because the pandemic is still so strong. And so Germany is going into another lockdown now. New York City is probably going to go into another lockdown in the next few days. We could have a second dip, and Europe certainly is going to have a very bad fourth quarter and bad beginning of next year. So the situation, first of all, depends on containing the pandemic. And therefore, I really hope that Korea can get this most recent increase under control decisively and get back to the very low levels that Korea achieved for several months, because that obviously allows for daily life to continue more normally. Monetary policy has been extremely easy in the United States and Europe. Easy is not even the word. Massively expansionary, with huge budget deficits and huge increase of the money supply. And that is pumping up the equity markets. So I'm a bit nervous. And I think that we definitely have asset price inflation. It's not impossible we would have some goods price inflation as well, maybe in foodstuffs and in even housing prices are up in the United States overall. So I am a bit worried about this, not panicked, but I'm will be more worried if we don't get the epidemic under control. Fortunately, today was the start of vaccine implementation in the United States, although that's going to take many months. But this is a good sign because at least we have some apparent good news on the vaccine side, even though our public health management has been horrible. Maybe this will help the recovery. So all to say, I would be cautious and believe that there is limited space for macroeconomic expansion. I am not of the view that we should just continue to pump in as much money as possible because I do worry about the financial situation. I would also add one more obvious point, which is that some of the huge stock market increase is a reflection of the success of the big digital companies, which are now about 1/4 of the major market indexes. And so there's a misrepresentation in the stock market because we don't see the declining sectors, we only see the growing sectors reflected in the stock market right now. And we do have a boom in the digital sectors, Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, Google, Tesla, and other leading edge sectors. Maybe a little bit of a bubble there also, but probably a realistic picture. Now, when it comes to the longer term income distributional consequences, at least in the US scene, we're losing a lot of jobs in the brick and mortar economy and a lot of shift to e-commerce and to online services. And so there is definitely a longer term income distributional shift underway. And I think that this has to be attended to by adequate redistributional policies. Certainly unemployment insurance, that's a minimum, but also job retraining and new job creation in building the new digital and green economy. So I think a jobs strategy makes sense. Income support for those who may have lost their jobs or lost their source of income also makes sense. And again, building a macroeconomic framework for the Korean Green Deal that looks 5 to 10 years and considers an overall budgetary framework. I would ask a question in that analysis, and that's whether Korea should aim to gradually increase the overall tax revenues collected in order to bolster some of the redistributional services of the government. That's a question. I don't know the answer to that, but it is the kind of medium-term budget analysis that I think is important.
Well, you have pointed to the concerns about long-term distributional consequences of the pandemic and its aftermath. And actually, another question that I wanted to raise was precisely about that. There has been a heated debate in Korea in relation to the way in which we provide emergency aid in the context of the pandemic, whether it should be given to everybody or targeted to low-income classes or the hardest hit. And even for a longer-term, system issue, which is about the introduction of universal basic income. There are growing voices about the need to introduce universal basic income, particularly because more and more people are working without this traditional employment contract and lacking in adequate social protection, therefore. So what is your take on these issues?
Yeah. So in general, I think that more social support is almost surely needed, but it can come in a variety of ways. So partly every rich country, including Korea now is a rich country, should have, of course, universal health coverage and universal education funding through a high level, so that poor households have access to health and education irrespective of income levels. I think a lot of that is already in place, but there could be more that needs to be done. Then I think that there is also an important opportunity to improve the quality of jobs for Korean people. I mentioned, but I don't know the institutional detail, I mentioned the case for more leisure time, more guaranteed vacation time. I'm pretty sure that that is warranted as part of overall reform to improve the quality of life of people. How exactly to implement it and to fund it, I'm not sure, because I don't know enough about the Korean labor market. But I do know that part of the way that higher quality of life will be achieved is by enabling Korean people across the board to have more vacation time, more leisure time, and so on. I think that there is quite likely a case for improving the net of tax pay for lower wage workers as part of an income redistributional system as well. And I think that that kind of policy would make sense. I'm not so much in favor of universal basic income as a specific device where everybody gets a certain amount of won per month, because that's quite expensive. And I think that not that Korean people are going to stop working, but I do think that able-bodied people should work reasonable amount and have reasonable remuneration for that. And I'm not myself persuaded that everybody should just get a check no matter what. If people are disabled, if they are unemployed, if they are very poor, then certainly. But just a general distribution of funds to everybody, I think, is fiscally very difficult, and probably there are other priorities before doing that.
Well, I happen to agree with you on that, but I have actually so many questions that I want to ask you, but this one, you had a very high opinion of RCEP, and you know, underscored its importance. And in that context, you also said that we should not let the United States divide Asia into pro-China and anti-China camp. And actually, for us Koreans, we are in a bind because we feel the pressure from the U.S. to, you know, side with the U.S. and, you know, oppose China, and it's really difficult for us to do that, and it's not desirable, you know, as you said. And And, you know, I really appreciate your being the voice of reason and conscience on this matter. But apart from your own position, given the mood of the United States, you know, how the U.S. establishment is thinking in this matter, do you see a significant change coming under the Biden administration in terms of China policy? And when we do get this pressure from the U.S. In our relations with China, what can we do? Do you have any advice on that?
Yeah. So the Biden administration will be much better than the Trump administration on everything. Trump was our most irresponsible president in our modern history. Really incompetent and unpleasant man. Today, the Electoral College voted for Biden, so that's
congratulations.
over. Yes, exactly. We still have 1 month and 6 days remaining of Trump. I'm counting down the days. He's not. It's not safe while he is in office, but the time is ending quickly. Now, Biden is a reasonable and rational man, and that is the starting point for a much better situation. And his foreign policy team, of course, is more established and experienced. And Pompeo, in my opinion, was our worst Secretary of State, along with our worst president. He had a very crusader, evangelical view of things that was very unrealistic, in my view. I don't think he knew very much history or perspective. So we will have a good, experienced Secretary of State. Now, having said all of that, the mood in the United States remains very bipartisan, anti-China. And so Biden will be cautious politically. And of course, the Americans do not have a very deep understanding of things. So they think that all of China's success came because China stole everything, which is not true. China was very clever. It bought a lot of technology, it learned a lot of technology, it copied a lot of technology, but basically there's a lot of homegrown expertise and innovation. And China is increasingly a technological powerhouse. So too, fortunately, is Korea and Japan. And the three countries together is probably the most powerful, innovating part of the whole world economy now, which is very exciting. And I think something to nurture in Asia, because it's a very strong point of cooperation. So the situation will not be simple, but I think it's important to try to establish deeper institutional foreign economic policy mechanisms, including between Korea and the US, but also within RCEP, for example, to try to institutionalize an ongoing dialogue process so that RCEP can't just be pushed easily aside, or the US trying to talk Korea into, the alternative trade bloc without China, which is ridiculous, in my opinion, because China is the most important trading country in Asia. So how could you have a trade agreement without China? But that's what Obama wanted also. I just found it ludicrous, actually, the whole idea of it. So to my mind, RCEP is a good place for Korea to help propel, because it's not bilateral. It is multilateral, and it's high stakes for everybody. Also, Korea's relations with all the neighbors have historic challenges. or especially, I mean, also with Japan, having a multilateral setting, but that builds the strong regional cooperation, to my mind, is the right approach. And what I will recommend to the US authorities, some of whom are my friends still, is to try to deepen the bilateral discussions with China so that it is not on the basis of personalized, abrupt tweets, but is much more systematic, looking for a long-term, stable future relations and set of policies, because the US also needs a stable relationship with China, not a hostile relationship, but a stable relationship. And I think it's just going to be important for everybody to educate Americans that there cannot be another Cold War. We must not go in that direction. The world is already dangerous enough, and the United States is way past the era when it is the world leader. That was 30 years ago. But right now, we have a multilateral world, and we need it to be based on cooperation, on rules, on the UN system, on regional cooperation, and on systematic long-term relations. So that's what I'm going to try to emphasize to the Biden administration. I'm not entirely optimistic because it's within 4 years, we went from normal, more or less normal relations with China to editorials that call China the enemy, which is ridiculous, very sad. But we have to now try to restabilize things and take a longer term constructive view. And part of that constructive view can come around the green deals that we're all going to have, because that's an area for very important cooperation. Also, Europe, I think, can play geopolitically a more stabilizing role, because Europe too should not break with China or try to create some kind of block. And I think that this is another diplomatic opportunity to keep the world open, multilateral, stable, and working together to solve big problems like climate change.
Well, thank you very much for your really insightful answers. I know it's getting very late for you, but I cannot resist asking just one more question. Would that be
Sure.
okay?
Of course. With
Yeah,
pleasure.
I was invited to a meeting yesterday called Korean Peninsula Infrastructure Forum. And in that meeting, I suggested to people, I don't know much about infrastructure, but they were all very much keen on, improving inter-Korea relations and reconnecting North Korea and South Korea in terms of infrastructure. And I suggested that maybe this Green Deal, which is not just South Korean initiative, but this is the whole world is going in that direction and should be going in that direction. And in this context, maybe we can help. And electricity, especially, is a big constraint that North Korea is facing. So I suggested that maybe we can find some room. And during your talk, you mentioned the need for regional cooperation in East Asia in terms of energy interconnections in the path towards decarbonization. And that just struck me. Maybe, can we somehow include North Korea in that regional cooperation? And this, given the extremely strong sanctions regime, we have very little room to do anything with North Korea as of now, but can we have an opening in there? Or what do you think?
I think it's a very good idea. And there's a project in China, Beijing-based, that was started by the China State Grid, and now it's an independent organization called the Global Energy Interconnection Development Cooperation Organization, GEIDCO, GuideCo. And I work quite a bit with GuideCo. They have a very good idea. And what GuideCo is doing, it's basically a group of Chinese engineers. They're analyzing the technical dimensions of energy interconnection and using long-distance transmission, usually high voltage direct current, long-distance transmission to connect renewable energy sources at a large scale by hundreds or thousands of kilometers. And I think it would be very important for Japan, Korea, both the Republic of Korea and DPRK and China to look at what kind of options there are for the long-term regional integration of zero carbon energy sources, and including North Korea as part of those discussions. It does seem to me that this whole strategy of sanctions needs rethinking. That's a complicated topic, but certainly it should be possible to analyze regional infrastructure, how China's Green Deal or how China's equivalent, Korea, Japan, should work together. Now, Prime Minister Suga has committed Japan to net zero by 2050, China by 2060, President Moon and the Korean New Deal by 2050. That's a great opportunity for regional discussion, because I'm sure that regional interconnections could help on that, and doing the pathways of what kind of regional investments would make sense would work. And it's pretty clear that North Korea would be part of any long-term infrastructure programming of that sort. So I think that that should be explored, and I've always believed that we should have openness for that kind of discussion at a minimum, so that we can understand each other and also understand really the prospects of cooperation and what they would bring and how the returns could be quite high. I know it's not so simple, but I do think that that should be possible, and it's a point that I think China, Japan, and ROK could all agree on and represent to the US, look, we need a regional discussion of these infrastructure issues.
Well, thank you so much for your time, your insights, wisdom, and more than anything else, your optimistic, heartwarming energy. I hope to see you again soon.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, and Happy New Year to everybody.
Happy New Year.
So, thank you, Dean Yu, as well as Professor Sachs, for that very fascinating discussion. This marks the end of our keynote and opening session. We will now break for lunch. For those of us here in the venue, please remain seated. Lunch will be served for everyone else online. I hope you enjoy a short break. Be sure to return for a fascinating afternoon that starts at 1 p.m. Korea time. Goodbye for now. See you in the afternoon. welcome back. I hope you all... Hello, welcome back. I hope you all had a very pleasant break. We are ready to start with session 1. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Son Ji-ae. I was emceeing the morning keynote as well as the opening sessions. For the opening session, the first session in the afternoon, I'll be chairing. The first session we are about to begin deals with really one of the most pressing issues that we face today, tackling the COVID-19 crisis, balancing between public health protection and its economic impact. For this session, we will be having 3 presentations of speakers and followed by a panel discussion. After the panel discussion ends, we will hopefully have some time to discuss some of the ideas and thoughts that came out during the presentations. I will give you a brief introduction of our esteemed lineup of speakers and panelists. We start off with Professor Gabriel Ling from the School of Public Health at the University of Hong Kong. He will be joining us online. And then we have Young Jae-moon to my left, Dean of the College of Social Studies at Yonsei University. To his left will be Shi-young Park. She is the Director at the Economic Research and Regional Cooperation Department at the Asia Development Bank. We also have Professor Mark Lipsich as our discussant. Joining us from online from Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health. And last but not least, we also have Do-kyung Park, advisor to the President for Economic Affairs Office of the President. Our last 2 will be the discussants that will delve more deeper into these topics that will be presented. Without further ado, let me start off with our first presentation. I would like to ask Professor Gabriel Leung, who is a chair of the World Health Organization, Collaborating Center for Infectious Diseases, Epidemiology and Control, School of Public Health, University of Hong Kong, to give us his first speech. That will be on the COVID-19 burden and distribution, the East Asia exceptionalism. Professor Leung, are you there?
Yes, thank you so much. It's a huge privilege and honor for me to take part in these proceedings. So perhaps allow me to share my screen. Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so let me just begin. This is as of, I think, a few weeks ago when this was put together. You can see here on the left-hand side, the first case detection by chronological order. So you will see that East Asia actually sustained and detected the first wave of COVID-19 outbreak. Many of these first cases were detected before the term COVID-19 was even coined. So we actually were hit by this pandemic first. And then if you look at the color coding here, ranging from sort of yellowish shade to the blue shades here, you can see that East Asia seems to have sustained a relatively lighter burden, both in terms of the cumulative incidence as well as the number of deaths. So this basically just gives you exactly what has been going on in the world. And I think this disparity in terms of different regions of the world has even grown larger since this slide was put together a month or so ago, given these very steep, still exponential rises in many parts of Europe and particularly in North America. So the question really always has been, why? Now, there are, of course, a lot of factors that have been posited, but allow me to just perhaps talk about looking back in history. If you go back 100 years to the time of the so-called Spanish flu pandemic in 1918, 1919, through the past century, you can see that a lot of the major pandemics or new outbreaks in the world have, number one, concerned directly transmissible respiratory pathogens, i.e., things that affect the respiratory system predominantly, like COVID-19. The second observation is the vast majority, if not 90% of these respiratory pandemics actually were first detected or originated from East Asia, our part of the world. If you look at the 4 flu pandemics in the last century, 2 of them actually, by virtue of these eponymous pandemics, Asian flu, Hong Kong flu in 57 and 68, these were obviously first detected in our part of the world. If you look at the first avian human influenza outbreak, first detected in Hong Kong in 97, and then the unique H7N9 avian influenza outbreak, first detected in the Yangtze River Delta in and around Shanghai in mainland China. Clearly, COVID-19, first detected in Wuhan in Hubei province in mainland China. Hand, foot, and mouth disease since 2008 has hit not only China, but a lot of other countries, including Vietnam, Singapore, and most of East Asia for the ensuing decade. And of course, MERS, even though the name itself refers to the Middle East, South Korea in Seoul sustained a large cluster, particularly concerning a hospital outbreak. So you can see that we've had plenty of experience, and therefore I might posit that it's really that sociological imprint that has left an indelible mark on the collective experience of society. And then the consequentials or the corollaries is that you have had a lot of major investment in upgrading public health infrastructure. You've also had changes in the governance systems that actually operate those infrastructures. And you've got a population who has lived through the dire consequences of many of these outbreaks. Of course, SARS being the exemplar in our part of the world that has been compared to now this SARS-2 or COVID-19 outbreak. So I think that all of that has contributed to it. And if you contrast then what has been happening in, say, a lot of the OECD countries, there's been systematic disinvestment away from public health, particularly if you look at 2 of the hardest hit and richest countries, the US and the UK, you've seen a lot of disinvestment in the public health infrastructure. And of course, these places have also been relatively spared from many of these outbreaks in the last century, but particularly the respiratory ones. So if you just look, this is mask wearing, and this is a YouGov a poll that's longitudinal. You can see that all the places that has got 80+% mask usage are all in East Asia compared to the rest of the world. Now, then the second thing that has really sort of struck me is not just between different regions or different countries in the world, but within countries. And that is, I think that COVID-19 has been one of the gravest and deepest disparity or inequities in the past century that is health related. This, of course, is an earlier piece of work that was published in the Annals of Epidemiology earlier on this year. And you can see just the visual contrast, all right? And this is nearly 20% of US counties that are disproportionately composed of African American communities accounted for more than half of the diagnoses and almost 60% of COVID-related deaths. in the US. And this is so striking. And it's not restricted to just the US. This is the equivalent figure from the UK, where the BAME communities, or the Black, Asian, and mixed ethnic communities in the UK, again, these comparative bar charts give a very chilling picture of racial inequities as far as diagnoses and mortality goes for COVID-19 in the UK. If you look at our part of the world, this is an earlier picture from Singapore, but it really hasn't changed very much. You can see that, discounting the imported cases, looking at the local cases, the local Singaporean citizen community versus these dorm residents that are migrant workers who work in Singapore, look at the prevalence, the cumulative incidence. It's 400x. That is 40,000% difference between the infections in these two communities. And mea culpa in Hong Kong, this is a piece of work that we recently finished. We're seeing much the same things, except it's not racial. It's looking at imported versus local cases. And even of the imported cases, these are not foreigners, because we have not allowed non-Hong Kong residents to come to Hong Kong for a very long time now, for much of this year. And so these are all Hong Kongers, but you can see that these are disparities by essentially social classes. Of course, we've had our second and third waves sort of mirror images of one another, where the second wave has mostly been imported cases, whereas the third and then the ongoing fourth wave that we're going through now, mostly local cases. And you can see this actually have something quite interestingly to do with work from home arrangements and the flexibility for that kind of arrangements, because clearly, if you are not in a white collar and preferably a desk job, you would not be able to work from home as much as otherwise. And you can see the same thing if you look at tertiary education, and if you look at people who are in the highest occupational class, you can see that the first couple of waves versus the third wave, so these are mostly imported cases, these are mostly local cases, you can see very different gradients that are opposite in direction. So in the American Journal of Human Biology, you can see this kind of postulate diagram about what these structural inequalities might have been caused by, or at least related to, and how that might have been the reasons why people were more susceptible to the burden of COVID. And in the past year, we've mostly done this inequity by omission. That is what we hadn't done to protect our most vulnerable. We now, in the coming year, in 2021, have the chance to redress that by commission. That is how we can deliberately prioritize people who are on the margin and also in the least advantaged groups. Now, whether we will get there, I don't know. But I think this is a very striking picture from Bloomberg Business Week. And of course, Zeke Emanuel from UPenn has written quite extensively, amongst others, on ethical values to guide rationing of scarce resources. This is his piece. More generally about anti-COVID resources. And then he's also written a similar piece for vaccines in Science. I'd just like to thank our funders as well as key leaders of my research team who have made some of this work possible. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Professor Leung. I think I was quite taken with the two aspects of your study, which is the regional East Asia in terms of the sociological imprint versus East Asia versus rest of the world, as well as your point about how the COVID has really exposed the inequities within countries as well. which I actually totally agree with you. We'll try to discuss more on the topics that you raised later on during this session. But now I would like to invite Dean Myungjae Moon, from the College of Social Sciences at Yonsei University. He would give his talk on COVID-19 and policy responses. Does governance matter? Dean Moon, you have the mic.
Thank you. Professor Son, when she checked the number of slides that I have, she worried about whether I can finish my presentation in given 15 minutes. So I'll do my best. Well, my topic today is COVID-19 and policy responses. And does governance matter? Actually, Professor Sachs, this morning, he also touched upon this issue. And I will focus on some of the things that we have experienced for last 1 year and some of the lessons that we got. Well, COVID-19, next generation will remember 2020. We started with COVID-19, and then we will end this year with COVID-19. COVID-19 is testing all governments and leadership and citizenship and economy and etc. And the first one that I looked at is the editorial published in New England Journal of Medicine about a month ago. And the title of the editorial is Dying in a Leadership Vacuum. You know what it means. And in fact, this morning, Professor Sachs actually touched upon that. The next one, COVID-19 is testing communitarian values. That's the piece written by Professor Etzioni. Well, whether or not the communitarian values and communitarian citizenship really matter, and that's also the thing that I want to talk about. Well, COVID-19 is very different from other infectious diseases that we experienced before. In fact, if you compare SARS and MERS, and then the speed of transmission is very different. As of now, we have 37 million confirmed cases and 1.6 million deaths already. So I think that tells us how we should respond to this challenge. Well, the answer is in controlling R. Now R is well known to anybody, and also flattening the curve. Well, as you know, R, reproduction number, which is a function of P is a probability of infection at the individual level, so that if you want to reduce the level of P, and then wearing mask and personal sanitization, of course. C is a contact propensity at the social level, so that social distancing will help to reduce level C. And then D is a duration at the policy and governance level. Of course, testing, tracing, treatment will help to reduce D. P is not enough. Of course, C is not enough. P, C, D at individual and social and policy level all together should work together, and then we can successfully and effectively flatten the curve. As we experience the third wave, and I think we need to revisit the significance of R. As you compare different countries, how different countries responded to COVID-19, here there are selected countries, Korea, Japan, USA, and Italy. And then you see that number of confirmed cases per 1 million, number of deaths per 1 million, number of tests made per 1 million. As you see, compare by any criteria, Korea is very distinctive. Of course, we are going through another set of a challenge, but as you see that the difference among the countries in terms of approaches and then policy tools, such as restrictive measures, school, work closing, public transportation restrictions, gathering restrictions, internal movement restrictions, as well as economic measures like assistance, and then public information campaigns. And then the level of public trust, and then role of government, and then trade-off among economy, mitigation of COVID-19, and democracy. They're all different. Now the question is, which one is the right one? And I think that's the answer we want to try to get. Policy responses, if you look at the data compiled by Oxford University, different countries, policy responses tracking records, and then Korea is right there in the middle. And this morning I checked the policy stringency index. Korea is about 60s out of 100. United States, 70s, which means they're much stricter in the US. Of course, now the Korea is level up the stringency at this point. Now the question is how appropriately you respond to the COVID-19 situations and then try to control and manage R and flatten the curve, and then the restriction and right level of stringency is enough to manage the R. And I think that's something that we want to answer. Well, if you recall the early part of this year, and then the first wave was about March and April, and that's the graph that I got from the Google Trend, COVID-19, the first one, and then that's the time that actually COVID-19 and Korea, actually the surge also went up very high, which means that that's the time that the international community began to pay a lot of attention to the way the Korean government responded and managed the COVID-19. Well, as you recall, that's the time that we had a general election in April. And then we had, in the summertime, you have a second wave up there. And then now we are seeing the third wave. And then you don't see the Korea with COVID-19. And then the international community began to see how the Korean government and Korean society as a whole managed the third wave at this point. Well, let me just spend some time some of the critical elements which contribute to initial effective management of COVID-19 against COVID-19. 5 major compelling elements. First, learning matters. Learning not only from the past, a lot of people now talk about the MERS experiences, and then learning by doing, because there are a lot of unknowns. And then agility matters. Agility for testing, tracing, treatment, 3T, now well known. And then third, transparency, trust, and technology, another 3T matter. And then 4, communitarian and responsible citizenship, which really a key part of the citizen participation, not selfish, right-bearing citizenship. And I think that also very, very significant. Altogether, of course, government, and then now the largest range of governance, which includes not only government, private businesses, and then social organizations, and citizenship, all together collaboratively work on COVID-19 issues. Well, learning from the past. And these are the 11 policy recommendations offered by MERS white paper, which was published in 2016, right after the MERS experience. There are 11 policy recommendations. If you really apply those 11 policy recommendations to COVID-19, they are very, very relevant, which includes strengthening Korean CDCs, now upgrade to agency level, and then building the capacity of local governments in infection control and securing organizational capacity, ensuring the R&D for infectious disease, and then securing critical devices like respiratory equipment, and also the establishing the collaborative relationship among central government, local government, and then medical communities. Well, some of them, Korean government did well and worked hard, and some other policy recommendations may not reach the level that we want to achieve. So I think there are some lessons we got, and that's the critical factor to the success of COVID-19 initially. But there are still a lot of room for improvement in the future. Policy learnings matters. It's not just a single loop. If the COVID-19 is very simple, fixed nature, and then single loop learning might work, so that doing things right. But it's not enough. Double loop learning. We need questions sometimes whether the manual is right, because there are new findings unfolding, so that double loop learning. And then context matters. Something happened in China, US, may not be directly applied to Korea. So that context matters. Triple loop learning aspects. And then there are new changes and then new environments, so that there might be, it's very significant to have constant, sustained, continued learning from the field. That's what we call quadruple loop learning. So that single, double, triple, and quadruple loop learning is necessary to be very, very effective. Learning matters, and these are some of the examples, practice-based, field-based continued learnings that we have seen. Drive, and then work through, and then now, well, it's very common that public mask distribution is no longer an issue, so that there's constant learning that we have for innovations from the field. The second one is agility. Why agility matters? Because the speed of the transmission of COVID-19. Agility is not just a simple quickness or speed. Agility requires quickness as well as flexibility. These are the two contrasting images. If you Google sprint training, and then you will see the left-hand side. So just in speed, sprinting, starting early. And if you Google image for agility training, and then you'll see there are a lot of obstacles, barriers. That's agility, which means that you should be flexible enough to get different directions facing new obstacles. And that's what we have been experiencing so far. Agility for COVID-19, as you see that from the right on the high, and you see that Korea is a corner in the left, low, and as you have much the lower confirmed cases ratio out of the test, and then the lower fatality rate, and then you will see that the left corner, and this suggests that I think there has been convergence to that direction. As you compare this December graph and then graph in March, and then the March graph is much scattered, and then now it's been converging to the corner side as we have done so far. Transparency and then public trust matters. Of course, providing information to the citizens as it is very critical. Not only the number of information we provide to citizens, but also the way we provide information to citizens. A lot of people are suffering from information fatigue these days. So that I think it's important to package the information on COVID-19 to ensure public trust. This is the statistics on the right-hand side. That's the one that we have. Public trust in COVID-19 information. 80% of the people responded at the time they trust information provided. And then technology, of course, in Korea. And then communitarian responsible citizenship matters. As you see that the right-hand side, the photo, that's the one that I took 2 days ago while I took a walk, and then not only human beings, birds are socially distancing. So the two birds on the tree, they're very much distant, and I thought it's kind of funny. Well, the 5 governance, and let me just draw your attention to the way we provided emergency disaster assistance to 22 million households. We started giving the assistance in May, and then by June 9th, 99% provided. In fact, about the same time, Japan began to pay that assistance, and then I think the difference is huge. The way we did successfully was that not only more than 30,000 local government offices worked together, but also 8 different card companies and also 9,000 bank branches. They worked together to provide that emergency disaster assistance to 22 million households. What's next? Well, vaccine, economy, and poverty. I Googled this morning, and COVID-19 and vaccine. As you see that, there's it's getting higher attention. At the same time, economy, but COVID-19 poverty, that goes down, unlike economy and then vaccine. And I think that's why the inclusiveness is essential as we go through COVID-19, going through the tunnel. More empirical works needed, and there are some examples I want to share, but because of time, I will just skip some of the examples. My research team been going through what are the policy measures affect the number of confirmed cases and fatality rate and number of deaths. Key success factors, I think we need to revisit. Learning matters, but more about learning by doing. Agility still matters, but treatment is really essential. Transparency technology matters, and public trust even matter more. Citizen participation and governance really matters. Of course, it's an ongoing Tom and Jerry game. And I think the game is not ended. We want to see the game end soon. The Korean government has been doing good, and the quote that I want to borrow from Jim Collins' great book, the title, Good to Great. The first sentence of the book is this: good is the enemy of great. So Korea has been good, but we want to be great, which requires additional efforts to get it terminated. And that's solving the wicked problems like COVID-19. Government, citizens, society work together. Answer is R. Well, let me get the quote from Einstein. Life is like riding a bicycle. To keep your balance, you must keep moving until we end COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Moon. You didn't really go much over. I didn't have to worry after all. Thank you very much. We really enjoyed listening to your critical elements that really were behind Korea's response to the pandemic. I really liked your relatively positive outlook that if we keep moving and learn from what we've gone through, that we can go through this. We'll keep that in mind and maybe ask for some of your insights into what we learned that we can apply to as we start distributing vaccines and to try to fight poverty. But before that, we would like to get to our next presenter, who is Shin-Young Park, Director of the Economic Research and Regional Cooperation Department at the Asia Development Bank. She will give her talk on COVID-19, containment, and path to recovery. Ms. Park, you have the mic.
Thank you. Well, it's a great pleasure and privilege to be part of a very important event today. And also, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the organizers to invite me. Well, on the last day of 2019, on December 31st, a series of pneumonia cases of unknown causes were reported in Wuhan, Hubei, China. On 13 January, the first case outside China was reported in Thailand, and then it spread to Japan, Korea, US, many countries in Europe. On 30 January, WHO declared it as international public health emergency. And 1.5 months later, in March 11th, WHO declared the outbreak a global pandemic. Nearly half a year later, the world has witnessed more than 70 million confirmed cases, 1.6 million deaths. Across the world, we are still fighting pandemic, but we are in different stages. And in response, the government have also imposed a wide-ranging containment measures with varying and evolving stringency across economies and over time. We use the Oxford COVID-19 Government Response Stringency Index, and that index shows the intensity of restrictions on socio-economic activities in Asia Pacific on the right-hand side chart. And the peak might have been in March. We have seen a very gradual relaxation in the stringency index, but still remain highly elevated. These restrictions reduce the mobility around the world, and together with the people's precautionary behavior, it negatively affected economies. So there is a very strong relationship between the containment measures, stringency of the containment measures, the mobility outside the home, and mobility outside home negatively affected economies around the world. The global economic activity slumped in the second quarter. Around the world, this was felt quite similarly. Most economies experienced a sharp contraction in GDP the second quarter. Fortunately, the early indicators, such as the Purchasing Managers Index and then shipping, have shown that the economic crash might be bottoming out. But this strong global economic slowdown have actually turned out in a sharp contraction in demand-side contribution in the world major economies. In the US and then in Europe, you can see a sharp contraction in the private consumption and investment. With this a sharp slowdown in domestic demand of global economy, the global trade also plunged in the second quarter. And the GDP contraction was felt throughout Asia. This actually shows the GDP in the first half of 2020 in 11 major Asian economies. All countries have experienced a sharp slowdown, and economy actually went into the negative territory in the first half, with the exception of Taipei, China, and Vietnam. What's striking, though, is the performance of the China and India in their containment efforts and the economic performance. China, though the pandemic started and then was the largest first victim of the pandemic in the world, have been able to contain the virus since March. And you can see that the new cases have been relatively low in China. And that actually showed up in a better economic performance. It has rebounded. The economy has rebounded and then registered positive 3% in the second quarter already. On the other hand, India continued to suffer. Its daily confirmed cases peaked around 80,000 in September. It still is reporting about 30,000 new cases every day. And the GDP have suffered sharply. Around the world, the governments have stepped up wide-ranging policy efforts to sustain growth and protect the people. At ADB, we have done some studies to investigate the effect of different containment measures on economic, actually there's a reproduction rate, which was shown by the professor before me, that showed the mask wearing, the time at home, and bans on social gathering seem to have a very significant effect on reducing the reproduction number in confirmed cases. There are some details that might be also interesting. While time at home is quite significant in curbing the reproduction, it doesn't really become very effective in countries where the household size is large. Social gathering, and especially the work closures and then school closures, have become a very effective, but it also had a significant negative effect on economic activity. And then you see that there really a significant slowdown in GDP. Another important thing is the early detection and tracing, which has been very effectively used in Korea. This again, when it wasn't really combined with paid sick leave, turned out to be less effective. So many developing countries where the sick leave were unpaid, the early detection and tracing didn't seem to be the efficient way of containing these pandemic. Around the world, the government have actually spent quite a lot in terms of supporting the income and revenue. But it also followed by the relaxation of credit conditions and providing the liquidity support across Asia. COVID impact actually works through various different channels across economies. Where I mentioned, the stringency actually reduced quite a bit of economic slowdown. And this also shows up here in Central Asia and South Asia, where the stringency was quite high. You can see a sharp reduction in domestic demand. The countries also suffered by the reduction in tourists. And then these are showing up in countries, those who rely heavily on tourism industries in the Pacific and quite a bit in Southeast Asia. The tourism is a very important area. Risks remain tilted to the downside. A prolonged pandemic can stifle recovery. We are seeing second wave, third wave, and then again the recurrent waves. continued trade tensions between the world's major trading partners continue to present a risk. And tourism, especially, is very challenging industries, and then countries that rely on tourism are going to suffer quite more in the coming years. Disruptions to the foreign direct investment, FDI flows have been weakening around the world. And we also see the risk of a rising public and then private sector debt, which could threaten financial stability. But beyond the foreseeable horizon, COVID could have a lasting impact on growth. We expect a slowest growth in 6 decades in developing Asia, but labor productivity could fall from disability, health issues, and also education outcomes due to disruption in schooling in many countries. We also see the human behavior and attitude towards the pandemic risk are changing significantly. It's going to affect quite a number of industries going forward. Many countries are moving from the balanced budgets and low debts to a sizable deficits and higher debt, especially in Asia. The debt has been already rising in the decade preceding COVID-19. In Korea, you also see a sharp pickup in debt of the household sector and also the government sector. And COVID-19 pandemic already unraveled the global financial markets and triggered capital outflows from emerging Asia in March. So the policies need to support a robust, inclusive, and resilient recovery. During the pandemic, this economic slowdown and heightened uncertainty are deterring the private consumption as well as investment. At this stage, we really need to support the MSMEs and try to preserve jobs. MSMEs, micro, small enterprises, those are on the front line in the fight against the pandemic. And we need to waive tax and provide some financial support and relax credit conditions for the MSMEs and provide incentives for them to retain jobs. The tax cut on the wages, wage subsidies, and also support for the paid sick leaves will be quite efficient. We need to scale up public investment. High quality public investment can have a productivity enhancement also, including some traction in the private sector investment. And we also need to strengthen social protection. Socially marginalized and economically vulnerable groups are falling through the cracks. Government should provide an immediate relief and effective delivery of social services, and also provide a long-term planning for strengthening and social security and social protection in the society over the long run. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Park. It was a very, very interesting look into sort of the global economic activity trend, especially in Asia, and some of the challenges that we face as we start slowly to maybe see a post-pandemic era. And it's a fodder for a lot of discussion later on. Now we would like to invite our 2 panelists. We have Professor Mark Lipsitch, Professor of Epidemiology and Director of Center for Communicable Disease Dynamics, Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health, and Bo-Kyung Park, Advisor to the President for Economic Affairs, Office of the President, Republic of Korea. Each panelist will have 10 minutes to discuss. First, we have Professor Lipsitch virtually. Professor Lipsitch, are you there?
I'm here. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for joining us. Professor Lipsitch, you have the screen and the mic.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity to be at a really fascinating panel of three excellent talks that were each very interesting and I think especially interesting together. And I want to spend my 10 minutes drawing some connections between some of the ideas that we've just heard about. The first I want to is to highlight something from the talk we just heard, which I think is really essential, and that is the complementarity between public health interventions and economic interventions. The example given was paid sick leave as it reinforces testing and tracing. That's something I've also been saying without very much traction from very early on. Paid sick leave is a pretty rare commodity in my country, especially for the lowest paid workers. And people have been saying, oh yes, we're going to work on that, but it hasn't happened much. And I think that's been a major challenge. So I'm very glad to hear that highlighted. And I think more generally, we'll get to governance, but to take another piece of the example from the United States, because of the fragmentation and the lack of national leadership, the states in the United States have had to take on most of the leadership for public health in this crisis. And one feature or bug of our system is that the national government can borrow money, but the states can't. They must balance their budget. And I've heard a high political official say, you know, if we had some support, national support economically, we could impose much more tight control measures, such as certain kinds of closures that might be desirable if those were not so economically devastating in the absence of safety net. So I think that complementarity really is important and is a subject for a lot of future discussion. The second area I want to highlight is the time dimension. We heard from Gabriel about the inequities and how the focus has been on much disparate impacts on the worst off groups in our society. And just very briefly, I want to share one item from a colleague, if I can find it on my screen. This is work by colleagues at Harvard School of Public Health, which looks in different regions of the country and of our country, and I'm going to just highlight the Northeast, where I live. And this is the correlation between various measures of social deprivation and COVID activity over time. And what you see is that the correlation grows very high with many of these measures of social deprivation in the early spring wave of that we experienced, and then declines. And and in some countries, there was actually a negative correlation at the very beginning because it was the travelers, the wealthier travelers, who brought it back. And then it spread to the poorer areas. And then it's become more generalized in many places. And I think that time dimension is particularly toxic in a polarized society where if people initially believe that this is someone else's problem, as seemed to be the case in some countries, then by the time it gets to the rest of society, and it does, it has spread geographically and also across age groups and socioeconomic groups to some extent. By the time people realize that, it's too late. And I think many of the presentations highlighted the public good nature of health, but because that was less apparent early on, I think that has exacerbated some of the problems of the response. Related to that time dimension, I think is an important concept that we talk about various responses, closing schools, limiting gatherings, testing and tracing, all of the ingredients of a public health response. And I think one of the important points is that the best response at one stage of the epidemic or time in the epidemic need not be the best response at another. So and testing and tracing is a very good example. Done very intensely and early, it can stem the spread and prevent a generalized epidemic. Done in the midst of a generalized epidemic, it's an enormous diversion of public health resources that has nearly crippled many public health departments, and not only in the United States, but importantly in the United States. So I think when I imagine how graduate students in the coming decades will be writing dissertations on the response to this epidemic and trying to do the kinds of research that's already been started by some of the colleagues who spoke before me on what are the effective measures and what are the less effective measures, I think some of the challenges that will arise in those studies are already evident. The first is that indeed the best measure for keeping a small epidemic from getting big is not the same as the best measure from keeping a large epidemic from getting even larger. The second, third, and fourth all come from Dean Moon's talk, which are the aspects of learning, trust, and communitarian citizenship. Learning, I think, makes the entire causal structure of what measures are beneficial very confusing, because those places that learn most quickly will change their measures, and the time delays between the measures being taken and the measures being having effect will be different in different places. Transparency and communitarian citizenship are modulators or effect modifiers of those measures. So a recommendation to wear masks in one country, like Sweden, we saw would be taken up almost not at all. In different parts of my country is taken up to a large degree or not a very large degree, and in many parts of East Asia is taken up very, very heavily. So policy is not necessarily the right level. It's really got to be policy and as modulated through adoption. And transparency and trust are, again, sort of modulators of how well those interventions get taken up. So I want to end on a slightly more positive note, again about learning. And I think we sort of have two directions that things can go. I was struck by the list of 11 lessons from MERS that Dean Moon showed, which really give the impression of thoughtful deliberation post a crisis. But that has happened four or five times from Ebola, multiple times from almost every epidemic, Zika, MERS, all of the epidemics that have threatened us before. And most of those recommendations have been shelved. It's encouraging to see Korea had adopted many of those recommendations and fared better. And I also want to highlight the invention of the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness and Innovation. We haven't talked much about vaccines tonight or today, but that was a direct outgrowth of lessons learned by thoughtful, forward-thinking people who realized that Ebola signaled our need for rapid deployment of vaccines in response to potential larger crises. And there was some good luck involved in the timing and in the choice of what CEPI chose to work on, but nonetheless, that was a triumph of public health planning. So I think the question really that faces us in the future is, will we do what the WHO has warned against and resume a cycle of panic and forget? Or will we be good learners of the lessons of this experience? And I think the first thing before we can act on those lessons is really to distill what they are. And I think there's a lot of intellectual work as well as policy work to be done in doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lifchi. I think he gave us a lot of questions to think about. I think each of the panels may be able to address some of them later on. But now let's go on to Mr. Park. Mr. Park, you have the mic and the final lecture or speech.
네, 앞에 세 분의 발표를 잘 들었습니다.
Now, thank you very much. I have been listening very attentively to the three presentations. Thank you very much for the very insightful presentations. Now then, I would like to touch upon the relations between epidemic containment and economy. So now, in the initial days of the COVID pandemic, most people thought that there's going to be actually a substitution effect between economy and the containment efforts. In other words, we needed to have so they thought that there's going to be a trade-off because now stringent containment measures would mean that the economic activities would go down. So they thought that there's going to be this kind of trade-off. But then now looking back to the past few months of containment efforts, then what we are now seeing is something that is in contrast to the initial expectation. So in other words, now the countries that are successful in containing the virus were also faring better in their economic activities as well. In other words, I mean, for the longer term, it's not a trade-off, but then it's actually a parallel. So for the countries that have done both well, then they are the East Asian countries like Korea, Vietnam, Taiwan. So Professor Leung also touched upon this, and also others also have talked about, like, for example, East Asian or the Asian exceptionalism. So then why so in East Asia? Why so? So there could be a number of postulates. Now, one is that most of these countries are neighboring China. So in other words, they are quite close to China where the pandemic began. In other words, from the very beginning, so as was mentioned by Mr. Moon, so from the very beginning, they were able to have immediate and a quick action against the spread of the virus from the very beginning. So that is one. And another is, as was mentioned by Professor Leung, now in the Asian region, there have been a number of respiratory epidemics. So the countries have learned a great deal from that experience, and I would say that Korea is a leading example. So for example, a fast-track approval for the testing kits, and also having a governance system like the KCDC. So that actually came from our experience of the MERS. When there was the MERS outbreak, at that time, the public's trust in the Korean government was very, very low. When you look into the news articles from then, you would know. And one of the reasons was the lack of information transparency. And as a result, there was high distrust from the public. So then when the epidemic is upon us, then we need to have cooperation from the people, meaning that the government actually has to provide transparent information in a speedy manner. So that is an important lesson learned from MERS. So what you have talked about, learning by doing, that is very important. And especially in the case of Korea, so for example, what Professor Stiglitz has mentioned, I believe that Korea is characterized as a learning society, and I believe that this COVID-19 has really well illustrated that point for the Korean society. And then also another feature of the East Asian societies is perhaps the Confucius conformity-oriented mindset. So I understand that there is this kind of hypothesis as well. But then now in the May or June poll that was conducted in Korea, I do not believe this kind of Confucius conformity is at least applicable in Korea, because for the mask wearing or the social distancing, then for those people who are compliant to these measures, then are they really a conformist, or are they more of a collective mindset? Not the case at all. Rather, they had a very high sense of democratic citizenship. So for those with a higher sense of democratic values, then they were more compliant to these measures. And also those who are more defiant against collectivism were more compliant to the measures. So at least the Confucianist conformity does not apply to the Korean case when it comes to the citizens' participation in the containment measures. I would say that in the case of Korea, this was more about the government being transparent with the information disclosure, and then people putting trust in the government for such transparency. So I would say that that would have a stronger explanatory power. And also another example of the learning by doing, I believe, is the fiscal policy. So in the case of Korea, fiscal policy, I would say that this is really the one leading example of the learning by doing. What I mean by this is that Now, for this year, the Korean government, the supplementary budget, we have had 4 rounds of supplementary budgets. Now, to have 4 supplementary budgets in 1 year is the first time since the Korean War. So I would say that it's the first time in like 60, 70 years. So what I am emphasizing is not the frequency or the number, but the fact that there was this kind of will, that there was this kind of policy making to have as many as 4 rounds of supplementary budget. And also each time it was not a repetition of the existing policy, but then it was about improving upon the existing policies. So we were trying to think about where we have missed in the last policy making, and then we're trying to make improvement. So the first supplementary budget was allocated in March. At that time, the government did not think about how wide or broad this and also the gravity of the situation was going to be. So we had thought actually at that time it was going to be something like MERS, so severe but quite short-lived. So at that time, it was about like a 10 trillion won in supplementary budget. And then right away there was criticism that it was too passive. And then it was followed up in April, so with the fiscal stimulus. Well, I'm sorry, but let me put my mask back on. All right, so yes, there was the fiscal stimulus in April. And now at this time, it was based on the perception that it was affecting not just a few, but everyone among the public. And also, we thought that we needed to also increase the compliance, people's compliance to the containment measures. So at this time, we had a universal emergency relief. So that was about the 12 trillion won. And then it became internationally known that Korea was doing an effective job in fighting off COVID-19, but also at the same time, it became clearer that this was going to be much prolonged. So then it also became clear that protecting jobs was going to be very important, and that is why we came out with the 3rd round of supplementary budget with that purpose in mind. And then, now from February or the early March, so from the first wave, now we saw that COVID-19 had calmed down quite a lot, so then rather than protecting jobs, we thought that we should focus on stimulating the economy, domestic economy. So the 3rd supplementary budget, when this was allocated, now at this time it became much larger. The supplementary budget was much larger at around 30 trillion won for the purpose of boosting domestic economy. And then now in August, there was the 2nd wave of COVID-19. So then in the 2nd wave, the relief at that time was not going to be universal like the first stimulus, like the first fiscal stimulus, because this was going to be a long drawn-out fight, and it would not be fiscally sustainable for us to provide relief to everyone. So in this case, the government decided to become more focused. So depending on the size or the proportion of the impact on certain groups. So then for the groups that are the most heavily affected, like the self-employed or the small merchants or the temporary workers. So these are the people who are the most vulnerable to COVID-19 impact. Then the question became how we are going to be really accurately selective and how we are going to deliver this very quickly to these vulnerable groups. And then now, if we were to try to select the vulnerable groups, then at that time we did not have sufficient information. In other words, among the self-employed, which are the hardest hit sectors, and how are we going to filter out the other sectors among the many? But then, so this was not an easy job, but then now we were utilizing the data and the statistics from the different institutions, for example, the National Tax Service, to identify the sectors and the businesses that were the hardest hit, those who had to curb their activities, and also utilizing Korea's characteristic digital technology, we were able to identify them and provide quick relief to them. And then now we are at the 3rd wave. And in response to this, the government is, I believe that the government yet again has to come up with a targeted support measure. So then perhaps early next year, those who are affected today. So for example, the self-employed and also the businesses who have to go into a shutdown, they would probably be provided with relief sometime early next year. And that, again, would be based on the lessons learned from our activities so far. So it is going to be even more finely targeted with even more effective and efficient delivery scheme. So then for the short term, then we can see that for example, lockdowns, so containment measures in the form of a lockdown might have a negative impact on the economy, but then from a longer term perspective, if you are successful in containing the virus, then it is actually going to be beneficial for economy as well. So then for the short term, it is very important for us to find the balance between containment and economy. But then, of course, so when anyone asks what is more important, then I would say containment is the more important, the health response. So that is also the principle of the current government, and that is what the government will be making the policies under. And so we would be trying to protect both the human lives and the economy at the same time.
I've been told we have 1 minute left of this session, or 10 minutes left, yes. Okay. I was worried there for a moment because actually Mr. Park and our Professor Lipsitch also raised some very interesting points that I would like to get our speakers to reply on. Let's start off with Professor Leung. There were a couple of very interesting points raised. I think in terms of the time issue, in the beginning, the COVID was thought of as someone else's problem, and by the time that we realized that may have delayed the response that should have been taken. That's, I think, an interesting point, as well as the other factors that went into the East Asia way of dealing with it. And I think Mr. Park pointed out that there was also an aspect of maybe the cultural aspect of East Asia responding better than other regions. He pointed out that in Korea that was not the case. But Professor Leung, I would also like to get your opinion about how you feel about this being one of the factors in East Asia as well. So could we start off with Professor Leung?
Right. I'm not sure exactly what accounts for that East Asian exceptional performance in terms of the COVID burden so far. I can only guess at some of the reasons, and my biggest guess would be the experiential learning of East Asia generally over the past at least half century. Now, that experiential learning, of course, could have trained our governance issues as far as dealing with emergencies or crises arising from infectious diseases. It could do with the governance processes we have put in place to make sure that the investment in public health and in the health protection infrastructure are well utilized. It could also be something to do with the type of responses that our populations are willing to go with. But I would hesitate to pin it down to just Confucianism or a more collective kind of society, because this East Asian exceptionalism also extends southwards to Australasia. You will see that evidently Australia and New Zealand have done extremely well. So whatever we may be able to say about our common heritage in terms of Confucianism or otherwise, we can't make those same claims to account for the superlative performance of our colleagues down under. So I don't think that the causal inferences that we make can at all be definitive, but I can point to definite observations regarding the experience that we have gained from living through many of these respiratory pathogens over the last half century. I can also make a definitive comment, although I don't know how much it accounts for the results, about the investment in public health and the importance placed in public health as a result. Of course, the macro governance that is not anything to do with public health itself may have something to do with it. So, for example, some of the things that mainland China has done to essentially stamp out and eliminate COVID-19 since, say, February, March, no other country can do because of the governance structure that is facilitated at the neighborhood level, as well as by superlative AI and social apps. So I think that there are many, many factors, and it will form hundreds of theses of graduate students in the years to come. Over.
Yes, I think many graduate students will be glad to hear that, Professor Leung. Let's move over to Professor Moon. I mean, would you like to address some of the issues that were raised? And there were many about the lessons learned, and actually, would they be implemented in the post-coronavirus era?
Well, you know, many panelists actually stressed the significance of learning. As I mentioned in my presentations, learning from the past and then learning by doing, so that the learning is not really fixed. At the same time, learning itself is evolving. So I think it's very important to take very adaptive approach because of a lot of unknowns. If we have full information about COVID-19, and then probably single loop learning will be enough. But because of a lot of unknowns, and I think adaptive approach is inevitable. At the same time, I think public trust is very significant. In fact, I didn't have a chance to share one of the slides that I have, which gives the moderating effect of public trust on the positive effect of the agility on public concern about COVID-19. In fact, agility itself is not necessarily help to reduce the public's concern and fear on COVID-19. But if the group which have high public trust in government, and then that reduces substantially the concern about COVID-19. If you compare the second group, which has low level of public trust in government, so that there is very strong moderating effect of public trust on the positive effect of the agility of government on the public concern about COVID-19. So that I think the question is how we really ensure public trust, and I think that's a very, very important part. Going back to the discussion about the citizens' participation or compliance in the context of the Confucian culture, just like other speakers and panelists, I don't want to reduce to the Confucianism. But I think the thing is that those who really follow the public information campaigns on wearing masks or personal sanitizations, in fact, those who strongly identify individual interest with social and community interest, and then those are the ones who do more actively involved in non-pharmaceutical interventions, such as wearing masks and sanitization, etc. So that I think that's why I mentioned that communitarian and responsible citizens, which is not necessarily traditional liberal individualism based citizenship. So I think that really gives a sense what is the future notion of a citizenship. And in fact, there are different dimensions when you speak about citizenship: political citizenship, social citizenship, civil citizenship, and my term public citizenship, which is more about the communitarian and responsible citizenship. And I think that becomes more important.
Thank you, Professor Moon. And Ms. Park, I mean, how would you like to address some of the issues that were raised, especially about the developing Asia and the public and financial support, private financial support given to companies in this region? Earlier in the day, we heard from the fact that the RCEP region is expected to come roaring back. Do you agree? Do you think that post-pandemic, this is a region that you have to look for growth towards growth?
Okay. Well, thank you. That's a lot of questions. Well, in the big picture, I think we all noticed that there is actually no trade-off between the containment efforts and economic activity. We saw a striking divergence between China and India. It actually illustrates if you somehow fail to control, the EU economy will suffer gravely. But in between, there are certainly, perhaps some people call it trade-off, perhaps some people call it, there are better ways to control. And these better ways are not going to be uniform. It's not going to be just the one, one simple answer for all countries. It will depend on the country's capacity, the preparedness for the pandemic, and governance, public trust, and of course, the citizens' awareness and willingness to cooperate. And these do make differences depending on which measures the country government do adopt. If it is actually followed by the capacity and the willingness from the citizenship to implement, it can succeed. When there is it's well-intentioned but ill-prepared and ill-implemented, the effectiveness will probably be much lower. So we see some of these, varying sort of effectiveness of measures that have been introduced across countries. For Asia, certainly RCEP presents a large opportunities. And Asia, compared to other developing countries, have performed relatively well. And some of the countries, especially in East Asia, seem to have managed to use the new technologies, the digital devices, for really efficient, smart the testing, tracing, and that shows the potential. But as all free trade agreements, there will be winners and losers. We expect to see a transformation in global value chain. Businesses around the world are already planning for reshoring, nearshoring, and regionalizing their supply chain. And given that, the countries that are prepared for this structural transformation and the trend of this supply chain restructuring, that will benefit. The countries that are not prepared and they're not adequately investing in future industries and educate their capital, their human capital, will not be able to benefit from these grand changes in the global trade landscape. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Park. We have a little time left. If there's any one of our speakers or our discussants who would like to add any kind of comments at this point. If not, I'm going to ask a question again. We talked about the fact, I think Professor Lipsitch talked about the fact that we didn't really mention a lot about vaccines. And as we look at the vaccine rollout, what do you think the number one takeaway from what we have seen so far is? And maybe one sentence, a little bit, so that we can go around within about a minute that we have left. Dr. Long, Professor Lung, would you like to start? One sentence takeaway about the vaccine rollout process.
Make sure that we redress the deepest and gravest inequity related to health in the past century by focusing on the marginalized groups who have suffered the greatest so far.
Thank you. Great. Professor Moon?
Well, I think it's important to determine the right timing of introducing vaccine. I think that's essential in Korea particularly. I think that decision will be based on two things. One is the risk of vaccine, and then the severity of COVID-19 spreads. So that I think that so timing decision is really a function of the vaccine risk and severity of COVID-19. And then how to secure vaccine, and then, of course, in the distribution network, of course.
Thank you. Ms. Park?
Well, for vaccine, again, we really need a decisive early moves. Securing safe and effective vaccine will really be a game changer. The markets are already pricing. The countries that have not shown the indicators that we actually have adequately secured the effective vaccine will likely suffer. When the other countries start getting vaccinated, it will really be the time the countries that were not being able to procure the vaccine will really become a loser. Need to move fast and decisive.
Yes, very strong words. Mr. Park?
네, 문 교수님 얘기한 것처럼 백신 그 자체가 가지고 있는
As Professor Moon said, so we have to clearly understand or guard against the risks and the side effects of vaccine. But as for us to have a collective immunity after vaccination, we need at least 6 months. So even though the vaccines are already deployed, we have to coexist and co-live with COVID for some time. So as for the development of vaccine and distribution of vaccine, we should not actually consider it as the end of COVID-19. If we consider as the end and we loosen our quarantine measures, that can serve as a potential risk as well.
And finally, we go to Professor Lipsitch, who actually is in a country where the vaccines are actually are being applied right now. Professor Lipsitch?
I would say that we have, as a global community, we have done an extraordinary thing by having multiple vaccines within a year, much less than a year, and that we remain deeply undersupplied for most of the world. So everything Gabriel said that applied at the global level. It's much better than it would have been or than it was under H1N1, and it's not nearly good enough yet.
Thank you. A lot of challenges ahead. Thank you all to our speakers and our discussants for a very fascinating discussion. This ends my role for our conference today. The second and third sessions will be carried on by my colleague. So thank you very much. Have a great afternoon.
Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have all freshened up a little from a short coffee break. It is now time to begin the second session of Inclusive Korea 2020. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Ina Lee, conference interpreter, who will be leading you through the remaining sessions of Inclusive Korea 2020. The session 2 is entitled Korean New Deal, Growth and Innovation, and we have very renowned speakers for this subject from online and physically offline here with us. Well, let me introduce our renowned speakers first. First, we have Anne Pettifor, author and the director of Policy Research in Macroeconomics Prime, who's joining us online from far away. Thank you very much for your attendance, Anne Pettifor. And here with us physically, we have Mr. Moon Yong-sik, president of the National Information Society Agency. And next, we have Mayor Yum Tae-young of Suwon City. Thank you very much for being with us. And we have two discussants, research fellow Eugene Lee of Green Transition Institute and Professor Young-jin Kim of Sogang University. Thank you very much, all of you, for sharing your valuable time with us for this session. Well then, without further ado, we will right away begin our presentations, but please note that each speaker will be given 15 minutes for the presentation. I would like to ask our speakers to please try to keep allotted time to you. Well, let me introduce the first speaker, Anne Pettifor, who will be delivering her presentation on the case for the Green New Deal. Please. Well, I'm afraid you're on mute, Mazen. Would you please check on your sound on the screen? Okay, would you please keep talking a little bit with maximum sound volume? All right, it seems that we have a slight technical issue, and it happens very often these days with COVID-19, and this is the way how we have to cope with the pandemic. All right, let us have some minutes to fix this up so that we can start right away the presentation of Anne Pettifor. Just 1 minute, please. An apology for this inconvenience. Okay, then while waiting for this problem get fixed, we would like to listen to the presentation of President Moon Yong-sik of National Information Society Agency first on the case of innovative growth of Digital New Deal. Would you please?
Hello, as introduced, I am Moon Yong-sik from the National Information Society Agency, but then now it used to be of a different name, but then now due to the change in the law, our agency name had also been renamed. Anyway, so yes, we see these things in the events. Anyways, and now because my agency is the National Information Society Agency, now following the government New Deal, what is the voice coming from the market, what is the reaction coming from the market. So now we have always been interested in those. So today I would like to deliver to you the voices and the reaction from the market. Now this is my favorite slide. When we talk about the digital New Deal, then now regarding the Korean New Deal, President Moon said that this was going to be a grand transition to change Korea from a catch-up country to a leader country. So this is the blueprint for the next 100 years. So this means the grand transition for the current society. Then the digital New Deal means that this is the digital transformation. And even without the COVID-19, digital transformation had always been ongoing. But then, because of the COVID-19, then we see that the established order is collapsing, being replaced by the digital transformation. So the digital transformation is accelerating, and that in a policy is the digital transformation. So in a nutshell, then I would say that it is kickstarting or accelerating the digital transformation. So now then, for the digital New Deal, now they say that there is nothing new under the sky. So there have always been the policies that have been in place under the Moon Jae-in government, and this is an extension of that. So this has been a well-prepared start, or they say that this is the new old. Anyway, so 2 years ago, President Moon announced the data economy, and following that, there was also the 5-year plan for data economy. And we have also announced the plan for digital government innovation, and the national AI strategy was already well underway. And also this year, the 3 data laws that had been debated for quite some time have been revised as well. So you can see that for the past 2 to 3 years, we have been making preparation for the digital New Deal. So now then, if it was planned already, then what is going to happen in the next 5 years? Why don't we do that in 2 years? And what is going to happen in the next 10 years? Why don't we do that in the next 2 to 3 years? So that is what the digital New Deal is about. So now the digital New Deal, the leading project under this would be the major data dam project, so data dam. So under the data dam, then there are also a number of projects, for example, building the AI training data or the open data youth internship, building big data platforms, or the AI convergence project like AI plus X. So a lot of major projects are being planned and will be implemented under the data dam project. And now then let me explain the kind of changes that they are bringing about in the market. Now again, in the market, I would say that the biggest impact or the shock are coming from the AI training data building project. This is something that was underway in the past 2 to 3 years, so for about 20 billion, 30 billion won a year in budget. But now this year, in the second half of this year, in the supplementary budget alone, it grew by more than tenfold, so about 300 billion won. So the number here, this is a typo, so it's not 252.6 billion, but it's going to be over 290 billion won for the next few years. So now in the US, you see that there are the platform companies that are dominating the world, like Google or Apple or Facebook or the GAFA-M, as we call them. Anyways, these platform companies, so through the platform, they are collecting data in real time, and also based on their capital power, they create the training data for AI. But then that is not the environment in Korea, so it is the government that is leading the way to make this possible. So once we introduced this program, then there were 278 consortium that took part, and also 1,950 companies and institutions that also applied. So the average competition rate was 4.2 to 1. Now then, taking a closer look, now for Korea, and so I believe that it is actually marking the time for a true transition for Korea to a AI platform era. Because in Korea, the software industry is a bit weak, and also for these software companies now utilizing this AI training data, then they are also going to recruit the AI people and the data people. So they will be then transitioning to data businesses, and also for healthcare or agriculture. So in these traditional industries as well, they are really jumping into this business as well. And one characteristic of this business is that they are utilizing the crowdsourcing platform for processing the data. Only a year ago, only a dozen companies existed in this field, but then now, within a year time, 200 or more companies are now there specializing in crowdsourcing data processing. And about 25,000 people are processing data on the crowdsourcing platform. So we see that jobs are being created as well. It is also getting a lot of attention from the media, producing a lot of articles. And once these articles are produced, then they say that the newspapers are flooded with their readers' calls. So how can we participate in this? How can I do this? So give me more information. So for example, retired people or the career disconnect women or people with disabilities. So they are highly enthusiastic about this business and they want to participate in this. So then one example of this is the healthcare field. So the leading hospitals of Korea are all in it. The Severance Hospital or the Seoul National University Hospital, Asan Medical Center. So you see that in the healthcare sector as well, we see that the AI transition. So this project, I believe, is serving as a trigger for the medical industry to transition to the AI. So then on top of the medical knowledge by the doctors and also the medical records and data held by hospitals, then also the technology of the IT companies. So these three components coming together, and then they will be segmented into different fields. Anyway, so this is going to be the creation of an ecosystem for healthcare AI. So I can really feel that this is upon us. And another project is the big data platform. So for this year, we have built up 16, and next year there are going to be total 30. So we will be building the platform and ecosystem in different fields. And we see that here there is investment coming in from the private sector and data transaction is being done. So over 400 data transactions. And also the businesses are actively making inroads into other business areas. So again, that is the kind of a feeling that we are getting from the field. One leading example is the DAZN. What they do is they provide ERP programs to SMEs like financing or financial or accounting software, and about 80 to 90% of the Korean SMEs use their programs. So then they also have all the data and information about the SMEs of Korea. So for example, how well their business is doing, what their inventory level is. So then based on such information, they can also do credit evaluation, credit rating of the SME. And then now based on this information, they can also do receivable-based financing or the receivables factoring. Now in the past, credit rating of SMEs were the exclusive domain of banks. But now there is a company that can do the job even better than banks. The data at banks is the financial and accounting information of 1 year ago. But then the data held by or viewed by DAZN is near real time, meaning that they can have a more accurate assessment of the SME's credit rating. And also the transition of public information system to cloud. Now this is also being done very briskly. So up until 2 years ago, the public institutions of Korea were not able to use the private cloud due to the guideline of the Ministry of Government Affairs and also the National Intelligence Service. They were not able to use the private cloud, but now there has been a drastic change, and now the public institutions can also move to the private cloud. So now they have to come up with a plan on how to move about 180,000 public information systems to the private cloud. So this is also going to be a huge project, and also the private sector is highly interested in this. So for example, Naver and also Kakao, they are also building cloud center. And also in the area of networks. So for example, building wireless networks in schools We're also transitioning to 5G-based network for the government. So we see that these large-scale projects are also being planned. So to install Wi-Fi networks in all schools of Korea, elementary all the way to high schools, and then also for the Korean public servants, they are currently utilizing wired network, and that makes their work quite cumbersome, because then they have to use one PC and one laptop, so two devices. But now they are also conducting a feasibility study on building wireless networks in public institutions as well. And now one thing interesting out of this is that when they are writing up RFP for this wireless network in schools and institutions, so we said that priority would be given to domestic companies, and then so because of this, about 5 companies decided to reshore, so coming back from China, so to be able to bid for this procurement. And also, for the consortium, the guidance was that the local companies must make up for at least 70% of the consortium. So in the past, the large companies or the leading companies would take the leadership in the consortium, but now we see that the role has flipped. So the leading companies are now trying to find good partners, and they're actually going to good local companies to partner up in this consortium. So again, that is another phenomenon that we are witnessing on the field. And another project is now for the neighborhood facilities, about 1,000 of them. So for example, libraries or living centers. So we are also going to create digital capacity building education centers for all citizens. And once we do that, then it will also create jobs, and also B2B education demand is quite high. So in the libraries or the SMEs, so many are asking for the digital capacity building training. So in my company or in my neighborhood, we want to have this kind of training and education, and also those who go through this training have a high level of satisfaction. So then to sum up, so I now realize that I have been speaking very fast. So I have been going through my slides, and I still have a minute and a half left, so I'm quite reassured. Anyway, so we are conducting this Digital New Deal project. And how this is going to be successful, now one thing for sure is that it cannot be led solely by the government, meaning that there has to be a government-private partnership. So the government has to do the role of pump priming water. So we will just provide the priming water, and then the private sector has to do the pumping. So the private sector doing the pumping means that they have to put trust in the government's policies, and then they have to hire big data experts, they have to hire AI experts, and then they have to invest in new businesses and challenge new areas. So that would be the role of doing the pumping in the private sector. So then for the data network AI, so the DNA, so we see that across these DNA areas, there is a good reaction coming from the market in the private sector. So again, for the government, it should not try to do everything. So rather than doing that, it should focus on projects that can create jobs and also boost economic growth. So I believe that we have to be selective. So select and focus. And also, we need to have an iterative process where we can also give it a try and learn from its mistakes. So I would say that for the Digital New Deal, there must be public-private partnership for this to be successful. And if it is successful, then of course there's no telling when COVID-19 is going to end. But anyway, so after COVID-19 ends, then there is going to be a new world. So I believe that the established order will weaken to be replaced by a new order. So I believe that there is going to be a digital renaissance in the 21st century. So the digital civilization will bloom. And when that time comes, then Korea is going to be the model country that will lead the 21st century digital world. So that is my vision for the future. And that is all for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Yong-sik Moon, for the thought-provoking and very insightful presentation. Personally, I got really impressed to hear that there are retired people and even ordinary housewives who are interested in platform works, which was not known just a year ago, I would assume. Okay, and moving back into our first speaker, N84. Are you there?
I'm here.
And do you hear us? Yes, we can hear you very well. Apologize once again for the unexpected inconvenience, and now the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And thank you to Mr. Yong Si-moon for holding the floor while we sorted the technology. It's a great honor to be here, and I really thank you for including me in this important discussion about an inclusive career. So I want to talk about the biological earthquake that has struck the world. It's an earthquake that was not confined to one region, but was global this last year that we've been discussing, the pandemic. And it has caused us to think the unthinkable, right? So before this crisis, we never thought it was possible to see hundreds of airplanes stranded at airports. We didn't think it was possible to see ships stranded outside ports, not able to deliver oil. We couldn't imagine that the oil price would turn negative as it did in the middle of this crisis. These are things that were unthinkable a year ago and that are now thinkable. And this is the context in which we're now discussing the Green New Deal, because this biological shock is just the first of many more shocks. And we think they're going to be even more serious. We think there are pandemics in the pipeline, and as was discussed in the earlier session, the region is used to these pathogens, and not like my own country, for example. But nevertheless, there are more to come. We know this because we've intruded on wildlife space, and our encounters with wildlife have proved to be pretty lethal in some respects. So there is more to come, and that not just on the health side, but also, of course, big ecological shocks. And the question is whether we are prepared for that. Now, my talk here today is about the Green New Deal and the evolution of the Green New Deal. Can I say that it's a phrase that, of course, draws on President Roosevelt and the 1933 American administration's experience. But it was something that we gathered together here in London in 2007-8, a group of economist environmentalists to discuss how to tackle the great financial crisis, which was the financial earthquake of that moment, but also what we could see coming down the line were the ecological shocks. And it was a hard meeting because it was a meeting of economists mainly concerned about monetary theory and policy on the one hand, and ecologists, environmentalists on the other. And we were people who had lived in our silos and had not learned to talk to each other and to engage with each other fully. So we had tremendous arguments. We discussed over a year how on earth we were going to address these problems, the financial crisis problem and the problem of climate breakdown and Earth systems breakdown. And eventually we came together. And what is unique about the Green New Deal is that unlike most environmentalists who concentrate on individual behavior change, or else on the other hand, on community behavior change, reuse, recycle, reduce, all of that, what we did was to understand that there was need for structural change, and not just structural change at the level of the nation, but structural change at a global level. And we understood that the economy and the ecosystem were intertwined, and that there was not possible to have the transformation of one without the other. That the fact is that they are tightly bound together, and we cannot restore the ecosystem without restoring the other economic and financial sectors to balance. And that is the fundamental point about the Green New Deal. So this implies the transformation of the laissez-faire, the deregulated, the liberalized global economic system, both at home in countries like Korea, but also internationally. And I was interested to hear about the reshoring and the onshoring that is already beginning to happen, and the way in which Korea is responding to that with greater alacrity than many countries in the West. But we need also to think about joined up problems. We need to transform the system so that it is no longer governed, in my view, by private authority, but instead it is governed by democratic public authority. And that is a big transformation. The way in which the international financial system is currently constructed is not an accident. It's not a result of spontaneous action by players in the international financial markets. It has been built, it has been constructed in a certain way, and that way has been designed to protect financial markets from any intervention by government, by any intervention by domestic authorities to manage the system. So the global financial system operates as a closed, if you like, an encased market, to use the words of Quinn Slobodian, the Harvard historian. It's encased to protect it from intervention by states. And so recently, when the European Union tried to make Apple pay taxes, $13 billion euros in unpaid taxes, the European Union tried to enforce that. But the matter went to the European Court, to the Court of the European Union. And the Court of the European Union ruled that no, it was the law that Apple was free to move her capital, their capital, across the border and into a tax haven, and that thereby to avoid paying taxes. That is a kind of law. It is a law. In fact, it was the law that protected Apple from the European Commission. It is a law in the sense that we have enabled this protection of markets, of financial markets, of capital markets, from the intervention of domestic authorities, public authority. And for me, that has to change. Because we've got to have a situation in which the international financial capital markets act as servants to economies like the Korean economy, and not as masters of that economy. We need to restore authority back to the elected representatives of the people. One of the reasons, in my view, that we've seen this rise in what is called populism, but is public anger at the elites that govern our countries. And we see it in the United States, we see it in India with the election of President Modi, we see it in Brazil with the election of President Bolsonaro. These people have been elected by a very angry public that believes governments are not managing economic systems in the interests of the people, but are managing economic systems in the interests of some remote elite, is how they've often described them, financial actors in the so-called financial stratosphere. That has to change. We have to bring finance back onshore and not allow it to operate offshore. Now, the reason why I think it is possible to think along these lines is because we've done this in the past. It has happened in the past. And for me, the really important lesson and the important analogy is that with President Roosevelt in 1933. In 1933, they had similar problems to what we have today. They had a banking and a financial system that was detached from public authority and that created masses of credit. And this is where we need to understand the link between the financial system and the ecosystem, because the generation of enormous quantities of credit is used to finance production, of course, on the one hand, but consumption on the other. And we all know how that works. We all have credit cards. We all know that we can just flash a credit card. The bank will often allow us to have a credit card, even if we really can't afford one, and use that to purchase goods from Amazon that can travel far and come home to us here. this massive expansion of credit fuels production and consumption and builds up enormous amounts of debt, because of course the obverse of credit is debt. Now, they had exactly the same problem in the 1930s. In their case, the government, if you like, of the global financial system was in London and in Wall Street. And the government of the United States was not in control of the key levers of the economy. And the key levers of the economy are the ability of capital to move across the borders, cross-border capital movements, the exchange rate, and the interest rate. These are really important levers that make it possible to raise finance at a domestic level and to invest. And these levers were in the hands of Wall Street and the City of London at that time. And President Roosevelt, on the day of his inauguration, made a speech in which he said the people that governed the American economic system had no moral base any longer, that they had betrayed the people, and that it was time to take back public authority over the system. On the night of his inauguration, he began the process of dismantling the gold standard, which at that time was the system of globalization, but of course slightly different, somewhat different from what it is today. On the night of his inauguration, he demanded that Wall Street hand over its gold to the Treasury, and that in future, the Treasury, the government was going to decide on the key levers of the economy: the exchange rate, the interest rate, capital mobility, and fiscal policy. Henry Morgenthau was Roosevelt's Treasury Secretary, and he said in his memoirs that what we did then was we moved the government from Wall Street and London into my office at the Treasury. And that transformed the economic system, that enabled the government to raise the finance it needed to undertake this massive transformation, because at the time they faced unemployment, huge bankruptcies of businesses, the 1929 stock market crash, but also a huge ecological crisis, which at the time was called the Dust Bowl, right, across the Great Plains of the United States, which caused agriculture to collapse because of the erosion of the soil, and which caused migration of the people from the southern states all the way across to California, which we read about in the Grapes of Wrath by John Steinbeck. That was the crisis Roosevelt faced. He faced an ecological crisis as well as an unemployment crisis. And what he did was to take back into the office of an elected government the really vital, important powers of the financial system. And I believe that's really important if we're going to manage the creation of credit, because credit is at the base, is the thing that fuels so much excessive consumption. Excessive in the sense of being beyond our capacity to repay for that credit. Now, one of the things that I find is really difficult for most people listening to this is, how do we do this and what is it? And I think it's because economists and us lack an understanding of the nature of credit. Credit is nothing more than a social construct. It is not a commodity. It is not something tangible. It is a social arrangement that we have between banks and those who wish to invest, those who wish to spend. So this social construct is something that has to be managed, because it is nothing more than a promise to pay. And we can make promises, and we do make promises that we can't keep. We make excessive promises, and that explains why we have an excess of credit at the moment, and with it a massive excess of debt. As the IMF and the BIS explain, the Bank for International Settlements, the level of debt, global debt, now far exceeds what it was before the great financial crisis in 2007-9. And that presages, that predicts future crises, when we create more credit than we're capable of repaying. But because the system of credit creation is effectively unregulated, is effectively left to the activities of individual financiers, we have no management of that system. And in order for us to manage both the financial system, but also the economic system, but ultimately the ecosystem, we must be able to manage, if you like, that spigot of credit which we spew into the economy on a daily basis, and without really understanding how it should be used. So the Green New Deal is about following the model of President Roosevelt and understanding that for him to address the ecological crisis of the Dust Bowl on the one hand and the economic crisis of unemployment on the other, the first thing he had to do was to transform the international financial system. And I'm here to argue today that that is the task that we face now as we prepare for the next pandemic, as we prepare for the next ecological shock. We have to do something about the levels of production and consumption that we call growth and that are totally unsustainable. We have lived beyond our ecological means. We are consuming beyond our ecological means. We have to contract that consumption and that production. And if we are going to do that, we have to manage the international financial system. Thank you very much.
Ms. N. Pettifor, you have left a lot of things to contemplate on to us here. Well, it is true that I can recall that we've had several financial crises in 1997 and 2007, and now we are still going through the pandemic. And one of the speakers of today's conference said that we have to learn from the past, but it seems that we are still repeating what we have done before. So I hope that we can prove to the future generation that we, the current generation, was different in dealing with lots of challenges. Okay, with that, let us now move on to the third speaker, Mayor Yum Tae-young of Suwon City, who will be giving us a note on the decentralized regional balanced New Deal, the great transition of national development axis. Now the floor is yours, Mayor.
예, 반갑습니다.
Thank you very much.
10년 동안 수원시장
I have been serving as the mayor of Suwon City for the past 10 years. My name is Yum Tae-young, and I am also currently the member of the Supreme Council of the Democratic Party of Korea, as well as the head of the TF for the regional extension response. So I would like to now provide my insights from a local government perspective. So I would like to briefly talk about the demographic situation of Korea. You can see that there is a demographic cliff. So the total fertility rate is 0.92. And you can see that the metropolitan area population exceeds that of the local governments. And the TFR is expected to go down to 0.82 this year. And if you look by region, the TFR is the lowest in Seoul. And the metropolitan concentration of population is very much correlated with low total fertility rate. Now let us give some examples of the local regions. So second largest city in Korea is Busan, and Ulsan is an industry hub, and Gyeongnam region. So these three regions are showing a huge gap compared to the metropolitan area. There is a serious outflow of population as well, especially outflow of the active population aged between 20 to 30 is very severe. So this attests to the fact that young people are leaving these regional, local regions, and it is very difficult to find active population in these regions. So metropolitan area is attracting population like a black hole, and we're experiencing regional extension or extension of regions. So half of the local autonomous districts are provinces, cities, and districts. That is, 105 of them are on the verge of extinction. Before, they were more focused on the Yeongnam or Honam region, but these regions facing risk of extinctions are also focused on near the metropolitan area. If you look at the financial independence of local governments, it's less than half of the metropolitan area. And areas facing high risk of extinction is much less than half. So if a financial independence ratio is less than 10%, that means that the local tax revenue is very low and the virtuous cycle structure has very much crumbled in that region. So in order to prepare for the post-COVID-19 era, President Moon Jae-in has launched the Regionally Balanced New Deal. It is a very timely initiative, and we believe that the Regional Balanced New Deal is indeed the main axis of the Korea's national development, which is the key to my presentation. These are the key projects regarding the Korean New Deal. So it's 160 trillion won budget deal, and 75 trillion won will be for local projects, regional projects. So for local New Deal as well as Green New Deal projects. So I would like to highlight a few examples by region. South Jeolla Province borders ocean, so there are wind farms as well as agro PV power generation plants. And the Jeolla-Bukdo is home to hydrogen business. So we are initiating a hydrogen pilot city test project. And as for Gyeongsang North Provincial Government, we want to develop a smart farm innovation valley, and Daegu will be specialized in the water industry. We hope to develop a water-related cluster in Daegu. As for Gangwon Province, we will designate a special zone for hydrogen liquefaction to develop liquefied hydrogen business. From now on, I'm going to talk about what changes in policies are needed in order to bring all of these projects to fruition. So I've been touring around Korea as a member of the Supreme Council of our party. So I have visited, I've made a lot of on-site visits, and one of the questions that were raised was about the pre-feasibility study. So if a project fails to get approval for the economic feasibility study, it would be very difficult for that specific project to even break ground. So in order to actually implement a project to prevent the extinction of regions, actually a pre-feasibility study is serving as an obstacle in implementing these projects. So next is regarding the public invite projects. So we heard from people working in the field. So there were lots of people who actually voiced concerns or who had faced a lot of difficulties because they had to cater to the needs of the central government. So it is very important to go for customized project, and we have to get rid of lots of strings attached to a specific project. So, and as for the non-public invite project, it was one of some very attractive options. So the central government will be not picking the local government, but local governments will make proposals to the central government for central government to pick out of those options. So these are some of the options that we can take in the future. Next is government subsidy projects. So this is a very important factor for promoting the dependence or independence of local governments. You can see that out of all the budgets and out of all the welfare budgets, the conservation revenues or local bonds only represent about 11.1%. So in order to implement a regionally balanced New Deal, we have to secure the financial independence of local governments. And in order to secure a local governance financial independence, it is very much needed to reform the policies surrounding the national subsidy system. So since a lot of the problems also arise due to COVID-19, we have to think about how to implement local government projects. So for example, there could be a local government project in order to focus on decarbonization. That is something that we need to go for. And we have to enhance inclusive safety net as well in implementing these projects. So I would like to share with you some success cases of other cities. So this is Bilbao in Spain, and Bilbao is known for many industries. Actually, it was home to shipbuilding industry in the past, but there are lots of abandoned shipbuilding plants, it has managed to retransform itself into an ecological city. So the process itself was quite successful, and the private and public cooperation research center, which was led by the local citizens and the local government, was the key to success of Bilbao. So Bilbao it has a population about 350,000 people, and yet its museum attracts, or city attracts, more than 1 million tourists around the world every year. And this is Malmö of Sweden. Sweden was known in the past for its shipbuilding industry, which has now declined. And the citizen representatives and experts formed a TF, a task force, and they decided on the Malmö 2000 vision. So we have to actually take note of the initiatives that were implemented at Malmö, Sweden. So if you look at the regional development policy of UK and France, you can say that the decentralization was the key. So a lot of the central government's powers and responsibilities were devolved to the local governments. So decentralization has indeed served as a pillar for the regional development. I always give this example. So this is actually a book written by Professor Lee Jung-bong, who talks about the industrialization process of Korea. So I believe that we are in between the first and the second stage of rocket launching. That is, we are thinking about when we're going to decouple these two devices or two equipments. So we have not yet managed to go for full decentralization, and that is why we are currently at in between the first and the second step of decentralization. So I believe that decentralization is a very important noun that should be added to the regional balanced development. So in order for us to fully implement a regionally balanced New Deal, we have to fully reform the centralized system, a centralized operations system. So the decentralized, regionally balanced New Deal should serve as the pillar going forward. And just last week, we had some encouraging news. So the Local Autonomy Act reform has been adopted, and it actually includes a lot of efforts towards decentralization, which should be the key to regionally balanced New Deal of Korea. And let me talk about the super metropolitan megacity of the northeastern region. So this is also included in the Local Autonomy Act. We have some new provisions So there's going to be a new organization that will be set up to make the northeastern region of Korea as a super metropolitan megacity. So up until now, we have implemented a very controlling and centralized operation mechanism, but now we have to move towards a decentralized mechanism, and it should be based on horizontal cooperation and collaboration between different factors and stakeholders. And as a regionally balanced New Deal is about completely changing our structure, it is very important to enhance the public acceptance as well. And the regionally balanced New Deal project or policy is independent from the Green Deal or the New Deal policy. I should not be independent from the other New Deal policies. So we have to develop a business model very much centered on digitalization, and we need to seek participation of the local residents in this process. While working as the head of local government or a city, I believe that the local government has produced and shown a lot of success models in responding to COVID-19. If we would be able to leverage these success cases, I believe that Korea would have more to show around the world. So based on our energy structure as well as our transition into digitalization, we'll be able to go more towards decentralization and fully implement regionally balanced New Deal.
Thank you very much, Mayor Yum, for your informative presentation. Yes, it is true that what matters is how we make New Deal efficiently decentralized. Well, with that, I would like to open the floor for panel discussion and would like to invite Ms. Eugene Lee, Research Fellow from Green Transition Institute. Please go ahead.
너무 소중한 자리에 초대해 주셔서 감사합니다.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation at this exceptional conference. And I am currently a special advisor at the Prime Minister's office for environmental matters. Now, today, Professor Pettifor, I believe she mentioned that we have to redesign the world, like the finance and the service sector, to be in the betterment of the globe. And then also President Moon Yong-sik, he talked about how the digital New Deal and the innovative growth must go together. Then also I would like to thank the mayor for the presentation. So of course, local autonomy, very important, and also because we have announced the 2050 carbon neutrality, so I believe that as we move toward that goal, making sure that there is decentralization is also very important. Now, among the OECD indicators, Korea ranks one of the worst in 3 indicators. One is environmental quality, second is elderly poverty, and the third is the gender wage gap. Now, for the environmental quality, now 6 out of 10 Koreans are exposed to double the allowable limit of fine dust by WHO. And also the energy used by Korea, 70% of that is based on fossil fuel. And also renewable energy is one of the lowest in the world. And also in terms of the carbon emission per capita, it is also quite high. And also elderly poverty, there is 48% poverty among those 65 or older. So in other words, 1 out of 2 elderly are in poverty. So we work the longest and also spend our old age in poverty. And also the gender wage gap, it is also quite high among the OECD countries. So now then, against this backdrop, we also are now in the COVID-19 situation. So now then with the COVID-19, what we are seeing is that the greenhouse gas emission is reducing, but disparity is actually increasing. So yes, it's true that in 2020, greenhouse gas emission has gone down, and not because we have changed the system, but then it is because the economy has soured. But now, in this situation, we see that inequality has worsened. So among the bad indicators, we see that still the lives of women and the elderly and people with disability, I wonder what their lives are today. So my friend who's in self-employment, now he is really counting the days until the end of his business. Unemployment is very high, and also poverty among the young is also increasing. And also the suicide rate among the young women is increasing. But also at the same time, we see that the real estate prices is skyrocketing, and so are the equity markets, and also the operating profit margin of Samsung, LG, and these large companies is also increasing, and also digital companies are really booming. So in this year, 2020, I would say that the large inequality is really getting entrenched in our society. So today, we are talking about inclusive Korea, but what we are seeing on the field is far from inclusive. Then for the Korean New Deal, then I would say that there are 3 goals that it has to accomplish. First is we have to institutionally address inequality. Second, 2050 carbon neutrality is not going to happen this way. And third, we need to have government innovation in order to meet the other goals as well. Now, for inequality, I believe that the government has to spend on it to build up social safety net, or to provide basic pension or universal employment insurance, but whatever it is, so what the President Roosevelt had introduced, this kind of social security, we also have to have that kind of a strong social security. Then also the anti-discrimination law, so we also need to have the type of legal institutions that an inclusive society must have. Yesterday, I believe that this is highly encouraging. So from the Democratic Party, they have also come up with a law to suspend the payment of rents. In other words, if you have to suspend your business, then you don't have to pay your rent in that duration. Then also from the Justice Party, now they are now trying to introduce a law to increase the tax for the large businesses that are profiting in the age of crisis. So this is more like a social solidarity tax. So I believe that in order to address inequality, then we have to talk about tax increase, so we need to find the actual mechanism to address this. So how we are going to increase tax, how we are actually going to provide direct support to those in poverty. And so these are the things that we have to discuss, and I hope we are not obsessed with balanced budget. Now, in terms of the government debt, then the OECD average is about 190%, but in the case of Korea, it's only about 40%. So we still have room. So before the bottom falls out, we have to really come up with the policies. And also December, January, so time is not on our side. So we really need to see some urgent actions coming from the government in order to protect the vulnerable people. And second, about the carbon neutrality. So I believe that tomorrow or the day afterwards, they're going to announce the statistics. But anyway, so the carbon emission reduction. So the carbon reduction, now we have not met our NDC. So we are still falling short of our own NDC. But now the international community are saying that we actually have to pull up the target for 2030 and also to reach carbon neutrality by 2050. So 2050, so in other words, in 30, 40 years' time, we will no longer be using fossil fuels anymore. But then in the case of Korea, in the primary industry, the energy source, 80% is coming from fossil fuels. But then now for the European or the developed countries, what they are doing in a few hundreds of years' time, now we have to do that in a few decades of time. Then what this means is that the Ministry of Economy and Finance also has to come up with some incentives. So if it is so efficient to use fossil fuel, then who's going to invest in renewable energy? So the Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Finance and Economy. So unless it changes the way that the government spending is input, then we will not be able to innovate the society. So we need to have innovations on a lot of aspects of the government. Korea is a highly path-dependent country, so high carbon, and also we focus on efficiency, but unfortunately not on energy efficiency. Then also we have a liberal market, and we believe that incentives work, meaning that we do not like regulations. So this kind of energy addictive society now has to become a carbon neutral society, but still we are building coal-fired power plants. We are also investing in coal-fired plants in other countries. And the Ministry of Land and Transport, now they are planning to build 6 more airports in this nation and another. So I believe that this is something that we must stop. And this is about just having an air travel without reaching any destination. And still, for this, they are giving duty-free rates. Now, for a country that has announced carbon neutrality for 2050, so we also have to find a way of reaching that goal. But then, to allow these kind of flights to just fly around without going to any destination and then come back, and also allow people to go to duty-free shops, I don't think this should be allowed. Anyway, so then we need to change the status quo, and in order to do that, we need to change 3 things. First, we need to change the indicators. Right now, we talk about GDP all the time, and also as the mayor of Suwon talked about, for example, the economics benefit analysis. So we also need to change that kind of evaluation method. In other words, we have to evaluate how it is improving people's quality of life, or whether it is improving inclusivity. So unless we change the targets, unless we change the indicators, and I do not believe that we are going to become an inclusive society, we are not going to become a carbon neutral society. Korea loves GDP, but then we have to change that. So it's not about GDP anymore, so we also have to make sure that the news would also be about how our quality of life is improving. And second, I believe that the members of the decision-making community, so we also need to change them. So those who are in their 20s and 30s, female, and also all the decisions are actually coming from the capital region, right? So for the decision makers, I believe that we have to make sure that they come from different walks of life, different occupations, and also different age groups, so the teenagers even. So the members of community who make decisions, I believe that they are too uniform. So in the process of government's decision-making, we also have to drastically change the members who make decisions. And third, we have to disclose information. So when the government was announcing the 2050 carbon neutrality strategy, then starting next year, now they said that they were going to have plans coming from 27 ministries regarding such carbon neutrality. But I can just see how they are going to come up with their plans, because it is always done in a closed format. They do this in a committee, and then they have 1 or 2 public hearing, and then things are decided. But that's not how future is decided. This is where we need to have a digital platform, disclose information, and how we are going to reach the goal of carbon neutrality by 2050. We have to muster the will of the citizens. The will of the citizens that was so important in overcoming the COVID-19. So even the lessons learned from COVID-19. So we have to create an open platform to find ways to create a roadmap all together to reach the goal of 2050 carbon neutrality. So yes, the 3 goals of the Korean New Deal. So yes, we need to address inequality, meaning that we need to have the system to address inequality. Second, we have to reduce GHG. Now, in order to reduce GHG, then we have to change the indicators. We also have to change the people who make decisions. Government is not changing. How can it ask the individuals or the businesses to change? So really, in 2021, I believe that we must change. We cannot do things as we have always done. So I do hope that the government will be an innovative government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have touched upon a lot of pressing issues that we need to deal with in this era. Well, without further ado, we would like to invite Professor Kim Yong-jin of Sogang University to make his note. Please go ahead, Professor.
Thank you very much for inviting me. I was told that when I was invited, I can, I can talk in Korean, but I wish I could, prepared in speaking English, but my presentation slide, no, actually my discussion slide is in Korean, so I'm gonna speak in Korean anyway. 먼저 우리 문 원장님과 염태영 시장님.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moon and Mayor Yum, for your presentations. And so actually the government is spending money to develop a data-based platform ecosystem, and the private sector is joining to make co-investments. So I believe that it is a quite encouraging attempt. And Mayor Yum has actually touched upon exactly what I wanted to say. So we talk about decentralized society, and that is indeed the direction we need to take. But there's one thing that we have to take note of. So while listening to both presentations, I felt a little bit lost in terms of direction. Of course, Ms. Lee actually presented a very specific direction, but I would like to actually share my remarks based on economic industrial factors. So when it comes to digitalization or digital transformation, actually, it is very much emphasized at the business level. Of course, it's also important for government. So there is one way to explain how the businesses grow in the world. So in order for businesses to grow, so the value that the customers get should be greater than what the businesses get. And actually, the cost should be higher than what we receive from the customers. But if we want to maximize the values, then we have to provide individualized solutions. But in order to do that, it was very costly. So that is why we went for massive production and mass production. And that has been the model for business, economic model for businesses. Not only for businesses, but the entire social system has been designed that way. But we're now talking about the era of digital transformation. So not only businesses, but any organization, how it grows is the same. So, of course, the value should be greater than cost, and the price should be greater than cost. But what's interesting is, what is this really a fourth industrial revolution? What is this digital transformation? Then we give this answer. Yes, it's AI-based, big data-based, cloud-based, 3D printing, and so forth. But for what? That is an important question that we need to address. So, eventually, we'll be able to cater to the needs of every individual, every citizens, and we should be able to address the needs of every individual and yet reduce costs. That is the key to digital transformation. So this is the perspective that we need to take. So what is the most important thing in the era of digital transformation? I believe that it is the concept of capability. And we have to be able to know what we want to do. That's the first and foremost important thing. And second is, we have to know whether we'll be able to address that problem. And thirdly, we have to be able to network all the resources that are required to address that problem. So when it comes to conceptualization, I would like to sum it up as on-demand services. So whether it's in individuals or citizens or customers, if somebody needs something at some point or at some time, at some place, we should be able to provide that specific service or specific something. So that is why we are seeking digital transformation. But what is interesting is that, as it is written as is from the book called Time of Accumulation, I think that we really have to think about the concept, definition of concept. Actually, Korea has not much experience of having created something on its own. We've been very busy trying to emulate others. So, yes, the government is making a lot of investments and developing a lot of industry. That has been the conventional wisdom. And that is because we don't have this concept or conceptualization of things. So we have to build from scratch. And in order to do that, as Ms. Lee just mentioned, we have to first identify what social issues are at hand. If we manage to successfully identify the social issues at hand, then we'll be able to come up with services that are required. But in order to provide such services, data is not the only thing that we need. So we need to really define what services are, or the definition of services. For example, when it comes to mobility on demand, you have to move from one place A to place B. Now, what kind of means of transport should you use? What kind of mobility solutions should you use? So we need to conceptualize things first, and we need to develop products and services to meet the demand. And in order to do that, we need technology. For technology, we need R&D and infrastructure. So what should we do? So this is very much in line with what Mayor Yam said. We've never had a case where individuals created something that is very great. So 2 years ago, I had a chance to travel abroad with the high-ranking officials in Korea to have an on-site visit of Fourth Industrial Revolution. So the government officials their expenses were covered by businesses, and I actually covered my own expense. And the Israeli businesses or companies were very shocked and very surprised. They were very much surprised at the fact that the Korean businesses supported and covered the expenses of the public officials to travel around. But actually, private sectors should also seek changes on their own, and in order to do that, you need to develop a network. So you need to be able to conceptualize, identify problems, and develop networks. And we very much lack capacity in terms of networking and developing networks. So I believe that we have to build this type of networks to develop a nationwide or national platform. So the government is taking part, but not really, meaning that the academia, private sector, and the citizens can develop this type of platform to develop products and services. What is the role of the government? Government provides infrastructure and provides the gathering, the platform to gather these different stakeholders. But what about the role of local governments or local regions? I really regret to say this, but I give a lot of lecture going around different regions to talk about promoting the local economy. But I would like to say that a lot of local governments and local regions, they lack talents. So what is important is to set the direction for each and every local government. And on-demand is very important. And the local government should think about how to integrate different local or regional resources. So cooperative governance is something that we really need. We have to develop this cooperative governance system so that local governments and local authorities or autonomous bodies can have more authority and power, and they can actually take better stock of their situation. And in the morning, I talked about organic growth or inorganic growth. I participated in that discussion. Hyundai Motor Group is currently acquiring a lot of companies like Boston Dynamics. So this is like an inorganic growth. So how are we going to mobilize outside resources? And that can be done through network, is what I want to say. So you have to develop a local, a regional ecosystem, and this ecosystem should be connected with the central government through a networking mechanism. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the wonderful note. Yes, conceptualization, problem solving, and networking capabilities, those are some capabilities that we have to have for. Well, actually, as moderator, I would like to suggest to have 10 more minutes for a general discussion session that our speakers and the panelists can discuss on various views and challenges. Well, amongst our speakers and panelists, do you have any further comments that you would like to add up on? Or do you have any questions from the floor? If not, while waiting for you to be prepared for any questions, I would like to ask one thing, one general thing. Well, I heard lots of important keywords like balance between economy and ecology, and digitalization, decentralization. How would you define a Korean New Deal in one word or one sentence? Who would you like to go first? Chairperson Moon, would you like to go first, please?
저는 이제 발표하면서 말씀을 드렸는데요.
Well, I did
한마디로
mention this in my presentation. So, in sum, I would say that the Korean New Deal would be the great transition of Korea, and the digital New Deal is the great transition of the digital.
Yes, Korean New Deal is great transition. Yes, please.
Yeah, let me summarize it. Korean New Deal means a kind of approach through decentralized power, transform Korean economy itself into digital. That is, I think, Korean New Deal.
저는 미래 세대들의 생존 시간을
Well, I would say that this is a way for us to save the time for the future generations to save themselves. So we have to really reduce the 700 million tons to zero in the next few decades. And so we are now really going the untraveled path. And also, if Ms. Anne Pettifor is still here, then I'm sure that you have been listening to the presentations coming from Korea. I would like to actually hear her feedback.
Okay, then after asking for one word or one sentence to Mayor Yum, we would like to move on to Anne Pettifor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Would you like to wait for us just for a second for Mayor Yum to make his note? Yes, thank you.
예, 그 한국에서
All right, yes. In Korea, so before ideating the Korean New Deal, I believe that the Green New Deal was actually the first idea that came out and was planning this. And then now, because of the COVID-19, when we also had to boost economic growth, then also because of the existing infrastructure and the status quo of Korea, then the digital technology, we have the strength there. And then now the Green New Deal was incorporated into the Korean New Deal. And then now, because it was part of the Korean New Deal, I believe that now it also included the social safety net and also the human safety net to make sure that there would be least damages along the way of transforming the Korean society. Anyways, I would say that the Korean New Deal is really an urgent challenge for us and also quite timely as well.
From outside of Korea. Anne Pettifor, please.
Yes, I think I want to make very clear that actually the issue not just of the short term and the medium term. These are issues to do with survival, right? We're talking here about the survival of humanity. Humanity is at risk. And I don't think we can just keep relying on technology. Digital technology is wonderful. It's enabling us to communicate. But this huge dependence on more and more technology, we know, for example, that over the next 10 years, it's planned to send 50,000 new satellites into the stratosphere. That is utopian. That is delusional. We cannot carry on extracting assets from the Earth and then pouring toxic emissions into the atmosphere and expect to survive as a species. And I just have a sense that there isn't the degree of urgency in this meeting of what needs to be done, not just for human survival, but also for the creation of equality. And I was very struck by the remarks on inequality. The fact is that Korea is like so many other countries, including my own, where, you know, the crisis has actually worsened inequality, has actually widened inequality. Now, if you're going to carry on with that sort of inequality, you're going to have political and social upheaval, and that's going to inevitably end in some form of violence. So, you know, I really think this meeting hasn't yet grasped the urgency of the transformation that is necessary for Koreans to survive this and to survive it in a state of decency and civilization and not in a state of chaos.
Much for your information, Anne Pettifor was not able to attend this general discussion session due to her previously arranged schedule, but thank you very much and very honored to be with you until the last moment. And would you like to make any further comments before we end the session, or do you have a question, President Yu? Yes, please.
I
don't want to pose a question at this moment because I know we are already past the time that was allotted. But I wanted to thank Ann Pettifor for joining us. I know it's very early for you in the morning, and giving your wisdom. And I just wanted to, if I had the mic, I would have asked a question, but I don't want to at this point. I just wanted you to exercise, underscore the point that a country like South Korea cannot have the strength to fight and wrest control over the international financial system. So I think it's really the European Commission that has to take leadership, and I know with Brexit and so on, you may not be in that position, but Europe should have to exercise leadership there. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Then with that, we would like to conclude the second session entitled Korean New Deal, Growth and Innovation. Thank you very much for sharing your insights and valuable time, and we would like to see you in 10 minutes after a short break for the third session. Thank you very much. All right, I hope you've had some fresh air to begin with the session 3, which is about building a more inclusive society and a better social safety net for all. And for this session, we again have very renowned speakers and panelists ready for their notes. Let me introduce our speakers and panelists first. We have Professor Richard Baldwin of International Economics at the Graduate Institute from Geneva. And we also have Professor Louise K. Comfort of Graduate School of Public and International Affairs of the University of Pittsburgh. And next we have Associate Professor Sophia Seung-Yun Lee of Social Policy at the Department of Social Welfare of Chungang University and Vice Chairperson of the Youth Policy Coordination Committee. And we have 2 panelists, Director Chong Hong-won of Department of Future Strategic Research of Korea Institute for Health and Social Affairs. And last but not least, Senior Research Fellow Chang Ji-yeon of Korea Labor Institute. So with that short introduction, we would like to begin right away the first presentation by Professor Richard Baldwin. I hope you're ready, Professor.
Already here.
Okay, great.
So, very good. Can you see it? Perfect. Oh, I can see you can see it. Very good. Well, thank you very much for having me and allowing me to share my ideas with this important audience on this very important issue. I want to apologize that I'm not really a specialist in social protection, but I've noted that the other panelists will be more than capable of picking up where I'm unable to carry the ball forward. So let me just get started with my presentation. So the talk is going to be in 3 parts. First, I'll talk about the future of work. Then I'll talk about the impact of COVID. And lastly, I'll talk about updating social protection to fit the future. Now, the drivers of future of work, in my view, is really threefold, the 3 big ones. Today's AI is different. It won't look like a factory closure, and globalization won't look like the same. Now, all of this is on the basic theme. Something that concerns me greatly is that many people are thinking about the future of work by projecting into the future what they saw happening over the last 2 decades. And in my view, both automation and globalization will be very different going forward than it has been in the past. Let me make some of those points a little bit more concretely. Today's AI is different. In 2019, 2020, computers can read, write, see, speak, understand speech, produce output, recognize subtle patterns, but in 2015, they couldn't. So what changed? The way I think about it is we're programming computers in a different way. And I like to go at it by referring to this book, Thinking Fast, Thinking Slow, by the Nobel Prize-winning economist Daniel Kahneman. And Kahneman points out that humans have 2 very, very different ways of thinking. The first one is thinking slow. And this is what most of us call thinking. It's when you're doing calculations or when you're trying to work out a percentage of a tip in a New York restaurant or something like that. Now, the point about that is it's conscious, it's effortful, and above all, we know how we do it. Thus, we can write a computer program, a code, to teach a computer to do what we're doing because we know how we do it. The second track of human thinking is unconscious, instant, effortless, and you can do many things at the same time, but most importantly, we have no idea how we're accomplishing those mental tasks. For instance, when you run across uneven ground or you quickly glance and you recognize that the image in the video is a cat rather than a dog, you don't know how you did that. You can't write down a set of logical instructions telling a computer how to do what you did. And as a consequence, until we shifted to machine learning as a way of programming computers, there was a whole set of human cognitive tasks which were not possible to automate. So what machine learning has done is given computers a whole set of cognitive human abilities that they did not have before. And some of those are useful in the workplace, and those are leading to automation of the type we did not see in the last 2 decades. The second point is it won't look like a factory closure. When automation and globalization, when the future of work arrives, it won't look like it did in the past 2 decades. It won't be a factory in some city shutting down and hundreds or thousands of workers being thrown out of work. It's going to look more like downgrade unemployment, not mass unemployment Rust Belt style. And I'd like you to think about the future of work arriving in the same way that the smartphones or iPhones, I guess since this is Korea, there aren't that many smartphones, but think of it as smartphone infiltration. Now, all of us have been at a table that looks like this. I think we can all agree that smartphones have transformed our societies. They've transformed the way we deal with our work. They transformed the way we deal with our families. They've even transformed the way we deal with our physical environment, like cities and things like that, with maps. But here's the thing. 10 years ago, nobody decided to let that happen. It just happened. And for a long time, people didn't really realize how radically it was changing our lives because it consisted of millions, if not billions, of seemingly small, seemingly unconnected steps in the same direction. And I submit that the future of work, which will involve automation and globalization of service sector tasks, will arrive in that way. So it won't be sudden, it will be very subtle. And as a consequence, people who are thinking about globalization affecting the future of work by thinking backwards will miss the big changes that are happening. My third point is that globalization won't look the same. Telemigration, which is really just the globalization of the service sector, or another way to say it is telemigration is working from home when home is abroad. This will bring a very large section of the population which is currently shielded from globalization into direct wage competition with talented, low-cost foreigners. Now, what's driving this? The first thing is the wage gaps make it profitable. So globalization is always and everywhere, basically an arbitrage across prices. That's what drives it. That's why companies and people are doing it. And the biggest price differences that remain in today's world have to do with wages and salaries. My job, for instance, a professor of economics here in Geneva, I earn probably 20 times as much as a professor teaching the same things in the Manila, Philippines. Now, once my institution figures that out and knows how to do it, there may start to be some arbitrage on the things that I do and the things that are done by lower cost, talented foreigners sitting abroad. And then the trouble is, up till now, it wasn't really possible to offshore or outsource or globalize these kinds of tasks because it required lots of face-to-face frequently. But digital technology is changing that reality. And I would point to 4 things. First of all, domestic telecommuting, which has advanced enormously with COVID, is setting the stage and getting us ready to include foreign workers in our teams. Now, maybe a little less in Korea, where the language barrier is fairly important, but I'll come to that. Second, freelancing platforms like Upwork or Fiverr, there's many of them, are essentially making it easier for people to connect with talented foreigners abroad, to find them, to hire them, to pay them, to manage them. Those platforms are like eBay or Alibaba, but for services, not goods. Third, advanced telecoms. I don't have to tell you at all. I'm giving this conference remotely in Seoul, Korea. Just last year, I was there giving conferences in person. That was much better, by the way. So the third is advanced telecoms, which are making remote people seem less remote. And right now, we're on to Zoom, nothing radical, but the technologies that are coming online will make it much more like you're actually in the same room. And finally, machine translation. Now, machine translation used to be a joke, but it's getting much better, much faster, because of the ability to gather the data and process the data. And all you need is enough data on translations, human translations, and eventually the machine translation will become very good. in English, between English and the major UN languages, it's already very good, which you can see if you go on YouTube, you can click auto caption and it automatically puts English language captions up there, and they're pretty good. I believe that this will lead to a global talent tsunami. In some sense, the globalization and automation of the past, the 1990s, was hundreds of millions of low-cost workers joining the manufacturing workforce globally. The 2020s will be hundreds of millions of low-cost service workers joining the service sector globally. And as the manufacturing sector caused lots of disruption, especially in the rich countries, lots of opportunities in countries like Korea, but that will cause lots of problems in the rich countries, lots of opportunities for developing countries. Okay, let me come to the future of work now. We can't know their names. Many times people, those of you who speak about the future of work, people will say, well, what are the jobs? What are the jobs of the future? Well, the point is we can't know, and we never did know. When people moved from farms to factories, we did not know the names of the jobs in the factories because the industries they were going to work in didn't yet exist. There was no pharmaceutical industry. Nobody was making electric fans in 1850 when they left the farm. But we can guess what they will be like. And that's here, my main point with this is we have to use a process of elimination. Don't think about what we will be doing. Think about what we won't be doing. And what we will be doing is all the rest. So now I want to use this word globots, which is globalization and robotics in the service sector. And I will assert that globots will do what they can because they're so cheap. Robots in the service sector are essentially software, and it's very, very cheap. Offshore jobs to developing countries, that's also very, very cheap. So whatever can be done by the globots will be done by the globots eventually. So we have to ask, what can globots do? And the answer is software automation, which is the robots for the service sector. They can't do the most human tasks. And offshore teleworkers can't be in the same room. So if you put that together, and this is a main conclusion of my book that I published last year, The Globotics Upheaval, the long-run future of work will be more human, more local jobs. We'll be in a richer society because of all the automation raising productivity, hopefully a more generous society. So the future of work is very, very good. The trouble is we have to get there, and the transition could be rough. Let me quickly say what COVID has changed. 4 things. First of all, lots of people have been fired already. So if companies were deciding, should I get a real person or should I get an automated solution or offshore the job? Now they're starting from a blank slate, and it's much easier to replace people you don't have to fire. The second is COVID-19 has forced an emergency digital transformation. All of us are familiar with that. That's lasting and massive. Third, social distancing raises the relative cost of in-person workers versus globots, either offshoring the job or automating the job. And so at least during much of the recovery period, where social distancing will still be a reality, companies may choose to use more globots than they otherwise would have. And lastly, firms all around the world are under extreme cost pressure, and so they will use this as a necessity or an excuse to do things, digital transformation and offshoring, that they perhaps wanted to do anyways. Okay. Updating social protection. Now I finally come to the last part of my talk. Sorry it's taken so long. I would point out that social protection is tied to traditional worker-company contracts in many nations. But digital technology is disintegrating those contracts. All through the world, we're moving towards more precarious work, less structured relationships between the workers and the companies, because digital technology allows a company to manage the workers even when they aren't in a tight, long-run relationship. Now, this isn't new. This has been happening, sometimes called the gig economy. This has been going on for a long time and in different speeds in different countries, but jobs are becoming more precarious. And since our social contract from the past was usually hooked to these formal contracts, a lot of people are losing social protection and not getting it. And we're going to have to adjust to that. The future of work is going to involve more frequent switches in jobs and even occupations as the pace of digital disruption takes off. Now, you put those 2 points together, it means we're going to need more support for adjustment. And my theme here would be protect workers, not jobs. Protect workers, not jobs. Because the government cannot know what jobs need protecting, what jobs will survive no matter what. They can perhaps slow it down, but the important thing is to make sure that the workers aren't the only ones paying the cost of transition. That cost, that burden of adjustment is shared, and workers feel comfortable that they'll do okay in the future of work. One way of doing this is the Danish flexicurity approach, where companies can hire and fire as they like. There's no restrictions on that kind of thing, but the government commits to doing whatever is necessary to help displaced workers find new jobs. And the Danish workers actually believe that, so they're not opposed to any kind of automation or globalization. For initial education, and here I want to get done on time, it's more general, shorter, teaching to learn and training flexibility, not memorizing lots of stuff, and switching to a system of permanent learning. Let me close by citing one of my great heroes in these kinds of things, Andreas Schlichter from OECD. He's the one who invented the PISA tests. Things that are easy to teach and test have become easy to automate. Our imagination, our awareness, our sense of responsibility are the things that will allow us to harness the opportunities of the 21st century. Tomorrow's schools will need to help students think for themselves, join others with empathy in work and citizenship. They will need to help students develop a strong sense of right and wrong and a sensitivity to the claims of others. That, in my mind, is how we have to react going forward. Thank you for listening. This is the back cover of my book with Larry Summers saying some nice things on it. I had to end with a promotion for my book. Sorry, Chair. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Baldwin. It was a good opening to the third session entitled, his presentation, is entitled Re-establishment of Social Protection in the Wake of the COVID-19 Pandemic, Future of Jobs. Actually, the keyword flexi-security was quite impressive to keep. And moving on, we would like to now invite Professor Louise K. Comfort for her presentation on collective cognition and action responding to the threat of COVID-19. If you're ready, now the floor is yours. Professor?
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I've enjoyed the presentations this morning, and I think it's marvelous that Korea is looking forward, 30, 50 years. What I'd like to talk about today is the whole question of collective cognition. How do we, as a global community, focus on the same problem at the same time to achieve a similar goal in different contexts and in different countries? And what is really interesting is the phenomenon of COVID-19 has really brought this issue to the fore. And there is this gap between cognition and action when people recognize something but don't do anything about it. And this is a long-standing dilemma in public affairs, but the coronavirus has really shown the difference between how nations recognize risk and how they respond to them. And when we have in COVID-19 a clear example of a threat that affects the entire world, every country in the world, and there is no vaccine. Now there is just this month, but there has been no vaccine for the last 10 months. And the only methods of stopping this highly contagious, highly transmissible virus is basic public health methods of wearing masks, washing our hands, keeping social distance. But being able to do this and have it be effective means the whole world needs to do it at the same time in order for the virus to stop a transmission. And this is a learning process that literally has 4 steps. The first is recognizing the risk. The second is communicating that risk to others and engaging others in this process, this common shared process. The third is coordinating multiple activities at multiple levels, multiple scales of operation in order to bring this virus under control. So the real challenge is to recognize this risk and then guide public action to bring the disease under control. This problem occurs in other areas besides public health, certainly in employment. And I'm very interested in the comments by Professor Baldwin, but it literally is, can the world learn to work together? Now, what do we mean by cognition? And cognition is this capacity to recognize emerging risk before it occurs and to act on that information. And it really is this flash of comprehension that actually triggers action that is guided by a clear goal. An important part of cognition is it operates most quickly and most clearly when there is a goal behind it, but it derives from both social and cultural conditions. And it requires also the empathy, the capacity to understand the impact of your actions on someone else and someone else's actions on you that builds the social coherence that allows collective action. And what is interesting also is, going back to Herbert Simon, we can only create what we already understand. So cognition really structures action. And when we're in an uncertain place where we don't know what the circumstances are, the only process that we can build that cognition is inquiry and exploring it further. So in uncertain dynamic conditions, cognition then represents the first step in solving complex problems. And how do we know where to go when we don't know where we are? Like navigation, we determine where to go by knowing where we are and understanding the context we are in order to chart actions forward. So learning depends on the intersection between the time that is available for action and the rate at which conditions are changing around us. This makes learning difficult in uncertain, rapidly changing conditions because most of us learn, as Professor Baldwin told us, that we're learning like code in conscious efforts. But in fact, what cognition is this rapid learning that Daniel Kahneman talks about, fast learning, where we recognize the problem and can act on it. Now, in large-scale dynamic contexts, like a global public health threat, cognition moves necessarily from the individual to the collective scale. No one actor or organization has all of the knowledge that is needed to solve a massive problem like a global virus. But doing so relies on the rapid exchange of information among actors, the capacity to update the information as it changes, and the feedback between actors to keep the process of learning on track. And that depends on the tools and the information that is available to search, exchange, and validate information. So the transformation in the information infrastructure enables a much more rapid cognition than we've been able to achieve before. Now, if we move in complex, large-scale problems, like trying to cope with COVID-19, we're moving again into a different process a different learning process, which is collective cognition, and that emerges within society, not by external orders, but by a wide awareness of risk and the acknowledgement of a shared goal. And it does include empathy, or the ability to understand the impact of actions taken on others. And it builds this shared understanding of both risk and the social coherence that is needed to reduce that risk. And collective cognition underlies this shift to collective action that enables whole societies to voluntarily accept limits on their own behavior to achieve a benefit for the larger good. It's like all of the Italians clapping at 7 o'clock for the healthcare workers that we all saw from the balconies in Milan in March. Now, collective cognition operates in these large-scale events within a context that's called complex time. Now, the classic conception of time is that the arrow of time moves only forward, never back. But in complex systems, time is perceived differently in different contexts. So we can have, in this global public health system, a whole set of countries that are facing the same risk, COVID-19, but they're going to learn at different rates. And as they learn at different rates, they'll act in different ways. And as they act in different ways, they will create coherence within their system, but misalign their actions in the global system. So one of the classic tasks that we're facing now in the next 20, 30, 50 years is learning how to learn together and to align our actions accordingly. So complex time means really that actors in different physical locations perceive the same threat occurring at different rates of change. And time is perceived as adaptive, with not just one arrow, but many arrows guiding action. And this is why, for example, in the United States, we've seen all of these different arrows of time going in 50 different directions in 50 different states, and then within the states going also in very different directions. But in complex adaptive systems, actors can adapt their actions to the same threat based on different perceptions. So the task is really to increase the level of learning so the actors can align their actions to achieve the same goal. And misalignment among actions in reference to COVID-19, for example, places strain on the whole global system in public health, in trade, in finance, in economics, and honestly threatens the stability of global institutions. And here's a global timeline just going over major dates. And it's too small for you to read, but I put it in place just to show that different countries were perceiving the risk differently at different times and taking different actions that misaligned. So we had this whole pandemic moving across the world at different rates and having different consequences in the countries. So, here we are now in October and November with the second, third waves in Europe, skyrocketing in the Americas. The Americas are certainly the worst in the world, with the US leading, I'm sorry to say, but also Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, Chile, Argentina all have very high rates of cases. So given this concept of complex time, we really see how the epidemic spread across the world and becoming, a part of this pandemic. And South Korea, early recognition of risk, wide acceptance of public health measures. Collective cognition led to collective action early, with early control. Japan, public officials were relatively slow to acknowledge the risk, asked for voluntary cooperation of public action, but largely shifted the actions to the local level, to the prefectural and municipal officials. In Italy, Italy is an interesting case. Early recognition of risk by the public officials and the health officers, but they did not share it with the local municipalities and the local officials. And so the virus spun out of control and required our shutdown measures to achieve responsible control. And now they are in a second wave too. And the Americas, as I said, worst case, United States, Brazil, Mexico with fragmented performance. The best case is Canada, actually, that had an early focus on health and coordinated leadership. If we look at one case, and I can talk about the US because it's my own country and I've watched it in tears over these last 10 months, once thought of as a leader, a global leader in public health and pandemic preparedness. 4% of the world's population, over 20% of the world's confirmed cases, nearly 19% of the world's deaths. And if we look at these 4 C's, the cognition that requires this crucial capacity for empathy, we did not have it in national leadership. And that consequently left the leadership to the governors and the mayors of different cities. And so we had 50 different governors taking 50 different sets of actions, and within the states, the same. Communication, regrettably, we had mixed messages. And I'm sorry from the national leadership, distortion, denial of science, and local efforts that followed the political leadership instead of listening to the science. So we had a fractured profile of threat. And this led to the lack of coordination and the fragmented patterns across the states and the different policies within the states with rolling waves of infection. And so control then was varied within the country, established in some states. New York and California, did better, only to see cases rise in California when Arizona, right next door, didn't impose mask mandates or whatever. And so consequently, we had this misalignment of decisions and ill-construed communication that led to lack of control, and I'm sorry to say, literally the worst performance in the world. What was interesting, looking at Korea, and many of you have discussed this, we did have rapid cognition, quick action, clear and consistent communication that Korea brought the virus under control relatively quickly. And the one figure that stands out here is number of deaths for Korea, 587. Look at the US, over 300,000. And then we have small countries like New Zealand that did even better, literally small country, barely 5 million people, but honestly, only 2,000 cases and 25 deaths. So what are the solutions that we can imagine? First, in my judgment, we need to redesign the learning process on a global scale. We can certainly learn from this experience, and there are distinctive insights that come from a comparison of response processes across the countries. First, timing is critical, and it's essential to close this gap between cognition of risk and action. And here I do think the information technology can help a great deal, and Korea was able to use that very well. Then secondly, clarity in framing action is critical, which comes from cognition and using the same message, delivering the same message to all groups. Leadership and organizational structure matters. In the US, the absence of national leadership had a really harmful effect, and the federal structure created possibilities for multiple challenges. Building consensus takes time. That was not available in this crisis. And the critical task is literally to maintain systematic monitoring, documentation, updating, and analysis of events as they change, innovative uses of IT that can facilitate a learning process across large populations. And so what are the policy implications for managing a global crisis? First, coming back to cognition, it's the most critical step, but it must be recognized and followed by communication, coordination, and control. And secondly, understanding this notion of complex time is really important, because it's important to realize that different groups within a nation and different nations in a region and different regions in the world will learn at different rates. And it's important to build this collective cognition, and we do that through action. Learning is action. Action leads to learning, and it's a shared social learning process. Thirdly, the role of science. I don't need to emphasize this. It's something you all know. It's essential to policy decisions, especially regarding public health that people didn't know about. Fourthly, the power of information technologies that increases the capacity to address large-scale problems if monitored and updated regularly. And then finally, I think we do need to make a major investment in a global infrastructure that is fundamental to responsible management of risk among nations. Can we do it? This would require collaboration on a global scale. Looking forward, is it possible to design a learning process for our respective nations? And understanding a global response, COVID-19 will end, but other crises will surely emerge. The climate crisis is already here. I'm here in California, and wildfires have ravaged the state. But can we imagine a world beyond nation states in which robust international learning centers, like KDI, for example, continue to monitor the status of global health, share information, technologies, and techniques to bring threats under control and to anticipate new threats before they become serious? This requires a coherent concept of international risk management. And here we have not only the opportunity, but the obligation to use the insights we've gained from this pandemic to create a better global learning process going forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Comfort, for the wonderful presentation, especially on the flow of cognition to control through communication and coordination. It was quite unique to hear that approach in dealing with COVID-19. Without further ado, let us now invite the third speaker, Professor Sophia Seung-Yun Lee, and she will present on When Youth Meets Ecology Towards a Sustainable Welfare State. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the conference organizers. It's quite an honor and pleasure for me to participate in this international conference, Inclusive Korea 2020. So I would like to take this chance briefly to thank the Presidential Commission on Policy Planning, the National Research Council for Economics and Humanities and Social Science, and the KDI School for Public Policy and Management. It's also an honor for me to participate in this session together with Professor Comfort and Baldwin, which I really enjoyed your presentations, and also very much honor to have a brilliant discussant, Dr. Chung and Chang with me. My presentation is based on basically this question. Can the current welfare capitalist system guarantee ecological sustainability? And this ecological sustainability also tells us whether we, inside this ecology, this economic ecology system, can we also survive and be sustained? And this comes from the question of the basic problems of capitalism. The capitalism of one body and two problems. One problem is the well-known social problem, and the other problem is the ecological problem, that we have been exploiting our nature and we are now experiencing the consequences. So the capitalist system that we have been maintaining and using up till now, and the welfare system that has been structured around this capitalist system, can this achieve the social and ecological transition that we want to go forward to? This is the basic question that I have, and the basic question that I want to discuss with you. Now, the social problem part, I'm going to focus mostly on the youth labor market. And in order to do that, I want to also talk about the technology development. I see my presentation broken a bit, but I apologize for this. I think Professor Baldwin already explained largely about the technology development. Already in 2016, the AlphaGo won the Genius Go Master Isedol, and already in 2017, it was already upgraded further and easily empowered Go Genius KJ. And there's been a lot of reports and forums around the future of jobs, and many was around whether job will be decreased and what kind of new jobs will be increased. Can the new increase of job actually replace the job loss? One of the important facts that has been discussed, and also Professor Baldwin talked about this, is the computer processing power. We have seen the technology development of machines throughout the history, but the technology related to computing process or the data collection, we see more and more of this technology development is exponential. And this is also related to the growth of certain technology-related, high-tech-related platform companies. You see in the 1960s and 80s and up to 2000, the major profit-making companies were mostly the well-known manufacturing-related companies and also creating a lot of jobs. And nowadays, it's the high-tech platform-related companies that are replacing all these manufacturer-based companies that has been the top profit-making companies. And if you see the employees, the number of employees, you will see the clear difference. This kind of facts has been already mentioned quite often. This is called the decoupling of growth and employment creation. The top increase is the labor productivity. Given the same amount of labor input, still the productivity is increasing. And this is decoupled by the private employment and the median family income. These areas are stagnating while we see the productivity increasing. Now, there is a lot of opposing ideas related to whether job will be lost, it's going to be a labor-free future or not. I also disagree with this deterministic view that technology development will bring us automatically to the labor-free future. No, I think we do have a choice. And we are at the fork of what kind of labor market, what kind of working society we're going to create. Now, while there's a lot of controversy whether there's going to be a labor-free future or not, however, most of the scholars and also Professor Baldwin mentioned that these kind of exponential growth in technology, data accumulation, monopoly, vague employment relationship, is going to be related to and contribute to the increase in precarious workers, which also leads to the widening of inequality. And the core of precarious work is the dissolution of traditional standard employment form, and these kind of new forms of work that does not match with the existing legal system and social welfare system as well. So I'm going to look at the youth labor market a bit more in detail. And I want to highlight the hidden precariousness, particularly seen in the youth labor market. Now, one of the major indicators we have been using for many, many years to analyze and diagnose the labor market is unemployment rate. And there has been a criticism that this unemployment rate does not actually accurately capture the labor market situation. And so the extended unemployment rate, which is another indicator, has been developed. And this indicator emphasizes, which is, as you can see in the graph, actually it's more than double of the unemployment rate that we have seen. The extended unemployment rate increases the potential job seekers, the potential workers who are working maybe less than 15 hours a week, but they want to work more. But they are categorized as employed. So if we cover this kind of extended unemployment rate, you see the high gap between the unemployment rate and the extended unemployment rate, particularly around the young people. Now, if we divide this into further, it's time-related additional workers, unemployed workers, potentially economically active population, and also potential job seekers will be also in this category. In case of Korea, Korea also shows a very high rate compared to other OECD countries regarding this extended unemployment rate. I further analyzed a bit and categorized the group into three. So the population is divided into economically active population and inactive population. The number one category are the young group of people who are working precariously. These are the employed workers, but in a precarious employment. Now, number two, the group is extended precarious group. Here, I also included the unemployed and then the potential employment and then the potential job seekers. Potential employment and potential job seekers used to be in the inactive population, which is the hidden part. The third group, I name it discouraged precarious group. Here also is included the time-related additional workers. So particularly during this COVID-19 crisis, people experienced a reduction of working hours. However, they're still categorized as employed. So they cannot benefit from unemployment benefit because they are they are participating in the labor market. So this is time-related additional workers. I divided this into 19 to 34, the youth group, and compared with 34 to 64, the other age group. And we can see that among the youth group, the discouraged precarious group is high, and particularly higher than the other age group. Now, I did another analysis, is that I categorized the dimensions of precariousness into three. One is employment relation-related precariousness, one is income-related precariousness, and one is social protection-related precariousness. So if we divide this into a category, here it can be four groups. So the most precarious group would be precarious people who are experiencing precarious employment relations, excluded from the social protection, and experiencing low income. And this is the case of composition for people from 35 to 64. If you compare 2002 and 2018, you see that in 2018, the actually not precarious group composed the highest. Let's see the young group. This is from 19 to 34 in 2018. You see a high polarization High polarization meaning young people actually pushed either to not precarious or very precarious, and we see the missing middle. So now this is the social problem part, and let me briefly move on to the other part that I mentioned at the very beginning is the the ecological problem part, the environment and climate change. And the previous session very professionally explained about this. So I'm going to go over this very briefly. The Keeling curve, the price of carbon emission-based economic growth, has been constantly recognized and criticized that this kind of carbon emission-based economic growth is not going to be sustainable. This also leads to global warming phenomenon, and this global warming phenomenon also, the previous session also mentioned that we have very small time. We have short time period that we have to achieve very radical economic CO2 emission reduction. And we see also a lot of various indicators that the world currently is consuming 70% more resources than the Earth's natural curable resource. So, since we have this kind of two problem, let me go briefly fast to the conclusion part. A sustainable welfare state, a green labor market policy towards a sustainable welfare state. Now, welfare state has been evolving throughout the history, from the 20th century to 21st century, and what is the forward direction is our question. Now, we experience the emergence, the expansion, and the maturity of the welfare state in the 20th century. And already in the 21st century, welfare state has been the dependent variable, meaning that it was a subject of reform. We already started to see a mismatch here. Now, we are in the time of crisis experiencing public health problem, environmental problem, and then also economic and labor market problem at the moment because of the crisis of COVID-19. So when we talk about the solution of this crisis, is that these solution has to be interconnected. And the answer might be lying in the middle of the social ecological transformation. Now, the active labor market policy, briefly, has four maybe parts, tiers. Incentive reinforcement is one. The second is employment assistance. Third is occupation. And fourth is upscaling. And the conclusion is, if we want to achieve the social ecological transformation, all part of this active labor market policy has to consider ecological sustainability. We have already, yes, I'm running out of time. Now, let's compare very briefly the active labor market policy expenditure of Korea compared to other OECD countries. It's very low compared to other countries and also compared to OECD average. So if we are at the fork of expanding active labor market policy, what kind of active labor market policy would we have to unfold? And these are some of the suggestions. Now, there can be three different types of green jobs. One is changing skills green occupation. That means, depending on the green consumption, green demand, some of the already occupation might have to change their skills. This is very closely related to the what kind of job training we're going to provide from the government. The second is green occupation with higher demand. Because of our green transformation, some of the already existing jobs are going to have more demand. So we can expand the jobs in this area. The third part, which I want to highlight the most, is the new green occupation. These are the areas are very unknown yet, and it has to be from the bottom-up approach. Civil society can make a new job. It can be a social economy area that can develop new jobs. And these kind of jobs also need social protection because it's someone unknown and therefore do not have employment protection, wage protection, and lack of education and training. Lastly is the green skill. What does green skill mean? Skills that we need for green jobs and social ecological transformation. We have to have a more detailed skill category, and degree of skill changes has to be estimated for different kind of green occupations. Now, all these kind of active labor market policy will not function on its own. And this is a recent publication of my own with my colleagues, and it's in the small letters, so you might not be able to see, but it categorized different benefits. For example, income benefits. For example, the idealistic one would be basic income, and within this category, there can be subcategories. Voucher, and also basic services. There are many different combinations we can create. For example, transitional basic income can be related to participatory income, which can encourage green activities in green job. Basic voucher can also be related to green training and nudge people to consume more green and ecological consumption. Basic service is very important, for example, health service and also basic kind of these green training services. So these are some of the roadmaps and possibilities that we have to build together for a sustainable welfare state. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee, for proposing such wonderful suggestions for the job creation towards green job employment market. All right, and without further ado, we would like to open a panel discussion session, and I would like to ask Director Chung Hong-won to go ahead first. You have 10 minutes. Thank you.
예, 저는 익숙한 한국어로 하겠습니다.
I'm going to speak in a language that I'm familiar with, in Korean. While listening to the three presentations, I feel very honored to be able to provide discussion today. I believe that I'm invited to a very important discussion, and I would like to thank our three speakers in that regard. First of all, regarding Professor Comfort's presentation, so regarding collective cognition, so you mentioned about the communication, coordination, and control process, or the cycle. And each country around the world has responded very differently in terms of this process. And I believe that the presentation actually gave us a lot of insight into as how countries responded to COVID-19, because I was able to learn how groups recognize or gain cognition in a different manner, and how the guidelines are developed based on a different timing of the cognition taking place. And I do concur with what Professor Comfort said, but my concern is the following. Yes, Korea has managed to quickly recognize the problem and take an agile and quick action, but such response system, would that remain effective in the future, is a very important question. I think that the Korean people going forward would they be able to collaborate and cooperate on the government guidelines as they have done for this crisis? This is a question that we can ask. So sometimes we can say that there is an expiry date to a response system, a response measure. We have never experienced such a prolonged crisis. Usually it ended after 6 or 7 months, but we have never experienced such prolonged pandemic. And I am very much curious as to know whether Koreans would be willing to also go along with the government initiatives or measures in the future. And the other two speakers mentioned about the labor job and its future. And we heard about what kind of social protection mechanism is needed. And they have actually raised a very important question or fundamental question. So the changes of today are led by IT and technological development. And COVID-19 is having an impact on the job or employment. And I believe that there are more negative prospects in this regard, or pessimistic prospects. But is it really truly pessimistic? I think that a lot of scholars who study about the future are generally pessimistic or skeptical about the future. But I think that we have to be very prudent and cautious in going ahead or going for this very pessimistic approach or skeptical approach. So after COVID-19, when everything returns to normal, are we going to return to the old days? Or are we going to adopt or adapt ourselves to the new normal? That is an important question. Returning to the old days, I am very skeptical about that. The reason why is what's driving the change in the labor market right now is the businesses that are reducing costs through IT and technological developments. So I believe that the businesses will not go back to the old days. So I do concur with the conclusion of the two speakers who talked about the job and the future. So in that situation, income guarantee, income security, or social protection, what should be the way forward for these systems? So Professor Baldwin mentioned about the Danish case, plasticity, and the emphasis on the professional training and job training. I think that's something that we in Korea can adopt. And as for the labor rigidity or rigidity of the labor market, we have to think about, on the other hand, the flexibility of the labor market. And as for the ecological transformation or transition, yes, there are lots of heated debates on this topic, and it is an ideal path for us to take. But for us, Koreans, it seems like quite an abstract concept. But I do concur with some ideas, meaning that the existing social protection or social security system based on social protection is faced with a lot of hurdles and obstacles. And if we slightly adjust the existing system, that will not be enough. So we have to go for some structural changes in terms of a social security system. And Professor Baldwin briefly mentioned about we have to not protect the jobs, but the people. So people-centered, it's not about a policy-centered approach that we need to take, but we have to really think about people-centricity, people-centric approach. And last but not least, Korean social security system is very much centralized. But I believe that in the future, we will move towards a more decentralized system, and it is the path for us to take. And we have to think about what kind of new decentralized system we need to adopt. I think that we do agree with the direction we need to take. We have to think deeper about the specific system to put in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Chok, for your statement. Yes, decentralized system, we don't know how it will be formed, but we will see how it will go. All right, moving on. Last but not least, you have waited for so long. Senior Researcher Chang Ji-yeon, now the floor is yours.
네, 안녕하세요. 초대해 주셔서 고맙습니다.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation. Now, for myself, the social protection. So I have been studying this topic. So I am a researcher of social protection. So allow me to provide my discussion on this topic. I would also like to focus on the case of Korea. Now, the three presentations today Perhaps the presentations were more of a higher level based on theory. So then based on that, I would like to take a closer look into the Korean society. Now, this is a story that I recently came across. This is the story of someone that I have personally heard of, but it could be of anyone because this is something that is really happening often these days. So I'm sure that you would know at least one or two people like this. So now this is the story of Mr. Kim, who owns a travel agency with a little over 10 employees. Now, of course, he ran into trouble because of COVID-19, was struggling whether he has to fold his business or not. Now in Korea, the government offered employment maintenance subsidy because the tourism industry was designated as a crisis industry. So now then they were subject to 90%, up to 90% subsidy for the wage, for the payroll. So he thought that, okay, so I'm going to withstand this. So now then he was able to pay his employees, but then he had no money to take home. So he started food delivery because these days delivery jobs are quite frequent in Korea, and also the platforms, a lot of platforms are there hiring delivery men. So he was now utilizing the platform to do delivery work, during which he got hurt. But most of the delivery workers are actually not covered under industrial accident insurance. So he was not covered under insurance. So now a very short story, but then in this short story, you can see many different host of issues that the Korean society today is saddled with. Now, since COVID-19, there are three worker groups who became more visible. One is the remotes. So the remotes are the essentials. So these terms have been coined by Professor Lai of the US and have become broadly known. Anyway, so these are the people who work from home. So they can practice social distancing while at the same time being socially protected. But now, let's say if you want to social distance, then we must remember there are those who cannot, because they have to connect us while we socially distance. And then those who connect us, one of them are the delivery workers. Delivery workers, now their employment status is quite ambiguous. So officially, they are seen as independent workers or self-employed. But then when you actually look into how they work, then they are dependent financially on one company. And they are under the de facto control as they work. So if we are to use the generic term, then we could call them dependent self-employed. Or in Korea, we also call them special type workers. So yes, they have become more visible under the COVID-19 situation. And then another group are the small business owners or the freelancers. So those who are really struggling under COVID-19. So now, given this day and age, how is the Korean society responding in the way of social protection? So I would say that there are largely four measures undertaken by the government. First is the existing system, which is called the employment insurance. The employment insurance, this also includes the employment maintenance subsidy, and then also there is the unemployment benefits. So the employment maintenance subsidy, I mentioned this earlier. So this is to keep the business running and prevent mass unemployment. So the travel agency utilized this action, but still there are bound to be those who lose their jobs. So the unemployed applied for unemployment benefits, and we see that the unemployment benefit payout has increased quite a lot, which means that the system is functioning. And now, under COVID-19, the second type of support that the government provided was the emergency disaster relief. And of course, there were controversies about whether we should give this to everyone, or 70% or 50%. So there was huge controversy regarding this. But then now, what I felt a bit frustrated by this debate was that, I mean, no matter the debate, it's really useless. Because if we don't pay this to everyone, in other words, if we are to select only 70%, then it's going to take so long and the things are going to be over. So when there is a crisis like this, then we actually do not have the kind of system that would filter out those who are not in crisis. So we realize that that is one area of institution or the systems that we are lacking. And the third support was the emergency employment stability support for special type workers, like the financial dependent, self-employed, or freelancers. Again, now for this, the Ministry of Labor and Employment, now they had to, so they were in a hurry to pay this out under the absence of a system to identify the employment or these specific type of workers. And then the fourth is something that was passed recently at the National Assembly, and that is the amendment to the Employment Insurance Act and the Industrial Accident Insurance Act. So this provides coverage to these special type workers as well for the industrial accident insurance and also the unemployment benefits. So now then we see that we have come this path to provide and improve our social protection under COVID-19, sometimes in a hurried manner, sometimes in haste, to make up for where we are lacking. Now, so in this process, we have also learned a few things. One is that the unemployment insurance, so the employment insurance or the unemployment benefit system, it's a very good scheme as long as you're covered. But there are a lot of workers who are not covered by this very good scheme. So we needed to have an institutional response to this current shortage. And second is that if we are to select the targets by household income, or let's say if we are to target the self-employed, then we also need to identify the extent of the fall in their sales or revenue, but then currently Korea does not have this kind of system. So making up for these systems where we fall short would be one way of beefing up the social protection for the Korean precarious workers as well. Thank you.
For touching out the practical aspect of the social safety nets for all. Well, that rounds out our panel discussion session. But before we move on to the general discussion session, we have a question uploaded to our Zoom platform that is addressed to Professor Seung-Yeon Lee. If you're okay, may I translate the question? Well, thank you for bringing up diverse issues of our society, but considering the connected relations of previous labor market and the social welfare system and the green transition, I think it is extremely difficult for us to maintain the current labor system because our system is based on carbon economy, in particular conventional manufacturing industries. So that was why I was looking forward to alternative or necessary strategies that should be necessary for green transition, but I was sorry for not hearing that. Well, digital transformation or green transformation needs greater change and transition in terms of, in particularly, employment and social welfare and well-being. But I don't think it is easy to strengthen conventional welfare system, securing the previous employment market. What do you think on this difficulty? What's your take?
If I understood the question correctly, it's not possible to secure the current employment system if we pursue green transition?
When we try to strengthen welfare system, we also need to pursue the green transition. So how can we strike a balance between these two contradictory aspects? That was the question. So what do you think is needed in terms of employment strategy and welfare strategy to catch two balls?
Okay, thank you for the question. Since the question was in English, I'll maybe answer in English. Okay.
Yes,
so I think that was the whole point of my presentation. Maybe I didn't deliver accurately. I think the welfare state has been evolving, and it has to evolve. I wasn't talking about a whole new green welfare state somewhere from the space and then just implementing. I think we need to acknowledge that we still have employment, and as Professor Dr. Zhang mentioned, there are standard employment relations, people working with this standard employment relation, and also unemployment insurance is working. However, there are parts that we see this kind of hidden unemployed people, and also these kind of, maybe a lot of these works also that I mentioned, the working parts are still carbon-based economic growth-related employment. So we have to now shift where we're going to go forward to. And what I was suggesting, that now we have to think about a green transformation and try to think about what kind of new jobs can be created while there's this whole discussion of jobs are going to be decreased. And when we're going to think about job creation, are we going to try to continuously create a carbon-based job, or do we have to think about a new kind of green jobs? And if we're going to think about a new kind of green jobs, what kind of training do we need? And we all have this past dependency that we consume a carbon-based products, and we work in a carbon-based employment jobs. And so we also need different welfare nudging, voucher also, I think, and services for training particularly, to also shift and move from our previous path to a new path. So labor market transitions and welfare state transition has to come together. And this is my answer for now.
All right, thank you very much for your answer. And I think that President Yu also has some insights to share. Would you like to hand over the microphone to President Yu, please?
I'd like to ask a couple of questions, one each to our speakers joining from far away. First, Professor Baldwin, I really enjoyed your talk, but although you talked about the future of work, I want to ask you about the future of globalization. You know, the global trading system has been under stress even before the outbreak of COVID. But, you know, after the COVID outbreak, the global value chains have been, you know, under great disruption, and a lot of people have begun to talk about deglobalization. However, you mentioned globals as you know, new prospect, new force that will drive future of globalization. So, but you know, there are these geopolitical tensions and, you know, rising nationalism and all that. So, given this complex set of forces, you know, what do you see as a future of globalization? That would be my question to you. And Professor Comfort, your conclusion is collaboration on a global scale, and we are really looking forward, but sorely missing the leadership from the U.S. And with the change of the government, can we see a better world in terms of U.S. leadership for this global collaboration?
Well, thank you for asking two very pungent questions. So, Professor Baldwin, would you like to go ahead first with your answer?
Sure, thank you very much. The future of globalization is just about my favorite question, so thank you for that. First of all, let me just say I learned a huge amount from the panelists, and I really want to compliment KDI for bringing together these multidisciplinary views on this very complex topic. But to answer the question, I would distinguish very sharply between goods, where there has been some slowing down in the globalization rate and perhaps a little bit reversal, and services, where globalization is accelerating. There's many indicators of it. The statistics aren't very good, but it's very clear that the service sectors are being globalized, and there's a digitalization of information and services that are leading to much greater trade. So the future of globalization is very bright, but it may look a little bit different. On trade, I would like to also point out that trade has been one of the great heroes of the COVID crisis. The very rapid output of medical supplies, testing, personal protective equipment that came from Asia during this crisis meant that healthcare workers in Europe and the United States were actually protected from getting the disease. And without that amazing response of global value chains and trade, many of them would have died. That's an unsung hero. The role of trade has actually been great in this. And just wait till we come to distributing billions of vaccines all across the world. Trade will again be viewed as a hero. Lastly, in terms of the restructuring and the trends, I think that in medical supplies, many countries, will rethink their policies a little bit like they've rethought their food policies. In other words, most countries recognize that a food country must have certain self-reliance in food, not full self-reliance, but must think about the vulnerability of the country to foreign food shocks. Now, I think that's going to happen with medical supplies, but not the other big global value chain industries such as electronics or cars and things like that. So I think in medical supplies, we may see some revamping after the crisis, but not more broadly. So I wish I had more time to answer all those questions, but thank you very much. I'll stop there.
Sorry for not giving you ample time for your favorite question. So moving on to Professor Comfort, would you like to answer the question?
Well, yes. And I'm very pleased to say that I'm very hopeful that we will have new leadership in the U.S. The U.S. has been, stressed indeed by the last 4 years of President Trump. The whole world has watched the lies, the distortion, the disregard for norms, for rule of law. And I think the new administration is going to not only bring that back, but bring it back stronger in a new way, and recognize that a very large part of the support for Donald Trump has been part of the dislocation that came with the transition in jobs, in work, and the sense of people being left behind. And the U.S. is still, one of the critical factors of COVID-19 is that it revealed the disparities in race, in income, in education. And a critical part of making this transition to a stronger and more resilient future is changing the role of education and enabling people to develop patterns of continuous learning, and to recognize that you can learn if you're 50 years old, you can learn how to do new things. And the notion of sort of a lifetime occupation, I think, has to change. But that means the educational system has to change. The health system has to change. The jobs and employment and financial systems have to change. And there's a very big agenda that the new Biden administration has coming forward, and it's restoring trust and confidence in literally expertise that I think will be needed necessarily to drive this new transition. But a huge sigh of relief for all of us. Donald Trump has 37 days left to go, and everyone's still worried about the damage he can do on the way out. But the important thing, I think, for the world to see is the U.S. democracy has really weathered this stress, and the courts, the judges, and even the Republicans followed the rule of law. And as of today, Joe Biden is officially the president-elect who will take office on January 20th. Huge relief.
Well, thank you very much for your answer. I am sure that next year we will be able to declare the end of COVID-19 and the beginning of new administration and new era. Thank you very much. And that rounds out this general discussion session of the third session. Thank you very much for your active participation. And we will see you once again in 10 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We will now begin the wrap-up discussion session entitled Key Conditions for the Success of Korean New Deal. It is my great pleasure to introduce Chairperson Kyung Ryung-sung from National Research Council for Economics, Humanities, and Social Sciences, who will be moderating this wrap-up discussion session with 7 panelists. So, Chairperson Song, you can now take the floor.
네, 여러분 반갑습니다. 저는 성경룡 이사장입니다.
Hello everyone, I am Song Kyung-ryung, Chairperson of NRC. Now we're going to move on to the wrap-up discussion for Inclusive Korea 2020. So we began the conference at 10 in the morning, and now we're nearing the end of today's program. So during the wrap-up discussion, we have to also deal with the topics that were not dealt with throughout the event. So we are going to have a 60-minute dedicated wrap-up discussion today. Before we begin, I would like to introduce to you our panelists. First of all, Mr. Moon Sung-young, Chairperson of Economic, Social, and Labor Council. Kim Sa-yeol, Chairman, Presidential Committee for Balanced National Development. Chairman Hong Jang-pyo of the Special Commission on Income-Led Growth. And today we are especially delighted to have Secretary Kim Jae-nam, who is the Secretary to the President for Civil and Social Agenda. In the morning, so Mr. Park Bo-kyung actually joined us. And we are also joined by Mr. Yoon Tae-bum, Head of National Policy Support Bureau of the Presidential Commission on Policy Planning. And we have 2 presidents who are part of our NRC. So President Oh Jae-hak, you see him on the screen. He's from Korea Transport Institute. And last but not least, President Jo Yong-sung is joining us virtually from Ulsan. He's from Korea Energy Economics Institute. Nice to meet you. And you don't see this person on the screen, but we also have Mr. Tam from the Korean Economic Institute and Korean Industry Institute. We have 2 other presidents joining us today virtually whose face is not available up on screen. So we have many panelists joining us for this wrap-up discussion, and I have actually circulated 2 questions in advance. First question is regarding the government's recent announcement of the Korean New Deal. Do you believe that the policy has been well conceived and designed? Do you believe that the goals of Korean New Deal are very clear? I would like to ask your take on that. And are there any rooms for improvement? That's the first question. And the second question is, in order to fully implement Korean New Deal and to enhance its effectiveness, what are some considerations to make in its implementation? So the Korean government and the businesses and the citizens need to work together to enhance the effective implementation of this Korean New Deal. So what are the considerations that we need to make in this process? So these are the 2 questions that we have already circulated. So the first part will be focused on the policy design, and the second part will be focused on policy implementation. Today we have many panelists joining us, and we want to also give some chance to the audience who has stayed behind until the end of today's program to ask questions. So I would like to ask our panelists to limit your remarks to 2 to 3 minutes. First of all, Chairman Moon, you have the floor. Oh, maybe Chairman Kim, you would like to start? Chairman Kim Sa-yeol.
아니면 우리 홍장표 원장님
What about Chairman Hong Jang-pyo? Would you like to start first?
양보하는 분위기입니다.
Yes, I think that everybody
미루는 분위기네요.
is actually trying not to take their turns. So if that's the case, I'm going to start. So the topic of today is conference is Korean New Deal. So together towards a great transformation. I am very honored and very pleased to be joining you for this wrap-up discussion. Thank you very much for your invitation. When it comes to Korean New Deal or K New Deal, I am asked this question all the time. So in New Deal, what does deal actually mean? A lot of people ask me this question. I'm not really sure, but I think that a lot of people interpret it as the following. So deal is like a social dialogue or a social compromise or social consensus. So I believe that there is this social dialogue and social compromise aspect in the word deal, but the deal, when it was first conceived in the US, I think that it is a lower level of social dialogue, meaning that it's a new initiative or a new measure. I think it's better to understand it as a new initiative or a new measure. So I think this is the approach that we need to take when we deal with New Deal. So lots of discussions have taken place since the morning, and is the policy measure implemented by the government? I believe that a lot of the issues related with the Korean New Deal, whether it's a digital New Deal or a Korean New Deal, as well as job security or social security, all of these need to be implemented in tandem. And President Yu in the beginning also talked about the human New Deal. So I think that all of these should be understood as a transitional New Deal. So in the beginning, everything starts with the government initiative or government policy initiative. But what actually makes this transition to happen requires social consensus, social compromise, and social dialogue. And without institutional change, we cannot bring about any output or outcome. And there are lots of policies that are geared towards Korean New Deal, but we have to really have everything based on social compromise and social dialogue. So rather than focusing my remarks on digital New Deal or Green New Deal, I would like to talk about the employment security and all the measures, policy measures that were put forward. So, for example, universal employment insurance or the universal job security. And I want to also add one thing. We want to have a universal talent development that can be applied to all Koreans. So all of these elements need to be combined together for implementation, and social dialogue is the main pillar. So it is indeed a deal, but a deal should be suitable or should meet the public interest. And it also accompanies a cost sharing by communities. So I would like to wrap up my remarks there. So I've been asked by the organizer actually on some rules. So that is, we have to wear our mask at all times. Throughout this wrap-up discussion, so we ask for your understanding.
Yes, next is Chairman Kim Sa-yul. Yes, so as Chairman Hong has mentioned, in July, the Korean New Deal was outlined, and then we have been moving on since then. But then I would say that in a very short period of time, so I would say that it is observation in a very short period of time, but then from spring to early summer. So as we're discussing what is going to happen after COVID-19, then when we also look at the assessments or the observations from the national institutes, then they are all talking about the regional discrepancies. So because of that, the politicians, so at the roundtable of the provincial governors and mayors, so at this meeting, the president also added the New Deal for regional balanced growth. So after this crisis, we hope that we can build, so I understand that the policy is designed to reduce the gap between the regions after COVID. So of course, it is still underway, so we would have to see how or whether it will be effective or not, but I do believe that we and also the government have to change our thinking because it can no longer just stop at a rhetoric. The local residents, the local people, they must feel the changes themselves. So if the changes can be perceived by the local residents, then we can say that the policy have worked. So I would say that we still have to wait and see, and I do hope they will be able to reduce the regional disparities. Right, the president, so in the early days, so regarding the Korean New Deal, so when he was expounding upon the future trajectory of the Korean New Deal, he did mention that this policy has to be one that evolves. So yes, the regional Green New Deal being included and also the different local authorities participating, I would say that that is very appropriate. Thank you.
Next, Chairman Moon. So the reason I actually gave the floor to others first is because I wanted to focus my remarks on labor management relations. So Chairman Hong, I concur with what Chairman Hong said. So when we implemented this grand national strategy or policy, we really thought about, people say that we should have thought about how this would be accepted by the Korean people. When you think about New Deal, we think about President Roosevelt. And I think that the theme of today's international conference is very timely and very appropriate. Rather than focusing on the New Deal, we use the word a great transformation. I think it is very appropriate, and I think that New Deal actually means great transformation. So we have to think about what kind of changes we need to make, but I am very happy with this concept or definition of great transformation. So rather than saying Green New Deal, we can instead say a great energy transformation. Or rather than saying Digital New Deal, we can say great digital transformation. And the same can apply for labor management relations and a great transformation for regional development. So if we actually stress the word on great transformation, I think that many Koreans could very much relate with that as well. Second, I think that this issue is not limited to just few policymakers, but it is very important to listen to the industry and all the different stakeholders. So actually, the answers are held by people who are working in the field, the labor and management in the field. So the employers and the unions, they're all very much experts in different topics, and they all have the answer. And I live in a rural area, in an agricultural area, and when it comes to Green New Deal, we can find the answers from the local farmers or local farms. So if the government is going to pursue and go ahead with this policy, I believe that we have to listen to the people. The Korean people actually going through democratization and industrialization have become experts in these fields. So I believe that Korean people who are experts in respective fields, in like regional development and in industrialization, need to get together to have more open discussions. And we really have to mobilize this collective intelligence or collective cognition, intelligence. And of course, our NRC will also continue to mobilize more collective action or collective wisdom. So we're now in the winter of 2020, and you have put together a very important international conference. But what we have to consider right now is that we have to have a successful ending of the administration. But of course, the great transformation will continue, will transcend this administration. So we really have to take specific measures based on in-depth discussions. There are roles that can be played by this current incumbent government, but there are roles that can be taken on by the next government as well. So I think that we really need to have a holistic approach to everything. So Chairperson Yoon actually pointed out that we have to apply this idea of great transformation to Korean New Deal. So NRC, before the government launched the New Deal in June, when the title of the report that they used was a great transformation. Indeed. So it's about transforming the economic and social structure. And that's what great transformation is about. It's about actually opening up a new society. And we really have to think about a transformative New Deal. And that was the actually title of the report that NRC published in June. So we need to continue to hold this perspective of a great transformation. And actually, if you look at the theme of today's conference, it says in Korean, a great transformation made together with the Korean people. So I think that's what Chairperson Min wanted to highlight. But I think that, if we use the word New Deal as it is, it can also be meaningful. Professor Jeffrey Sachs, during his keynote speech in the morning, said that Korean government's New Deal policy, he said that the direction is very clear. So there is the digital and the Green New Deal supported and buttressed by Social Security. So these three pillars actually present a very clear direction for Korea to take. So he highly took note of this, and he also said that zero emission and to achieve carbon neutrality, it is very crucial for Korea, China, and Japan to cooperate further. And he also mentioned that the Korean New Deal can serve as an opportunity to promote trilateral cooperation. Korean government is very committed to implementing this New Deal, and the Biden administration is also very much focused on Green New Deal. And EU is preparing EU Green New Deal, and also China is also preparing its own deal. So we really have to think about how to achieve common solutions together. We have to enhance U.S.-Korea bilateral relations and also reduce U.S.-China conflicts. If we give a serious thought to these issues, I believe that it can also have a positive impact on the inter-Korean relations as well. So we were able to identify new opportunities today during our conference. And we also have Secretary Kim Jae-nam joining us. And Secretary Kim was actually the initial member who actually advocated that Green New Deal should be included in the Korean New Deal. And he's the one who made a lot of contribution to that end. So I would like to now give the floor to Secretary Jae-nam Kim. So Green New Deal is not just about green transition, but we have to make sure that this Green New Deal takes place at a global scale, global level, so that we can achieve the common goal of combating against climate change and seek a common future. So, Secretary Kim, you have the floor.
Well, now, first of all, I would like to say that it is a great honor and privilege for me to be coming to such an excellent conference, to be amongst you, and I would like to thank the organizers of today's conference. So now, given my position, then what is going on now? Perhaps I would explain a bit about the current status. So now this morning there was a cabinet meeting where there were important decisions made. One of them was about creating a sustainable green society, and that was the Korea 2050 carbon neutrality strategy for sustainable green society. And another was about the NDC until 2030. So now we have to have a target in absolute number to be more responsible. So these were two resolutions that were passed at the cabinet meeting, and they will also be written up in English to be submitted to the UN by the end of this year. And before then, on December 10th, I'm sure that many of you have also seen this, but President Moon has also announced the 2050 carbon neutrality target to the people. So in this 2050 carbon neutrality vision, now this also talks about how we are going to go for net zero of carbon emission. And not only that, we would also trigger economic growth and at the same time improve people's quality of life. So now the vision has shown once again that these three goals are not separate from each other but are interconnected, so that we will be working toward carbon neutrality based on this foundation of interconnection. And also, as you all know, much before that, so that was on October 24th when the Korean New Deal was announced. And at that time, for the Green New Deal, now we did aspire for carbon neutrality, but then it was not specified on when this will be achieved. But then, so now it's in this July Korean New Deal that was announced. So this was a reflection of the Korean people's aspirations and also the interest of the experts as well as the expectations of the international community. So since then, it has also evolved. So now the path before us is so we have taken the first step toward carbon neutrality through Green New Deal. And so the first step of this path, and now this path should lead us to great transformation. So the path that is clear for us is that this high carbon, high greenhouse gas economy and growth are not sustainable. So then, based on this, the 2050 carbon neutrality vision has set a very clear path for our society to move away from this high carbon economic structure. I would say that this is a major change for our society. For us to move toward carbon neutrality by 2050 means that we have to change a lot of what we have today, the way we live, our industrial structure, and this is going to be a tall order. And the Moon Jae-in government's determination to achieve this seemingly insurmountable challenge has been made clear to the people. The path toward the great transformation, the direction toward the great transformation has been concretized in a strategy and has been announced to the public. And not only that, we would also be disclosing this to the international community by the end of this year. And also, yes, 2050 carbon neutrality. So we have announced this determination. But it's unlike governments of the past. So for example, about 10 years ago, we have actually disclosed our GHG reduction target to the international community. Then now, since then, have we been meeting this target? No, because the GHG emission has been on the rise since then, and also the carbon or the fossil fuel base has been broadening. So we were not living up to our commitment. Then will we fulfill this commitment this time, especially at the end of this government's term? So what is important is that we have to really lay a strong foundation within this term to make sure that this will be fulfilled down the road. So within this term, within the term of this government, we need to lay a very strong foundation to move toward 2050 carbon neutrality. And of course, there would be many different ways of laying the foundation. And right now, the roadmap is not specified yet. But now on February 7th, when we announced the policy design, at that time we have also announced our policy calendar. So this calendar included our timeline for the policy making, and also it included our work to create a roadmap, very specified roadmap, so that we will be able to take the Green New Deal into action right away. So I believe that this kind of change is in line with the global trend, yes, and also at the same time, under the COVID-19 situation, I believe that this comes actually from the self-introspection on where we are headed in the future. So I would say that this is a product of our introspection and also this dialogue and discussion with the public. And again, for us to implement this target and to fulfill this commitment, then a delivery system, a very strong implementation system is necessary. But that cannot be made by the government alone. So the government, of course, will do its part, but also for us to change the industrial structure, then we also need to have the participation and cooperation from the industries and the businesses. So together with the businesses and also together with the people, we need to create an implementation system that includes all the stakeholders. So at any rate, by the end of this year, we would be coming up with more concrete plan, and we would also come up with a carbon neutrality private governance that will be a strong driver of the carbon neutrality for 2050. So through this governance structure, we would also come up with more concrete and detailed plans. But that is not all. Now, for this to be made possible, we also have to see where the government budget is headed, and especially for the carbon neutrality 2050. Now, for this big goal that is also highly challenging, we also need to have the backing of technological development. So yes, the private sector participation, the government's budget, and also the private sector involvement and also technological development are also needed. So that is why there is also the government's budgetary plan to allocate 72 trillion won into this field. And then also we need to promote the green finance to come up with the necessary funding along the way. So we also have concrete plans to promote green finance. And also, yes, we also talked about global solidarity and cooperation early on. Now, the president also announced the carbon neutrality vision, and at that time, he also mentioned that this is going to be a very challenging path, which is going to be equally challenging to other countries. And if others can do it, we can do it. So that is what the president had stated as he was announcing this vision. This means that for us to rise to this challenge, then we also need to continue with our technological development, and also we have to really muster all our related capabilities to make sure that we move toward that end. For example, scientific innovation, scientific development, technological development, and through this we also need to recruit more talent, and then these talents creating new jobs. So that would also spell new hope for the youths as well. So we also talked about youth earlier, so we can also create a new future and new life for the youth down the road. So now this would be also part of the planning by the private governance structure for carbon neutrality 2050 as we move toward carbon neutrality together with the people of Korea. So next year we would come up with these scenarios to implement the policy calendar. And as we continue with this work, we will continue to solidify the foundation for carbon neutrality 2050. So we would also strengthen our international cooperation. So we would strengthen our solidarity with the international community so that we can tackle this global solution together. So on one hand, we would showcase our own commitment while strengthening the global cooperation. So that is why we would be also hosting the P4G next year, so sometime around May, I believe. Now the P4G, it has its own parties to attend, but then now we would try to expand the participation. So we would also try to strengthen our carbon neutrality cooperation with the new Biden administration of the US. Not only that, but also the CJK, the China, Korea, Japan cooperation could perhaps be strengthened through this framework of the P4G. So that is also part of our planning for the P4G summit next year. So that so far has been my explanation about the plan for great transformation of Korea. But aside from this, for additional requests or requirements, and of course we will continue with this dialogue. Thank you. All right, thank you very much for the very detailed explanation. So yes, what has not been known fully to the outside, but I see that there is a very well-structured preparation underway. Now this morning, what I have felt from the keynote speech by Professor Jeffrey Sachs was that he was actually quite knowledgeable about the Korean New Deal. So he was aware of the details even. So since the announcement, I can see that he was collecting information regarding this. And he also commented that we were moving in the right direction. So he was aware of this and he appreciated this. So you have also touched upon many of the plans that the government has today, but I believe that yes, we have to communicate more actively to the outside world as well. So when we are communicating our policies, then for example, the Green New Deal planned by the Biden administration, we also highly appreciate it and we believe that it is the right direction. So we also need to send this message, and also for the European Green Deal or also the Chinese Ecological Civilization Initiative. So if we comment on them as we communicate our own initiative, then I believe that they will become more aware of what we are doing, which will open up more opportunities for cooperation. And just one more thing. When President Kim Dae-jung was elected, at that time he was on the path of informatization. And at that time, he utilized the scholar, Alvin Toffler, the futurist, as someone like an advisor. So then for President Moon, now to come up with these policies and also to communicate them and also to gain high level of support, then perhaps Professor Jeffrey Sachs or Professor Jeremy Diamond. So if, let's say, President Moon were also to have this kind of planning to invite them perhaps as advisors, so these world-renowned scholars, then I believe that this would also heighten the profile of the policies, and also perhaps it could facilitate cooperation with other countries as well.
Next is Mr. Yoon Tae-bum, Head of National Policy Support Bureau. So last July, when we launched the Korean New Deal, so it's been actually 5 months since its initial launch, only 5 months. And in terms of its implementation, it's been reflected in the additional budget, and the actual implementation will take place from next year. So I believe that we'll be able to discuss in depth the details and the substance of the New Deal going from next year. So the NRC, with the support of NRC, we have actually made a tour around Korea to hold open forum and listen to what Korean people think. And a lot of people actually do understand the need for the Korean New Deal. We received some very positive feedback, and a lot of people said that it will be very useful for Korea. But as for rooms of improvement, we are going to talk about that in the second round of our discussion. So first of all, I would like to highlight the meaning of Korean New Deal. If you look back on July 2020, many countries around the world were suffering greatly from COVID-19. But Korea, due to K quarantine measures, we managed to successfully contain the virus. So that is why we were able to actually go ahead with the discussions and the launch of the Korean New Deal. So when it comes to the Korean New Deal, of course, it is to actually tackle the economic difficulties due to COVID-19, but also it's focused on what's going to happen afterwards, that is in the post-COVID-19 era. It also holds the meaning of taking a preemptive measure for the post-COVID-19 era to come. So if thinking about what's going to happen afterwards, it's very difficult to predict. When it comes to the future, it's very linear, and its prediction is very linear. But the future that we will face after COVID-19, it will be very fragmented. It's not very linear, and it holds a lot of unpredictability and uncertainty. So in that sense, I believe that the Korean New Deal will help us to go through a lot of these difficulties that we may face in the future, and it will help us to drive our own future with our own hands. So in that sense, the Korean New Deal and its implementation hold a great significance. And the theme of today's conference is a great transformation together with the Korean people. So in order to respond to this new order, it will be very difficult to adopt the existing approaches. We have gone through a lot to enjoy what we enjoy today, but the existing innovation will not be enough. So to put it into other words, in the past, innovations happened on an accumulated basis, but the innovations that we may need in the future will be something that is very disruptive. So we need to go for a very novel approach in achieving a great transformation. So in achieving disruptive innovation, we'll be able to lead the world by example. And even though the situation is very serious and grave, I believe that we'll be able to fully implement Korean New Deal, and it will be indeed a chance for us to fully leverage our innovative capabilities. It will be time for us to blossom and flourish in that regard. Thank you very much. Yes, so disruptive innovation is very important, meaning that we have to go for a very disruptive way, and in that process, disruptive innovation is crucial. Next, I would like to give the floor to President Oh Jae-hyuk of COTI.
이사장님 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you very much.
사실 저는 오늘 하루 내로 공부를 많이 했습니다.
Now, today I have been studying quite rigorously from 10 in the morning.
배우고 느끼는
I've learned a
시간이었는데요.
lot, and
also had a lot of impressions. Now, of course, the moderator has also touched upon this, but yes, Professor Jeffrey Sachs was the keynote speaker, so I could see that he was well aware and also highly appreciative of the Korea's fight against COVID-19, and also regarding, he was very positive about the Korean New Deal, so that also gave us a lot of encouragement. And another impression was that now regarding the Korean New Deal, there are some areas of improvement as we have discussed, and I believe that one of them is the financial and investment, so the financial investment ecology to enable the great transformation. So that perhaps is one area where we need to make improvement. And also protection of the workers, broadening the social safety net for the workers are very urgent and important. And then also the public health care's role and also the government's importance in the public health care. So now, regarding the great transformation, now when the Economic, Social and Labor Council were also talking about this, then I understand that the Human New Deal, so they were also discussing the Human New Deal quite extensively. So my impression is that we perhaps have to strengthen this. So as the Chairperson Moon has mentioned, now for me, if I were to sum up the Korean New Deal in one sentence, it is a great transformation of the society and economy and a national strategy to create new jobs. So that would be my definition of the Korean New Deal. So the great transformation and new jobs. So these are the two important goals of the Korean New Deal. And particularly regarding jobs, there were also a lot of discussions, especially in session 3. There were talks of how jobs might change, they might disappear, how are we going to protect them, how are we going to build up the buffer against them. So these were some of the issues and the topics that were discussed in session 3. Now, more recently, because of the digital transformation, also the fourth industrial revolution, what are also the changes to be wrought on jobs? So there is also a very meaningful report. This was sent to me by Chairperson Ryu. Anyway, so this is from the MIT, and this is about the jobs in the future, and also, especially under the AI era, how we can create even better jobs. So this is a recent report, and so the sum of it is that the changes to jobs are not going to be so drastic. AI is not going to take away all the jobs that exist today. And the AI is going to increase the value add of the existing jobs. And also here, one thing interesting is that now as of 2018, 63% of the jobs today did not exist in the 1940s. So this means that in the next 50, 60 years, then about 70% of the jobs today will be gone. So what this report emphasizes is that changes to the jobs. So we need to be prepared for these gradual changes in the jobs. So I believe that this preparation against the gradual changes in the jobs should be part of the Korean New Deal. So education or training. But anyway, so someone talked about the Human New Deal. So yes, that could be one thing. But then now we're talking about the great transformation, which would be based on the physical capital and also the social capital. So if we are to look at the great transformation from that perspective, the physical capital and the social capital, then I believe that it's also going to make it more interesting. In other words, those who are suffering the most under the pandemic are the low-income classes, low-skilled workers, and the non-regular workers. So this is pretty much obvious. And then also at the same time, through the digital transformation or the green transformation, now the jobs that are likelier to disappear, similar. So the jobs of the low-skilled workers, low-income workers, and the non-regular workers. So the most important thing is, now for this pandemic and also the COVID impact, so the biggest impact going to the disadvantaged groups.
So what we need to do is strengthen the safety net and the social security for the vulnerable groups. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for us to achieve success in the Great Transformation and the Green New Deal. So when the Economic, Social, and Labor Council, when they were first discussing the Korean New Deal, I would just like to remind everyone how they initially talked about the Human New Deal. So perhaps it is from that perspective that we have to take a new look into the Korean New Deal and make better preparation for the future. Thank you. Yes, thank you. So then this was a chance for us to review what we have gone through so far, and also has given us a new challenges for the future, new homework. So as the chairperson, I am highly satisfied with this. Thank you very much.
Next, President Cho Young-sang of Korea Energy Economics Institute. So there are many members of the ESLC, and our institute is actually focused on the regionally balanced New Deal. And this year, the Chungcheong area and the Jeolla area and Gyeongsang area have actually had an open forum focusing on regional New Deal. As for the Chungcheong area, there was an open forum in Daejeon and Sejong, and also in Jeolla, there were open forums in Naju and Gwangju, and in Gyeongsang Province, our institute took the initiative to have open forum in the different metropolitan regions. So I would like to share with you some insights that we identified. So the common challenges that Korean society face is low growth and polarization, and local regions are more impacted by this trend, and the regional balance or regional New Deal is not just about actually improving the livelihoods of the local economies, but it is actually to make the local residents or regional residents to live a good quality of life. And there are many challenges in terms of regional New Deal. I would like to summarize. So when it comes to regional New Deals, there can be three categories. First is 100% centralized projects that are matched with the local governments. And the second is the local government independently undertaking projects. And three is projects led by public institutions. But as for regional New Deal, it has to consider regional specificities, and it has to identify local specific projects. But as of today, it is actually taking place at the invitation of the public sector. So there are lots of competition taking place between different local autonomous sectors. And with COVID-19, regional expertise and talent is very important, but a lot of local regions lack a pool of expertise. A lot of people talked about creating new jobs, but we didn't really talk much about how we're going to foster and develop new talents and provide them to local regions. There are less discussions on this topic. So in order to develop or create new jobs, we should be able to nurture new talents and provide new talents to local regions. So, of course, it is very important to attract new industries, but we also have to focus on the hinterland or the support activities surrounding that industry. And a lot of projects are led by the administration, and there is a gap between the perception of how the local people view the project and how the central government views the project. And there's also a region-to-region conflict. These conflicts need to be addressed. For example, in Naju Innovative City, there is a SRF power plant that is still not up and running. For example, in Naju region, there is a SRF power plant, and they have to collect and gather waste from Gwangju metropolitan area. But there is a lack of consensus among the local citizens, and there is a lack of cooperation between Naju and Gwangju City, which is impeding on the project. And Another important thing is we need some very practical agriculture and fishery and New Deal policy. We really have to cater to the needs of the fishermen and the farmers. With the aging population increasing in rural areas, they need remote medical services, but these services are not provided because of the opposition from the medical sector. So what should the government do to address these issues? And there are some solutions that have been presented. So alternative. First of all, we need a cooperation between cities and provinces. So cities need to implement projects, but at times they need to also collaborate with provinces. So one example is the drone project in Chungcheong region. So in Chungbuk region, there is a drone testing center, but its operation rate is only 11%. But in Daejeon Special Zone, there are lots of drone-related businesses, but there is no drone testing facility. So we need to seek further collaboration in that regard. And the second alternative is that a lot of projects are taking place at an individual call or a call of invitation by the central government. But it is very important to enhance the project independence of our local governments. And usually projects take 2 to 3 years. After the project ends, it is very essential to ensure the continuity of the project. So we have to evaluate the output and produce incentives based on cessation. And also, we have to shed the existing budget allocation practice that is proportionate to the number of population. And third is we have to identify some practical policies. And Sinan-gun or district is a very important example. For example, fishermen, they want to fish and do fishery, but they don't have vessels. Though Sinan district or county is operating a fishing vessel lease project. So the county purchases fishing vessels, and they leases these official vessels to fishermen at an interest rate of 0.5%. And once the fishermen pay their principal, they transfer the title of the fishing boat to the fishermen. So 101 fishermen have been selected to benefit from this support. So this policy has been implemented at national level, and it will be scaled up to different areas across Korea. And as I mentioned before, we need to develop and nurture experts and talents. So we can maybe help incubate startups centering on local universities and provide R&D expense support. And New Deal is a short-term policy, but there is already a paradigm shift, and quantitative growth is important, but we also have to have a long-term approach in terms of qualitative objectives. And most of the budget of New Deal is financed through debt. So it is very important to create a virtuous cycle of financing and funding, so that we can collect more tax, but also pay out more benefits to the Korean people. And Korean government should play a very important role as a intermediary role. So government needs to improve regulations so that more private businesses and private actors can take part in this process. And since we are very much focused on energy, I would like to talk about the energy part of the Green New Deal. So one of the challenges that we need to address going forward is energy transition, and particularly reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, especially steel, cement, and transportation sectors. How are they going to decarbonize is an important issue, and we need to have a mid to long-term solution to that problem. But out of the energy systems that we have, whether it's gas or petroleum or heat, there's all of these different energy sources that are being managed in a siloed manner. So we have to have an integrated management of energy sources. And as for transportation, we should be able to make sure that these trucks that transport energy, transports energy, but also stores energy.
So there is a center coupling or green energy integrated system that we are going to provide as a demonstration system beginning with Jeju Island. Thank you very much. So listening to President Cho, it seems like a lot of local economies or local governments are testing many innovative and creative ideas, and they need to further promote these ideas to other regions as well as to the central government.
So now we have go around in the first round and we don't have much time left, only about 6 minutes. And we have a lot to discuss with a lot of discussants. But because of the time, please excuse me that I will not be able to give it too much time, so I can give you 1 to 2 minutes per person. Anyway, so now then the next question is then in the course of implementation of the Green New Deal or the Korean New Deal, then whether it's about the social dialogue or social innovation, there should be cooperation between the private sector and the government, and also for the Korean government and the international community. So we also have to reflect them into the policy implementation, and how can we further boost the outcome of the policy implementation. So now, just 1 to 2 minutes. First, Chairperson Moon. Yes, now because this is such a meaningful gathering, I'd just like to courageously make a few comments. So we have also heard from many overseas professors regarding the great transformation, and a lot of them talked about the financial need and the budget, and also now when we also try to come to an agreement, tripartite agreement, then in the end what we need is the budget. So let's say let us try something new, and then let us have some like a budgetary contribution from the government or from the three parties. But oftentimes it's not easy to make it possible. So then for this kind of discussion also, so what I feel, having worked closely with the president for 3 years now, then I would just like to make this point that for us to make this possible, then the budgetary support, the financial support is an absolute must. So I do hope that for example, the Economic, Social and Labor Council, so perhaps we can also have this dialogue, this big dialogue about how we can implement the great transformation, because no matter how much social dialogue we have to have changes, then so after reaching an agreement, then once we come to the agreement, and then once we want to get the financing, and we try to talk to the Ministry of Economy and Finance, but that oftentimes is very difficult to achieve. So I believe that we also need to have a great discussion about the fiscal part as well.
Next, Chairman Kim. So President Cho from Korea Energy Economics Institute gave a very thorough presentation or remarks about the regional New Deal. So the regional New Deal budget is about 72 trillion Korean won. And as for the region-led New Deal, it is very important to actually listen to the local people. And we have identified about 2,800 projects, out of which 50 were presented to the National Assembly. And out of 50, only 5 were finally selected. So I believe that the 5 projects will be the start for a regionally balanced New Deal. And there's also super-regional projects that will be implemented. So seeking a regional balance cannot be achieved only through 1 or 2 projects in one administration. It is something that that should be done in the long haul. And of course, there is also room for improvement. So in the past, we actually were very much focused on addressing the gap between metropolitan cities and metropolitan regions. But now we're very much keen on developing or striking a balance between different local autonomous bodies. So at county and city and provincial level, and even at village levels. So we need to actually strike a balance even at the village level as well. And educational institutions are very important. In very small villages, in rural areas, the kindergartens are disappearing, a lot of elementary schools are disappearing, and there are lots of projects to restore these schools. And also we see a lot of universities that used to serve as a hub for the region are now faced with a lot of challenges. So when it comes to human development, unlike other species, we need education. We need to constantly educate people to pass down information, pass down knowledge. So we need to really take into consideration the importance of educating or educational facilities or institutions. Of course, elementary and middle school and high school students are very important to nurture. But these educating or educational facilities or institutions can serve as a think tank for the regional hubs. And it will be very useful for the local regions to develop their own ecosystem.
All right, thank you very much. Next is Mr. Hong. Right now, what I want to touch upon is what was mentioned earlier, so about how the great transformation, so how we are going to give a big push to this. And I think actually two things that I wanted to mention have been spoken about already. So one thing is about the K New Deal and the fact that it is evolving. So this was mentioned by the chairperson. And then also the kind of drastic or let's say disconnected disruption or breakthrough. So I believe that those two things were already brought up. And now what I am thinking is this. So when Chairperson O was making his comment and he talked about the Human New Deal, and then also the Green New Deal. So I have also been observing the progress that has been made in the past 3 years of this current government. And I see that, yes, in some cases there has been evolution. So moving from, all the way to the Green New Deal and also the carbon neutrality, then I can see that some new important things happen. So for example, the energy transition, then also the hydrogen economy, and then also this year, the green remodeling, and then the Green New Deal, leading all the way to carbon neutrality. So I see that this was also a path of evolution. And in this path of evolution, there has also been innovation. And now a bit about the Human New Deal, the same thing, I believe. So in other words, innovation and also, let's say, disruptive changes. Well, actually, they're not really falling from the sky. I mean, they have always been around us. So they have been around us, but then they have been little noticed. And also, they had not been receiving sufficient financial support. So I believe that it's about finding them and then also giving them due attention and giving them due financial support. So in that context then, I think it was called the patent law, so what was passed last week. And this was actually part of the Moon Jae-in government's initial national agenda. And of course, I can see that the progress so far had been quite measured. But now with the COVID-19 situation, then the important innovative factors or I would say that some of the factors of innovation, they have also disrupted the framework of the employment insurance, because employment insurance so far was not applicable in the case of voluntary displacement. But in this case, now even if it is voluntary displacement, if it is due to drastic reduction in income, then this would also be still applicable by the employment insurance. So they have made this amendment. So then this means that, yes, there are plummeting like revenue or sales under the COVID-19 situation, then perhaps in the future, maybe it can go beyond job-seeking benefits, perhaps something like a basic income benefit. So I think that could be another innovation to come. And this is how innovation is usually made in this gradual process. And also we are talking about income security, but also as part of this, yes, under the Moon Jae-in government, there have also been gradual and phase-by-phase changes to this as well, income security. So also the basic livelihood support program, which has been really the leading part of the social welfare. Now, in the Moon Jae-in government, they talk about the 4 no's. So in that case, you should have no income and no property, and also no working children, and also no obligation to support. And now they have gotten rid of these 4 no's as part of the requirements. So I believe that was also innovation. And also if we can get rid of 2 additional requirements to be entitled to the basic livelihood support, then I believe that that would be another innovation. And likewise for training and education. So far the Moon government has also been investing in people, in the human resources, and one of them is to provide training to the young people who are currently not employed. So in the name of the training card. So this time around, those self-employed who are suffering a lot, and also the special type workers, and also to a certain group of people of Korea, I see that the government has come up with programs and systems to build up their capacity. So on one hand, yes, it is evolution. On the other hand, it is also innovation. So then in that note, then the grand or the great transformation in the future, I would say that at least the first step toward the great transformation has already been taken in this government. And I think what is left for us to do is continue on this path to reach the full potential. Thank you.
Next, Ms. Kim Jae-nam. I would rather listen to others than speak, but given the time that's left, I would like to say that we are now moving towards a new great transformation, and in this process, technology and manpower and resources, government needs to actually send a strong signal that it's going to provide support in all of these areas. And that's what government is currently doing. And when we're pursuing a new innovation, at times we have to shed the conventional practice. But if that is done, some jobs need to be destroyed and some sectors may be affected. And we have to make sure that there is no concentration of jobs taking place. So the government needs to take the initiative and should be committed to provide new jobs and provide all support for job transition as well. And the government should be able to send a strong signal to the Korean people, and we will do our best to do so. In order to achieve our goals, of course, we need funding and costs. We have to think about how to share these costs. If we want to become carbon neutral, we have to decarbonize. And in order to decarbonize, we should be able to impose costs or prices to carbon. And I think that Korean people should also have enhanced awareness on this matter. So to that end, the Korean government should continue to communicate with the Korean people and launch different awareness raising campaigns. Now, I would like to really ask our panelists to spend only 1 minute for your remarks.
Yes, I'll be brief. Now then, yes, we also talked about the issues of the projects that are done through like a bidding or a competition, but now I believe that these kind of administrative jurisdictions are also very important. And then, so for the new deals as well, again, they are divided up in administrative jurisdictions. So then sometimes they could be redundant and sometimes they can be less efficient. So I do hope that this time around it could be done in a more consolidated manner. So when we go from Jeonbuk to Ulsan, then now what has been suggested by all these jurisdictions are the onshore windmills. So I joke that perhaps we will be surrounded by onshore windmills on all sides. So I do hope that this time around we could have an integrated approach so that our project will not be redundant.
Next, President Oh Jae-hak. I'll be brief as well. So I have accompanied the National Policy Support Bureau to have a tour around Korea to assist in the open forum with the local people, and I had a chance to assess the needs of the local people. I personally believe that when it comes to regionally balanced New Deal, and as for the social safety net and security, there are two main pillars that will contribute to the effective implementation of the Korean New Deal as a whole. So it is very important to have a good understanding about the social New Deal, and we have to make investments to that end. So the NRC and the Economic Social Labor Council need to develop programs to that end so that we can actually enhance the capacity of the Korean New Deal as a whole. This is a recommendation that I would like to make. And when it comes to social dialogue, so Chairperson Moon may be an expert on that issue. I think that we also need an educational training on social dialogue. So how can we promote social dialogue with the local person or local people? It's something that everybody has to learn. And I hope that capacity building program will be implemented on a continuous basis. Next, President Cho Young-sung.
Right, then I would like to point out two things. First is what Kim Dae-nam has mentioned earlier. So that's about how we can move toward a better direction. And what we need is pain sharing or cost sharing. So I believe that this has to be mentioned. So in 2012, under the Lee Myung-bak government, they came up with the grand cause of green growth. But it was led by the government, and over time, it had lost the momentum. Now, today, we need to promote the regions and also ensure greater participation and broader participation. So we need to make sure that there would be as broad a participation as possible. And of course, we need to share the vision. But then in order to share the vision, as was mentioned by the Secretary Kim, then there should also be some pain sharing. So for example, making sure that the electricity tariff is in line with reality. So that is also something that need to discuss. Then also, one last thing is about the CJK cooperation that was mentioned earlier. But now because of the past history of the three countries, we are not collaborating enough. But then reducing GHG and moving on to low carbon society, perhaps we could separate that from historic issues and come up with a medium or longer term framework for cooperation among the three countries.
Thank you very much. So the audience participating today on site has listened to all of these wrap-up discussions. So if there is anyone who would like to take the floor, ask question or comment? Nobody? No regrets? Well, if that's the case, even though we're slightly behind the schedule, I'm going to give wrap-up comments. So while listening to all our panelists, I think about two things. So many countries around the world, because of COVID-19 and also because of job issues, many countries around the world are faced with a severe crisis. And indeed, we are faced with a very severe crisis. And COVID in Korea, we are seeing a surge of confirmed cases these days. But Korea has indeed successfully managed to respond to COVID-19 from its initial outbreak. So I believe that we really have to prepare for the future. And Korea is one of the countries that is very much prepared to face the future. And the policy alternative in preparing for the future is a Korean New Deal. And the Korean New Deal has many implications. We have fixed the direction for Digital New Deal and Green New Deal and Human New Deal. I think that the direction that we fixed is very appropriate. And although there are many countries around the world are very much perplexed and puzzled as to how to respond to COVID-19, I can say that Korea is one of the few countries in the world who is fully preparing to face the future. So I think that we really have this time advantage and we have a competitive edge over time, timing-wise. So I believe that Korea is very much standing on a very competitive position. And while listening to all of the panelists, I think the most important keyword was great transformation. We have to produce the output for the great transformation, but there are some conditions that need to be met in advance. We need great inclusiveness, great participation, and great innovation. These three conditions need to be met in order for us to achieve great transformation going forward. So as we move towards the great transformation, I hope that everybody will mobilize all your efforts and wisdom so that we can bring the Korean New Deal to a great success. Once again, I would like to thank everyone, and I would like to wrap up the discussion session.
And the chairperson, 이사장님 감사합니다 for moderating session with the great insightful words on inclusiveness, innovation, and participation for great transformation. All right, with that, the Inclusive Korea 2020 International Conference is officially concluded. On behalf of the Presidential Commission on Policy Planning, National Research Council for Economics, Humanities, and Social Sciences, and the KDI School of Public Policy and Management, we would like to thank all of you for being with us until the last moment, and by doing so, for making this conference more meaningful and worthwhile. Thank you very much, and have a restful evening. Thank you.
와서 사진을 한번 같이 찍고 헤어지시죠. 저 앞에 계신 분들 같이 해서 기념사진 하나 찍고 가시죠.